Egocentric Orbit by John Corey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. It took a long time for human beings to accept that our little piece of meteoric rubble wasn't the exact and absolute center of the universe. It does appear that way, doesn't it? It may not take so long for a spaceman to learn. Egocentric Orbit by John Corey. Near the end of his 15th orbit, as Greenland slipped by noiselessly below, he made the routine measurements that tested the operation of his space capsule and checked the automatic instruments which would transmit their stored data to Earth on his next pass over Control. Everything was normal. All mechanical devices were operating perfectly. The information didn't surprise him. In fact, he really didn't even think about it. The previous orbits and the long simulated flights on Earth during training had made such checks routine and perfect results expected. The capsules were developed by exhaustive testing both on the ground and as empty satellites before entrusting them to carry animals, and then the first human. He returned to contemplation of the panorama passing below and above, although, as he noted idly, above and below had lost some of their usual meaning. Since his capsule, like all heavenly bodies, was stable in position with respect to the entire universe, and, thanks to Sir Isaac Newton and his laws, never changed, the Earth and stars alternated over his head during each orbit. Up now meant whatever was in the direction of his head. He remembered that during his initial orbit, when the Earth first appeared overhead, he accepted the fact as normal. He wondered if the other two had accepted it as easily, for there had been 2 men hurtled into orbit before his venture into space. 2 others who had also passed the rigorous 3-year training period and were selected on the basis of overall performance to precede him. He had known them both well and wondered again what had happened on their flights. Of course, they had both returned, depending on what your definition of return was. The capsules in which they had ventured beyond Earth had returned them living. But this was to be expected, for even the considerable hazards of descent through the atmosphere and the terrible heating which occurred were successfully surmounted by the capsule. Naturally, it had not been expected that the satellites would have to be brought down by command from the ground. But this, too, was part of the careful planning, radio control of the retro-rockets that moved the satellite out of orbit by reducing its velocity. Of course, ground control was to be used only if the astronaut failed to ignite the retro-rockets himself. He remembered everyone's surprise and relief when the first capsule was recovered and its occupant found to be alive. They had assumed that in spite of all precautions, he was dead, because he had not fired the rockets on the 15th orbit, and it was necessary to bring him down on the 65th. Recovery alive only partially solved the mystery, for the rescuers, and all others, were met by a haughty, stony silence from the occupant. Batteries of tests confirmed an early diagnosis, complete and utter withdrawal, absolute refusal to communicate. Therapy was unsuccessful. The second attempt was similar in most respects, except that command return was made on the 31st orbit after the astronaut's failure to deorbit at the end of the 13th. His incoherent babbling of moons, stars, and worlds was no more helpful than the first. Test after test confirmed that no obvious organic damage had been incurred by exposure outside of the Earth's protective atmosphere. Biopsies of even selected brain tissues seemed to show that microscopic cellular changes due to prolonged weightlessness or primary cosmic ray bombardment, which had been suggested by some authorities, were unimportant. Somewhat reluctantly, it was decided to repeat the experiment a third time. The launching was uneventful. He was sent into space with the precision he expected. The experience was exhilarating, and although he had anticipated every event in advance, he could not possibly have foreseen the overpowering feeling that came over him. Weightlessness he had experienced for brief periods during training, but nothing could match the heady impression of continuous freedom from gravity. The Earth passing overhead was also to be expected from the simple laws of celestial mechanics, but his feeling as he watched it now was inexpressible. It occurred to him that perhaps this was indeed why he was here, because he could appreciate such experiences best. He had been told the stars would be bright, unblinking, and an infinitude in extent, but could mere descriptions or photographs convey the true seeing? On his 21st orbit he completed his overseeing the entire surface of the planet in daylight. He had seen more of Earth than anyone able to tell about it, but only he had the true feeling of it. The continents were clearly visible, as were the oceans and both polar ice caps. The shapes were familiar, but only in a remote way. A vague indistinctiveness, born of distance, served to modify the outlines, and he alone was seeing and understanding. On the dark side of the planet, large cities were marked by indistinct light areas, which paled to insignificance compared to the stars and his sun. He speculated about the others who had only briefly experienced these sights. Undoubtedly, they weren't as capable of fully grasping or appreciating any of these things as he was. It was quite clear that no one else but he could encompass the towering feeling of power and importance generated by being alone in the universe. At the end of the 25th orbit, he disabled the radio control of the retro rockets and sat back with satisfaction to await the next circuit of his Earth around him. The end of Egocentric Orbit by John Corey.
Learning Theory by James McConnell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Duncan. Learning Theory by James McConnell. Destiny's tricks can be pretty weird, sometimes, and this was one to be proud of. A cosmic joke, a witch that could make a nightmare seem tame. I am writing this because I presume he wants me to. Otherwise, he would not have left paper and pencil handy for me to use. And I put the word he in capitals, because it seems the only thing to do. If I am dead and in hell, then this is only proper. However, if I am merely a captive somewhere, then surely a little flattery won't hurt matters. As I sit here in this small room and think about it, I am impressed most of all by the suddenness of the whole thing. At one moment, I was out walking in the woods near my suburban home. The next thing I knew, here I was in a small, featureless room, naked as a jaybird, with only my powers of rationalization to stand between me and insanity. When the change was made, whatever the change was, I was not conscious of so much as a momentary flicker between walking in the woods and being here in this room. Whoever is responsible for all of this is to be complimented. Either he has developed an instantaneous anesthetic, or he has solved the problem of instantaneous transportation of matter. I would prefer to think it the former, for the latter leads to too much anxiety. As I recall, I was immersed in the problem of how to teach my class in beginning psychology some of the more abstruse points of learning theory when the transition came. How far away life at the university seems at the moment. I must be forgiven if now I am much more concerned about where I am and how to get out of here than about how freshmen can be cajoled into understanding Hole or Tolman. Problem number 1. Where am I? For an answer, I can only describe this room. It is about 20 feet square, some 12 feet high with no windows, but with what might be a door in the middle of one of the walls. Everything is of a uniform gray color, and the walls and ceiling emit a fairly pleasant achromatic light. The walls themselves are of some hard material which might be metal, since it feels slightly cool to the touch. The floor is of a softer, rubbery material that yields a little when I walk on it. Also, it has a rather tingly feel to it, suggesting that it might be in constant vibration. It is somewhat warmer than the walls, which is all to the good, since it appears I must sleep on the floor. The only furniture in the room consists of what might be a table, and what passes for a chair. They are not quite that, but they can be made to serve this purpose. On the table I found the paper and the pencil. No, let me correct myself. What I call paper is a good deal rougher and thicker than I am used to, and what I call a pencil is nothing more than a thick round stick of graphite, which I have sharpened by rubbing one end of it on the table. And that is the sum of my surroundings. I wish I knew what he has done with my clothes. The suit was an old one, but I am worried about the walking boots. I was very fond of those boots. They were quite expensive, and I would hate to lose them. The problem still remains to be answered, however, as to just where in the hell I am, if not in hell itself. Problem number 2 is a knottier one. Why am I here? Were I subject to paranoid tendencies, I would doubtless come to the conclusion that my enemies had kidnapped me, or perhaps the Russians had taken such an interest in my research that they had spirited me away to some Siberian hideout and would soon appear to demand either cooperation or death. Sadly enough, I am too reality-oriented. My research was highly interesting to me, and perhaps to a few other psychologists, who like to dabble in esoteric problems of animal learning. But it was scarcely startling enough to warrant such attention as kidnapping. So I am left as baffled as before. Where am I? And why? And who is he? I have decided to forego all attempts at keeping this diary according to days or hours. Such units of time have no meaning in my present circumstances, for the light remains constant all the time I am awake. The human organism is not possessed of as neat an internal clock as some of the lower species. Far too many studies have shown that a human being who is isolated from all external stimulation soon loses his sense of time. So I will merely indicate breaks in the narrative and hope that he will understand that if he wasn't bright enough to leave me with my wristwatch, he couldn't expect me to keep an accurate record. Nothing much has happened. I have slept, been fed, and watered, and I have emptied my bladder and bowels. The food was waiting on the table when I awoke last time. I must say that he has little of the gourmet in him. Protein balls are not my idea of feast royale. However, they will serve to keep my body and soul together, presuming, of course, that they are together at the moment. But I must object to my source of liquid refreshment. The meal made me very thirsty, and I was in the process of cursing him and everybody else when I noticed a small nipple which had appeared in the wall while I was asleep. At first I thought that perhaps Freud was right after all, and that my libido had taken over control of my imagery. Experimentation convinced me, however, that the thing was real, and that it is my present source of water. If one sucks on the thing, It delivers a slightly cool and somewhat sweetish flow of liquid. But really, it's a most undignified procedure. It's bad enough to have to sit around all day in my birthday suit, but for a full professor to have to stand on his tiptoes and suck on an artificial nipple in order to obtain water is asking a little too much. I'd complain to the management, if only I knew to whom to complain. Following eating and drinking, the call to nature became a little too strong to ignore. Now I was adequately toilet trained with indoor plumbing, and the absence of same is most annoying. However, there was nothing much to do but choose a corner of the room and make the best of a none too pleasant situation. As a side thought, I wonder if the choosing of a corner was in any way instinctive. However, the upshot of the whole thing was my learning what is probably the purpose of the vibration of the floor, for the excreted material disappeared through the floor not too many minutes later. The process was a gradual one. Now I will be faced with all kinds of uncomfortable thoughts concerning what might possibly happen to me if I slept too long. Perhaps this is to be expected, but I find myself becoming a little paranoid after all. In attempting to solve my problem number 2, why I am here, I've begun to wonder if perhaps some of my colleagues at the university are not using me as a subject in some kind of experiment. It would be just like McCleary to dream up some fantastic kind of human in isolation experiment and use me as a pilot observer. You would think that he'd have asked my permission first. However, perhaps it's important that the subject not know what's happening to him. If so, I have one happy thought to console me. If McCleary is responsible for this, he'll have to take over the teaching of my classes for the time being. And how he hates teaching learning theory to freshmen. You know, this place seems dreadfully quiet to me. Suddenly I've solved 2 of my problems. I know both where I am and who he is, and I bless the day I got interested in the perception of motion. I should say to begin with that the air in this room seems to have more than the usual concentration of dust particles. This didn't seem particularly noteworthy until I noticed that most of them seemed to pile up along the floor against one wall in particular. For a while I was sure that this was due to the ventilation system. Perhaps there was an outgoing air duct there where this particular wall was joined to the floor. However, when I went over and put my hand to the floor there, I could feel no breeze whatsoever. Yet, even as I held my hand along the dividing line between the wall and the floor, dust motes covered my hand with a thin coating. I tried this same experiment everywhere else in the room, to no avail. This was the only spot where the phenomenon occurred, and it occurred along the entire length of this one wall. But if ventilation was not responsible for the phenomenon, what was? All at once there popped into my mind some calculations I had made when the Rocket Boys had first proposed a manned satellite station. Engineers are notoriously naive when it comes to the performance of a human being in most situations. And I remembered that the problem of the perception of the satellite's rotation seemingly had been ignored by the slipstick crowd. They had planned to rotate the donut-shaped satellite in order to substitute centrifugal force for the force of gravity. Thus, the outer shell of the donut would appear to be down to anyone inside the thing. Apparently, they had not realized that man is at least as sensitive to angular rotation as he is to variations in the pull of gravity. As I figured the problem then, if a man aboard the donut moved his head as much as 3 or 4 feet outwards from the center of the donut, he would have become fairly dizzy. Rather annoying it would have been, too, to have been hit by a wave of nausea every time one sat down in a chair. Also, as I pondered the problem, it became apparent that dust particles and the like would probably show a tendency to move in a direction opposite to the direction of the rotation, and hence pile up against any wall or such that impeded their flight. Using the behavior of the dust particles as a clue, I then climbed atop the table and leapt off. Sure enough, my head felt like a mule had kicked it by the time I landed on the floor. My hypothesis was confirmed. So, I'm aboard a spaceship. The thought is incredible, but in a strange way comforting. At least now I can postpone worrying about heaven and hell, and somehow I find the idea of being in a spaceship much more to the liking of a confirmed agnostic. I suppose I owe McCleary an apology. I should have known he would never have put himself in a position where he would have to teach freshmen all about learning. And, of course, I know who he is, or rather, I know who he isn't, which is something else again. Surely, though, I can no longer think of him as being human. Whether I should be consoled at this or not, I have no way of telling. I still have no notion of why I am here. However, nor why this alien chose to pick me of all people to pay a visit to his spaceship. What possible use could I be? Surely if he were interested in making contact with the human race, he would have spirited away a politician. After all, that's what politicians are for. Since there has been no effort made to communicate with me, however, I must reluctantly give up any cherished hopes that his purpose is that of making contact with genus Homo. Or perhaps he's a galactic scientist of some kind, a biologist of sorts, out gathering specimens. Now that's a particularly nasty thought. What if he turned out to be a psychologist, interested in cutting me open eventually, to see what makes me tick? Will my innards be smeared over a glass slide for scores of youthful hymns to peer at under a microscope? Brr! I don't mind giving my life to science, but I'd rather do it a little at a time. If you don't mind, I think I'll go do a little repressing for a while. Good God, I should have known it. Destiny will play her little tricks, and all jokes have their cosmic angles. He is a psychologist. Had I given it due consideration, I would have realized that whenever you came across a new species, you worry about behavior first, physiology second. So I have received the ultimate insult, or the ultimate compliment. I don't know which. I've become a specimen for an alien psychologist. This thought first occurred to me when I awoke after my latest sleep, which was filled, I must admit, with most frightening dreams. It was immediately obvious that something about the room had changed. Almost at once I noticed that one of the walls now had a lever of some kind protruding from it, and to one side of the lever a small hole in the wall with a container beneath the hole. I wandered over to the lever, inspected it a few moments, then accidentally depressed the thing. At once there came a loud clicking noise, and a protein ball popped out of the hole and fell into the container. For a moment, a frown crossed my brow. This seemed somehow so strangely familiar. Then, all at once, I burst into wild laughter. The room had been changed into a gigantic Skinner box. For years I had been studying animal learning by putting white rats in a Skinner box and following the changes in the rats' behavior. The rats had to learn to press the lever in order to get a pellet of food, which was delivered to them through just such an apparatus as is now affixed to the wall of my cell. And now, after all these years, and after all the learning studies I'd done, to find myself trapped, like a rat, in a Skinner box. Perhaps this was hell after all. I told myself, and the Lord High Executioner's admonition, too, let the punishment fit the crime, was being followed. Frankly, the sudden turn of events has left me more than a little shaken. I seemed to be performing according to theory. It didn't take me long to discover that pressing the lever would give me food, some of the time, while at other times all I got was the click and no protein ball. It appears that approximately every 12 hours, the thing delivers me a random number of protein balls. The number has varied from 5 to 15 so far. I never know ahead of time how many pellets, protein balls, the apparatus will deliver, and it spews them out intermittently. Sometimes I have to press the lever a dozen times or so before it will give me anything, while at other times it gives me one ball for each press. Since I don't have a watch on me, I am never quite sure when the 12 hours have passed. So I stomp over to the lever and press it every few minutes when I think it's getting close to time to be fed, just like my rats always did. And since the pellets are small and I never get enough of them, occasionally I find myself banging away on the lever with all the compulsion of a stupid animal. But I missed the feeding time once and almost starved to death, so it seemed, before the lever delivered food the next time. About the only consolation to my wounded pride is that at this rate of starvation, I'll lose my bay window in short order. At least he doesn't seem to be fattening me up for the kill, or maybe he just likes lean meat. I have been promoted. Apparently, he, in his infinite alien wisdom, has decided that I'm intelligent enough to handle the Skinner-type apparatus. So I've been promoted to solving a maze. Can you picture the irony of the situation? All of the classic learning theory methodology is practically being thrown in my face. If only I could communicate with him. I don't mind being subjected to test nearly as much as I mind being underestimated. Why, I can solve puzzles hundreds of times more complex than what he's throwing at me. But how can I tell him? As it turns out, the maze is much like our standard T mazes, and is not too difficult to learn. It's a rather long one, true, with some 23 choice points along the way. I spent the better part of half an hour wandering through the thing the first time I found myself in it. Surprisingly enough, I didn't realize the first time out what I was in, so I made no conscious attempt to memorize the correct turns. It wasn't until I reached the final turn and found food waiting for me that I recognized what I was expected to do. The next time through the maze, my performance was a good deal better, and I was able to turn in a perfect performance in not too long a time. However, it does not do my ego any good to realize that my own white rats could have learned the maze in a little sooner than I did. My home cage, so to speak, still has the Skinner apparatus in it, but the lever delivers food only occasionally now. I still give it a whirl now and again, but since I'm getting a fairly good supply of food at the end of the maze each time, I don't pay the lever much attention. Now that I'm very sure of what is happening to me, quite naturally my thoughts have turned to how I can get out of this situation. Mazes I can solve without too much difficulty, but how to escape apparently is beyond my intellectual capacity. But then, come to think of it, there was precious little chance for my own experimental animals to get out of my clutches. And assuming that I am unable to escape, what then? After he has finished putting me through as many paces as he wishes, where do we go from there? Will he treat me as I treated most of my non-human subjects? That is, will I get tossed into a jar containing chloroform? Following the experiment, the animals were sacrificed, as we so euphemistically report in the scientific literature. This doesn't appeal to me much, as you can imagine. Or maybe if I seem particularly bright to him, he may use me for breeding purposes, to establish a colony of his own. Now, that might have possibilities. Oh, damned Freud anyhow. And damned him too. I had just gotten the maze well learned, when he upped and changed things on me. I stumbled about like a bat in the sunlight for quite some time before I finally got to the goal box. I'm afraid my performance was pretty poor. What he did was just to reverse the whole maze, so that it was a mirror image of what it used to be. It took me only 2 trials to discover the solution. Let him figure that one out if he's so smart. My performance on the maze reversal must have pleased him, because now he's added a new complication. And again, I suppose I could have predicted the next step if I had been thinking along the right direction. I woke up a few hours ago to find myself in a totally different room. There was nothing whatsoever in the room, but opposite me were 2 doors in the wall. One door a pure white, the other jet black. Between me and the doors was a deep pit filled with water. I didn't like the looks of the situation, for it occurred to me right away that he had devised a kind of jumping stand for me. I had to choose which of the doors was open and led to food. The other door would be locked. If I jumped at the wrong door and found it locked, I'd fall in the water. I needed a bath, That was for sure, but I didn't relish getting it in this fashion. And while I stood there watching, I got the shock of my life. I meant it quite literally. The bastard had thought of everything. When I used to run rats on jumping stands, to overcome their reluctance to jump, I used to shock them. And he's following exactly the same pattern. The floor in this room is wired but good. I howled and jumped about and showed all the usual anxiety behavior. It took me less than 2 seconds to come to my senses and make a flying leap at the white door. However, you know something? That water is ice cold. I have now, by my own calculations, solved no fewer than 87 different problems on the jumping stand. And I'm getting sick and tired of it. Once I got angry and just pointed at the correct door, and got shocked for not going ahead and jumping. I shouted bloody murder, cursing him at the top of my voice, telling him if he didn't like my performance, he could damn well lump it. All he did, of course, was to increase the shock. Frankly, I don't know how much longer I can put up with this. It's not that the work is difficult. If he were giving me half a chance to show my capabilities, I wouldn't mind it. I suppose I've contemplated 1,000 different means of escaping, but none of them is worth mentioning. But if I don't get out of here soon, I shall go stark raving mad. For almost an hour after it happened, I sat in this room and just wept. I realized that it is not the style in our culture for a grown man to weep, but there are times when cultural taboos must be forgotten. Again, had I thought much about the sort of experiments he must have had in mind, I most probably could have predicted the next step. Even so, I most likely would have repressed the knowledge. One of the standard problems which any learning psychologist is interested in is this one. Will an animal learn something if you fail to reward him for his performance? There are many theorists, such as Hull and Spence, who believe that reward, or reinforcement as they call it, is absolutely necessary for learning to occur. This is mere stuff and nonsense, as anyone with a grain of sense knows, but nonetheless the reinforcement theory has been dominant in the field for years now. We fought a hard battle with Spence and Hull, and actually had them with their backs to the wall at one point, when suddenly they came up with the concept of secondary reinforcement. That is, anything associated with a reward takes on the ability to act as a reward itself. For example, the mere sight of food would become a reward in and of itself, almost as much a reward, in fact, as is the eating of the food. The sight of the food, indeed, but nonetheless, it saved their theories for the moment. For the past 5 years now, I have been trying to design an experiment that would show beyond a shadow of a doubt that the sight of a reward was not sufficient for learning to take place. And now look at what has happened to me. I'm sure that he must lean towards a Hull and Spence in his theorizing, for earlier today, when I found myself in the jumping stand room, instead of being rewarded with my usual protein balls, when I made the correct jump, I'm sorry, but it is difficult to write about even now, for when I made the correct jump, and the door opened, and I started towards the food trowel, I found it had been replaced with a photograph, a calendar photograph. You know the one, her name, I think, is Monroe? I sat on the floor and cried. For 5 whole years I've been attacking the validity of the secondary reinforcement theory, and now I find myself giving him evidence that the theory is correct, for I cannot help learning which of the doors is the correct one to jump through. I refuse to stand on the apparatus and have the life shocked out of me, and I refuse to pick the wrong door all the time and get an icy bath time after time. It isn't fair, for he will doubtless put it all down to the fact that the mere sight of the photograph is functioning as a reward, and that I am learning the problems merely to be able to see Miss What's-Her-Name in her bare skin. I can just see him now, sitting somewhere else in the spaceship, gathering in all the data I am giving him, plotting all kinds of learning curves, chortling to himself because I am confirming all of his pet theories. I just wish... Almost an hour has gone by since I wrote the above section. It seems longer than that, but surely it's been only an hour. And I have spent the time deep in thought, for I have discovered a way out of this place, I think. The question is, dare I do it? I was in the midst of writing that paragraph about his sitting and chortling and confirming his theories when it suddenly struck me that theories are born of equipment that one uses. This has probably been true throughout the history of all science, but perhaps most true of all in psychology. If Skinner had never invented his blasted box, if the maze and the jumping stand had not been developed, we probably would have an entirely different theory of learning today than we now have. For if nothing else, the type of equipment that one uses drastically reduces the type of behavior that one's subjects can show, and one's theories have to account only for the type of behavior that appears in the laboratories. It follows from this also that any two cultures that devise the same sort of experimental procedures will come up with almost identical theories. Keeping all of this in mind, it's not hard for me to believe that he is an ironclad reinforcement theorist, for he uses all of the various paraphernalia that they use, and uses it in exactly the same way. My means of escape is therefore obvious. He expects from me confirmation of all his pet theories. Well, he won't get it anymore. I know all of his theories backwards and forwards, and this means I know how to give him results that will tear his theories right smack in half. I can almost predict the results. What does any learning theorist do with an animal that won't behave properly, that refuses to give the results that are predicted? One gets rid of the beast quite naturally, for one wishes to use only healthy, normal animals in one's work, and any animal that gives unusual results is removed from the study but quickly. After all, if it doesn't perform as expected, it must be sick, abnormal, or aberrant in one way or another. There is no guarantee, of course, what method he will employ to dispose of my now annoying presence. Will he sacrifice me? Or will he just return me to the permanent colony? I cannot say. I know only that I will be free from what is now an intolerable situation. Just wait until he looks at his results from now on. From Experimenter-in-Chief, Interstellar Lab Ship, Psych-145, to Director, Bureau Science. Flan, my friend. This will be an informal missive. I will send the official report along later. But I wanted to give you my subjective impressions first. The work with the newly discovered species is, for the moment, at a standstill. Things went exceedingly well at first. We picked what seemed to be a normal, healthy animal and smattered it into our standard test apparatus. I may have told you that this new species seemed quite identical to our usual laboratory animals. So we included a couple of the toys that our home animals seem so fond of. Thin pieces of material made from wood pulp and a tiny stick of graphite. Imagine our surprise and our pleasure when this new specimen made exactly the same use of the materials as have all of our home colony specimens. Could it be that there are certain innate behavior patterns to be found throughout the universe in the lower species? Well, I merely pose the question. The answer is of little importance to a learning theorist. Your friend Brknk keeps insisting that the use of these toys may have some deeper meaning to it, and that perhaps we should investigate further. At his insistence, then, I include with this informal missive the materials used by our first subject. In my opinion, Brknk is guilty of gross anthropomorphism, and I wish to have nothing further to do with the question. However, this behavior did give us hope that our newly discovered colony would yield subjects whose performances would be exactly in accordance with standard theory, and in truth, this is exactly what seemed to be the case. The animal solved the Biffian box problem in short order, yielding as beautiful data as I have ever seen. We then shifted it to maze reversal, and jumping stand problems, and the results could not have confirmed our theories better had we rigged the data. However, when we switched the animal to secondary reinforcement problems, it seemed to undergo a strange sort of change. No longer was its performance up to par. In fact, at times it seemed to go quite berserk. For part of the experiment, it would perform superbly, but then, just as it seemed to be solving whatever problem we set it to, its behavior would subtly change into patterns that obviously could not come from a normal specimen. It got worse and worse, until its behavior departed radically from that which our theories predicted. Naturally, we knew that something had happened to the animal, for our theories are based upon thousands of experiments with similar subjects, and hence our theories must be right. But our theories hold only for normal subjects and for normal species. So it soon became apparent to us that we had stumbled upon some abnormal type of animal. Upon due consideration, we returned the subject to its home colony. However, we also voted almost unanimously to request from your permission to take steps to destroy the complete colony. It is obviously of little scientific use to us, and stands as a potential danger that we must take adequate steps against. Since all colonies are under your protection, we therefore request permission to destroy it. I must report, by the way, that Brknk's vote was the only one which was cast against this procedure. He has some silly notion that one should study behavior as one finds it. Frankly, I cannot understand why you had seen fit to saddle me with him on this expedition, but perhaps you have your reasons. Brknk's vote notwithstanding, however, the rest of us are of the considered opinion that this whole new colony must be destroyed, and quickly, for it is obviously diseased, or some such, as a reference to our theories has proven, and should it by some chance come in contact with our other colonies, and infect our other animals with whatever disease or aberration it has, we would never be able to predict their behavior again. I need not carry this argument further, I think. May we have your permission to destroy the colony as soon as possible, then, so that we may search out yet other colonies, and test our theories against other healthy animals, for it is only in this fashion that science progresses. Respectfully yours, Lowy. End of Learning Theory by James McConnell.
The Ultroom Error by Jerry Soule. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Smith admitted he had made an error involving a few murders, and a few thousand years. He was entitled to a sense of humor, though, even in the Ultroom. The Ultroom Error by Jerry Soule. HB 73782 Ultroom Error, Tendril 13, Arvid 6, Canid transfer out of 1609 complete, intact, but too near limit of 1,000 days. Next Canid transfer ready. 1951. Reginald, son of Mr. and Mrs. Martin Lawton. 3495 Orland Drive, Marionville, Illinois, USA. Arrive his 378th day. TB 73782. Nancy Lawton sat on the blanket she had spread on the lawn in her front yard, knitting a pair of booties for the PTA bazaar. Occasionally, she glanced at her son in the playpen, who was getting his daily dose of sunshine. He was gurgling happily, examining a ball, a cheese grater, and a linen baby book, all with perfunctory interest. When she looked up again, she noticed a man walking by, except he turned up the walk and crossed the lawn to her. He was a little taller than her husband, and had piercing blue eyes, and a rather amusing set to his lips. "Hello, Nancy," he said. "Hello, Joe," she answered. It was her brother, who lived in Kankakee. "I'm going to take the baby for a while," he said. "All right, Joe." He reached into the pen, picked up the baby. As he did so, the baby's knees hit the side of the playpen, and young Lawton let out a scream, half from hurt, and half from sudden lack of confidence in his new handler. But this did not deter Joe. He started off with the child. Around the corner and after the man came a snarling mongrel dog, eyes bright, teeth glittering in the sunlight. The man did not turn as the dog threw himself at him, burying his teeth in his leg. Surprised, the man dropped the screaming child on the lawn and turned to the dog. Joe seemed off balance, and he backed up confusingly in the face of the snapping jaws. Then he suddenly turned and walked away, the dog at his heels. "I tell you, the man said he was my brother, and he made me think he was," Nancy told her husband for the 10th time. "I don't even have a brother." Martin Lawton sighed. "I can't understand why you believed him. That's just plain nuts, Nancy." "Don't you think I know it?" Nancy said tearfully. "I feel like I'm going crazy. I can't say I dreamt it, because there was Reggie, with his bleeding knees, squalling for all he was worth on the grass. Oh, I don't even want to think about it." "We haven't lost Reggie, Nancy. Remember that. Now, why don't you try to get some rest?" You don't believe me at all, do you, Martin?" When her husband did not answer, her head sank to her arms on the table, and she sobbed. "Nancy, for heaven's sake, of course I believe you. I'm trying to think it out, that's all. We should have called the police." Nancy shook her head in her arms. "They'd never believe me either," she moaned. "I'd better go and make sure Reggie's all right." Martin got up out of his chair and went to the stairs. "I'm going with you," Nancy said, hurriedly rising and coming over to him. "We'll go up and look at him together." They found Reggie peacefully asleep in his crib, in his room upstairs. They checked the windows and tucked in the blankets. They paused in the room for a moment, and then Martin stole his arms around his wife and led her to the door. "As I've said, Sergeant, this fellow hypnotized my wife. He made her think he was her brother. She doesn't even have a brother. Then he tried to get away with the baby." Martin leaned down and patted the dog. "It was Tiger here who scared him off." The police sergeant looked at the father, at Nancy, and then at the dog. He scribbled notes in his book. "Are you a rich man, Mr. Lawton?" he asked. "Not at all. The bank still owns most of the house. I have a few $100s, that's all." "What do you do?" "Office work, mostly. I'm a junior executive in an insurance company." "Any enemies?" "No. Oh, I suppose I have a few people I don't get along with, like anybody else. Nobody who'd do anything like this, though." The sergeant flipped his notebook closed. "You'd better keep your dog inside and around the kid as much as possible. Keep your doors and windows locked. I'll see that a prowl car keeps an eye on the house. Call us if anything seems unusual or out of the way." Nancy had taken a sedative and was asleep by the time Martin finished cleaning the .30-30 rifle he used for deer hunting. He put it by the stairs, ready to use, fully loaded, leaning it against the wall next to the telephone stand. The front doorbell rang. He answered it. It was Dr. Stewart and another man. "I came as soon as I could, Martin," the young doctor said, stepping inside with the other man. This is my new assistant, Dr. Tompkins. Martin and Tompkins shook hands. The baby? Dr. Stewart asked. Upstairs, Martin said. You'd better get him, Dr. Tompkins, if we're going to take him to the hospital. I'll stay here with Mr. Lawton. How have you been, Martin? Fine. How's everything at the office? Fine. And your wife? She's fine, too. Glad to hear it, Martin. Mighty glad. Say, by the way, there's the bill you owe me. I think it's $32. Isn't that right? Yes, I'd almost forgot about it. Why don't you be a good fellow and write a check for it? It's been over a year now, you know. That's right. I'll get right to it. Martin went over to his desk, opened it, and started looking for his checkbook. Dr. Stewart stood by him making idle comment until Dr. Tompkins came down the stairs with the sleeping baby cuddled against his shoulder. Never mind the check now, Martin. I see we're ready to go. He went over to his assistant and took the baby. Together they walked out the front door. Goodbye, Martin said, going to the door. Then he was nearly bowled over by the discharge of the 30-30. Dr. Stewart crumbled to the ground. The baby fell to the lawn. Dr. Tompkins whirled, and there was a second shot. Dr. Tompkins pitched forward on his face. The figure of a woman ran from the house, retrieving the now squalling infant, and ran back into the house. Once inside, Nancy slammed the door, gave the baby to a stunned Martin, and headed for the telephone. One of them was the same man, she cried. Martin gasped, sinking into a chair with the baby. I believe them, he said slowly and incomprehendingly. They made me believe them. Those bodies, the sergeant said. Would you mind pointing them out to me, please? Aren't they on the walk? Mrs. Lawton asked. There is nothing on the walk, Mrs. Lawton. But there must be. I tell you, I shot these men who posed as doctors. One of them was the same man who tried to grab the baby this afternoon. They hypnotized my husband. Yes, I know that, Mrs. Lawton. We've been through that. The sergeant went to the door and opened it. Say, Homer, take another look around the walk and the bushes. There's supposed to be two of them, shot with a 30-30. He turned and picked up the gun and examined it again. Ever shoot a gun before, Mrs. Lawton? Many times. Martin and I used to go hunting together before we had Reggie. The sergeant nodded. You were taking an awful chance shooting that guy carrying your baby, don't you think? I shot him in the legs. The other turned and I shot him in the chest. I could even see his eyes when he turned around. If I hadn't pulled the trigger then, I don't want to remember it. The patrolman pushed the door open. There's no bodies out here, but there's some blood, quite a lot of blood, a little on one side of the walk. The policeman went out. Thank God you woke up, Nancy, Martin said. I'd have let them have the baby. He reached over and soothed the sleeping Reggie's hair. Nancy, who was rocking the boy, narrowed her eyes. I wonder why they want our baby. He's just like any other baby. We don't have any money. We couldn't pay a ransom. Reggie's pretty cute, though, Martin said. You'll have to admit that. Nancy smiled, and then suddenly stopped rocking. Martin, he sat up quickly. Where's Tiger? Together they rose and walked around the room. They found him in a corner, eyes open, tongue protruding. He was dead. If we keep Reggie in the house much longer, he'll turn out to be a hermit, Martin said at breakfast a month later. He needs fresh air and sunshine. I'm not going to sit on the lawn alone with him, Martin. I just can't, that's all. I'll be able to think of nothing but that day. Still thinking about it? I think we'd have heard from them again if they were coming back. They probably got somebody else's baby by this time. Martin finished his coffee and rose to kiss her goodbye. But for safety's sake, I guess you'd better keep that gun handy. The morning turned into a brilliant, sunshiny day. Puffs of clouds moved slowly across the summer sky, and the warm breeze rustled the trees. It would be a crime to keep Reggie inside on a day like this, Nancy thought. So she called Mrs. McDougal, the next-door neighbor. Mrs. McDougal was familiar with what had happened to the Laughtons, and she agreed to keep an eye on Nancy and Reggie, and to call the police at the first sign of trouble. With a fearful but determined heart, Nancy moved the playpen and set it up in the front yard. She spread a blanket for herself and put Reggie in the pen. Her heart pounded all the while, and she watched the street for any strangers, ready to flee inside if need be. Reggie just gurgled with delight at the change of environment. This peaceful scene was disturbed by a speeding car in which two men were riding. The car roared up the street, swerved toward the parkway, tires screaming, bounced over the curb and sidewalk, straight toward the child and mother. Reggie, attracted by the sudden noise, looked up to see the approaching vehicle. His mother stood up, set her palms against her cheeks, and shrieked. The car came on, crunched over the playpen, killing the child. The mother was hit and instantly killed, force of the blow snapping her spine and tossing her against the house. The car plunged into a tree, hitting it a terrible blow, crumbling the car's front end so it looked like an accordion. The men were thrown from the machine. "We'll never be able to prosecute in this case," the state's attorney said. "At least not on a drunk driving basis." "I can't get over it," the chief of police said. "I've got at least 6 men who will swear the man was drunk. He staggered, reeled, and gave the usual drunk talk. He reeked of whiskey." The prosecutor handed the report over the desk. "Here's the analysis. Not a trace of alcohol. He couldn't have even had a smell of near beer. Here's another report. This is his physical examination made not long afterwards. The man was in perfect health. Only variations are he had a scar on his leg where something, probably a dog, bit him once. And then a scar on his chest. It looks like an old gunshot wound, they say. Must have happened years ago." "That's odd. The man who accosted Mrs. Lawton in the afternoon was bitten by their dog. Later that night, she says she shot the same man in the chest. Since the scars are healed, it obviously couldn't be the same man. But there's a real coincidence for you. And speaking of the dog bite, the Lawton's dog died that night. His menu evidently didn't agree with him. Never did figure what killed him, actually. Any record of treatment on the man she shot? The men. You'll remember there were 2. No, we never found a trace of either. No doctor ever made a report of a gunshot wound that night. No hospital had a case either, at least not within several hundred miles. That night, or several nights afterwards. Ever been shot with a .30-30? The state attorney shook his head. "I wouldn't be here if I had." "I'll say you wouldn't. The pair must have crawled away to die, God knows where." Getting back to the man who ran over the child and killed Mrs. Lawton. Why did he pretend to be drunk? It was the chief's turn to shake his head. "Your guess is as good as mine. There are a lot of angles to this case none of us understand. It looks deliberate, but what's the motive?" "What does the man have to say?" "I was afraid you'd get to him," the chief said, his neck reddening. "It's all been rather embarrassing to the department." He coughed self-consciously. "He's proved a strange one, all right. He says his name is John Smith, and he's got cards to prove it, too. For example, a Social Security card. It looks authentic, yet there's no such number on file in Washington, so we've discovered. We've had him in jail for a week, and we've all taken turns questioning him. He laughs and admits his guilt. In fact, he seems amused by most everything. Sometimes, all alone in his cell, he'll start laughing for no apparent reason. It gives you the creeps. The state's attorney leaned back in his chair. Maybe it's a case for an alienist. One jump ahead of you. Dr. Stone thinks he's normal, but won't put down any IQ. Actually, he can't figure him out himself. Smith seems to take delight in answering questions, sort of anticipates them, and has the answer ready before you're half through asking. Well, if Dr. Stone says he's normal, that's enough for me. The prosecutor was silent for a moment. Then, how about the husband? Lawton? We're afraid to let him see him. All broken up. No telling what kind of rumpus he'd start, especially if Smith started his funny business. Guess you're right. Well, Mr. Smith won't think it's so funny when we hang criminal negligence or manslaughter on him. By the way, you've checked possible family connections? No one ever saw John Smith before, even at the address on his driver's license. And there's no duplicate of that in Springfield, in case you're interested. The man who had laughingly told police his name was John Smith lay on his cot in the county jail, his eyes closed, his arms folded across his chest. This gave him the appearance of being alert despite reclining. Even as he lay, his mouth held a hint of a smile. Arvid 6, for John Smith was Arvid 6, had lain in that position for more than 4 hours, when suddenly he snapped his eyes open and appeared to be listening. For a moment, a look of concern crossed his face, and he swung his legs to the floor and sat there expectantly. Arvid 6 knew Tyndall 13 had materialized and was somewhere in the building. Eventually, there would be some sounds from beyond the steel cell and doorway. There was a clang when the outer doorway was opened, and Arvid 6 rose from his cot. "Your lawyer's here to see you," the jailer said, indicating the man with the briefcase. "Ring the buzzer when you're through." The jailer let the man in, locked the cell door, and walked away. The man threw the briefcase on the jail cot and stood glaring. "Your damn foolishness has gone far enough. I'm sick and tired of it," he declared. "If you carry on any more, we'll never get back to the Ultroom." "I'm sorry, Tyndall," the man on the cot said. "I didn't think—" "You're absolutely right. You didn't think. Crashing that car into that tree and killing that woman, that was the last straw. You don't even deserve to get back to our era. You ought to be made to rot here." "I'm sorry about that," Arvid 6 said. "You know the instructions. Just because you work in the Ultroom, don't get to thinking human life doesn't have any value. We wouldn't be here if it hadn't. But to unnecessarily kill—" The older man shook his head. "You could have killed yourself as well, and we'd never have got the job done. As it is, you almost totally obliterated me." Tyndall 13 paced the length of the cell and back again, gesturing as he talked. "It was only with the greatest effort I pulled myself back together again. I doubt that you could have done it. And then, all the while, you've been sitting here, probably enjoying yourself with that special brand of humor I have grown to despise." "You didn't have to come along at all, you know," Arvid 6 said. "How well I know. How sorry I am that I ever did. It was only because I was sorry for you, because someone older and more experienced than you was needed. I volunteered. Imagine that. I volunteered. Tyndall 13 reaches the height of stupidity and volunteers to help Arvid 6 go back 6,000 years to bring Canid back, to correct a mistake Arvid 6 made." He snorted. "I still can't believe I was ever that stupid. I only prove it when I pinch myself, and here I am. Oh, you've been a joy to be with. First, it was that hunt in ancient Mycenae where you let the lion escape the hunter's quaint spears, and we were partly eaten by the lion in the bargain, although you dazzled the hunters, deflecting their spears. And then your zest for drink when we were with Octavian in Alexandria that led to everybody's amusement but ours when we were ambushed by Anthony's men. And worst of all, that English barmaid you became engrossed with in our last stop in 1609, when her husband mistook me for you, and you let him take me apart, piece by piece. All right, Arvid6 said. I'll admit I've made some mistakes. You're just not adventurous, that's all. Shut up. For once, you're going to listen to me. Our instructions specifically stated we were to have as little as possible to do with these people. But at every turn, you've got us more and more enmeshed with them. If that's adventure, you can have it. Tyndall 13 sat down wearily and sank his head in his hands. It was you who conceived of the idea of taking Reggie right out of his playpen. Watch me take that child right out from under its mother's nose, were your exact words. And before I could stop you, you did. Only you forgot an important factor in the equation. The dog, Tiger. And you nursed a dog bite most of the afternoon before it healed. And then you took your spite out on the poor thing by suggesting suffocation to it that night. And speaking of that night, you remember we agreed I was to do the talking. But no, you pulled a switch and captured Martin Lawton's attention. I came here as soon as I could, Martin, you said, and suddenly I played a very minor role. This is my new assistant, Dr. Tompkins, you said. And then what happened? I get shot in the legs, and you get a hole in your back. We were both nearly obliterated that time, and we didn't even get close to getting the child. Still, you wanted to run the whole show. I'm younger than you, you said. I'll take the wheel. And the next thing I know, I'm floating in space halfway to nowhere with 2 broken legs, a spinal injury, concussion, and some of the finest bruises you ever saw. These 20th century machines aren't what they ought to be, Arvid6 said. You never run out of excuses, do you, Arvid? Remember what you said in the Ultroom when you pushed the lever clear over and transfer canned back 6,000 years? My hand slipped. As simple as that. My hand slipped. It was so simple everyone believed you. You were given no real punishment. In a way, it was a reward, at least for you, getting to go back and rescue the life germ of Kanad out of every era he'd been born in. Tyndall 13 turned and looked steadily and directly at Arvid6. Do you know what I think? I think you deliberately pushed the lever over as far as it would go, just to see what would happen. That's how simple I think it was. Arvid6 flushed, turned away, and looked at the floor. What crazy things have you been doing since I've been gone? Tyndall 13 asked. Arvid6 sighed. After what you just said, I guess it wouldn't amuse you, although it has me. They've got to me right after the accident, before I had a chance to collect my wits, dematerialize, or anything. You said we shouldn't dematerialize in front of anybody. That's right. Well, I didn't know what to do. I could see they thought I was drunk, so I was. But they had a blood sample before I could manufacture any alcohol in my blood, although I implanted a memory in them that I reeked of it. He laughed. I fancy they're thoroughly confused. And you're thoroughly amused, no doubt. Have they questioned you? At great length. They had a psychiatrist in here to see me. He was a queer fellow with the most stupid set of questions and tests I ever saw. And you amused yourself with him. I suppose you'd think so. Who do you tell them you are? John Smith, a rather prevalent name here, I understand. I manufactured a pasteboard called a Social Security card and a driver's license. Never mind. It's easy to see you've been your own inimitable self. Believe me, if I ever get back to the Ultroom, I hope I never see you again. And I hope I'll never leave there again, though I've rejuvenated through 1,000,000 years. Was Kenneth's life germ transferred all right this time? Tandle 13 shook his head. I haven't heard. The transfers are getting more difficult all the time. In 1609, you'll remember, it was a case of pneumonia for a 2-year-old. A simple procedure. It won't work here. Medicine's too far along. He produced a notebook. The last jump was 342 years, a little more than average. The next ought to be around 2250. Things will be more difficult than ever there, probably. Do you think Kanad will be angry about all this? How would you like to have to go through all these birth processes and have your life germ knocked from one era to the next? Frankly, I didn't think he'd go back so far. If it had been anybody but Kanad, nobody ever would have thought of going back after it. The life germ of the head of the whole galactic system, who came to the Ultroom to be transplanted to a younger body, and then sending him back beyond his original birth date. Tandle 13 got up and commenced his pacing again. Oh, I suppose Kanad's partly to blame, wanting to rejuvenate after only 300 years. Some have waited 1,000 or more, until their bones were like paper. I just wondered how angry Kanad will be, Avid muttered. HB 92167, Ultroom Error, Tandle 13, Arvid 6, Kanad transfer out of 1951 complete. Next Kanad transfer ready. 2267. Philum 19, son of Orla 39 and Rhoda R, 22H, level M, hemisphere B, quadrant 3, sector 1. Arrive his 329th day. TB 92167. Arvid 6 rose from the cot, and the two men faced each other. Before we leave, Arvid, Tandle 13 started to say. I know. You want me to let you handle everything. Exactly. Is that too much to ask after all you've done? I guess I've made mistakes. From now on, you be the boss. I'll do whatever you say. I hope I can count on that. Tendril 13 rang the jail buzzer. The jailer unlocked the cell door. You remember the chief said it's all right to take him with me, Matthews, Tendril 13 told the jailer. Yes, I remember, the jailer said mechanically, letting them both out of the cell. They walked together down the jail corridor. When they came to another barred door, the jailer fumbled with the keys and clumsily tried several with no luck. Arvid 6, an amused set to his mouth and devilment in his eyes, watched the jailer's expression as he walked through the bars of the door. He laughed as he saw the jailer's eyes bulge. Arvid! Tandle 13 walked briskly through the door, snatched Arvid 6 by the shoulders, and shook him. The jailer watched stupefied as the two men vanished in the middle of a violent argument. The end of The Ultroom Error by Jerry Soule. The Helpful Robots by Robert J. Shea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. They had come to pass judgment on him. He had violated their law, willfully, ignorantly, and very deliberately. The Helpful Robots by Robert J. Shea. Our people will be arriving to visit us today, the robot said. Shut up, snapped Rob Rankin. He jumped wryly and quickly out of the chair on his veranda and stared at a cloud of dust in the distance. Our people, the 10-foot, cylinder-bodied robot grated, when Rob Rankin interrupted him. I don't care about your fool people, said Rankin. He squinted at the cloud of dust getting bigger and closer behind the wall of kesh trees that surrounded the rolling acres of his plantation. That damn new neighbor of mine is coming over here again. He gestured widely, taking in the dozens of robots with their shiny, cylindrical bodies and pipe-stem arms and legs laboring in his fields. Get all your people together and go hide in the woods, fast. It is not right, said the robot. We were made to serve all. Well, there are only 100 of you, and I'm not sharing you with anybody, said Rankin. It is not right, the robot repeated. Don't talk to me about what's right, said Rankin. You're built to follow orders, nothing else. I know a thing or two about how you robots work. You've got one law, to follow orders. And until that neighbor of mine sees you and gives you orders, you work for me. Now get into those woods and hide until he goes away. We will go to greet those who come to visit us today, said the robot. All right, scram, said Rankin. The robots in the field and the one whom Rankin had been talking to formed a column and marched off into the trackless forest behind his plantation. A battered old ground car drove up a few minutes later. A tall, broad-shouldered man with a deep tan got out and walked up the path to Rankin's veranda. Hi, Burroughs, said Rankin. Hello, said Burroughs. See, your crop's coming along pretty well. Can't figure out how you do it. You've got acres and acres to tend, far as I can see, and I'm having a hell of a time with one little piece of ground. I swear you must know something about this planet that I don't know. Just scientific farming, said Rankin carelessly. Look, you come over here for something or just a gab? I've got a lot of work to do. Burroughs looked weary and worried. Them brown beetles is at my crop again, he said. I thought you might know of some way of getting rid of 'em. Sure, said Rankin. Pick 'em off, one by one. That's how I get rid of 'em. Why, man, said Burroughs, you can't walk over all those miles and miles of farm and pick off every one of them beetles. You must know another way. Rankin drew himself up and stared at Burroughs. I'm telling you all I feel like telling you. You're going to stand there and jaw all day? Seems to me like you've got work to do. Rankin, said Burroughs, I know you were a crook back in the Terran Empire and that you came out here beyond the border to escape the law. Seems to me, though, that even a crook, any man, would be willing to help his only neighbor out on a lonely planet like this. You might need help yourself sometime. You keep your thoughts about my past to yourself, said Rankin. Remember, I keep a gun, and you've got a wife and a whole bunch of kids on that farm of yours. Be smart and let me alone. I'm going, said Burroughs. He walked off the veranda and turned and spat carefully into the dusty path. He climbed into his ground car and drove off. Rankin, angry, watched him go. Then he heard a humming noise from another direction. He turned. A huge white globe was descending across the sky. A spaceship, thought Rankin, startled. Police? This planet was outside the jurisdiction of the Terran Empire. When he'd cracked that safe and made off with 100,000 credits, he'd headed here, because the planet was part of something called the Clear Chan Confederacy. No extradition treaties or anything. Perfectly safe if the planet was safe. And the planet was more than safe. There had been 100 robots waiting when he landed. Where they came from he didn't know, but Rankin prided himself on knowing how to handle robots. He appropriated their services and started his farm. At the rate he was going, he'd be a plantation owner before long. That must be where the ship was from. The robot said they'd expected visitors. Must be the Clear Chan Confederacy visiting this robot outpost. Was that good or bad? From everything he'd read, and from what the robots had told him, they were probably more robots. That was good, because he knew how to handle robots. The white globe disappeared into the jungle of kesh trees. Rankin waited. Half an hour later, the column of his robot laborers marched out of the forest. There were 3 more robots, painted gray, at the head. The new ones from the ship, thought Rankin. Well, he'd better establish who was boss right from the start. Stop right there, he shouted. The shiny robot laborers halted, but the 3 gray ones came on. Stop, shouted Rankin. They didn't stop, and by the time they reached the veranda, he cursed himself for having failed to get his gun. 2 of the huge gray robots laid gentle hands on his arms. Gentle hands, but hands of super-strong metal. The 3rd said, "We have come to pass judgment on you. You have violated our law." "What do you mean?" Rankin said. "The only law robots have is to obey orders." "It is true that the robots of your Terran Empire and these simple workers here must obey orders, but they are subject to a higher law, and you have forced them to break it. That is your crime." "What crime?" said Rankin. "We of the Clear Chan Confederacy are a race of robots. Our makers implanted one law in us and then passed on. We have carried our law to all the planets we have colonized. In obeying your orders, these workers were simply following that one law. You must be taken to our capital and there be imprisoned and treated for your crime." "What law? What crime?" "Our law," said the giant robot, "is help thy neighbor." The end of The Helpful Robots by Robert J. Shea.
The Next Logical Step by Ben Bova. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Duncan. The Next Logical Step by Ben Bova. Ordinarily, the military least wants to have the others know the final details of their war plans, but logically, there would be times. "I don't really see where this problem has anything to do with me," the CIA man said, "and frankly, there are a lot of more important things I could be doing." Ford, the physicist, glanced at General Leroy. The general had the quizzical expression on his face, the look that meant he was about to do something decisive. "Would you like to see the problem firsthand?" the general asked, innocently. The CIA man took a quick look at his wristwatch. "Okay, if it doesn't take too long, it's late enough already." "It won't take very long, will it, Ford?" the general said, getting out of his chair. "Not very long," Ford agreed. "Only a lifetime." The CIA man grunted as they went to the doorway and left the general's office. Going down the dark, deserted hallway, their footsteps echoed hollowly. "I can't overemphasize the seriousness of the problem," General Leroy said to the CIA man. 8 ranking members of the general staff have either resigned their commissions or gone straight to the violent ward after just one session with the computer. The CIA man scowled. "Is this area secure?" General Leroy's face turned red. "This entire building is as secure as any edifice in the free world, mister, and it's empty. We're the only living people inside here at this hour. I'm not taking any chances. Just want to be sure." "Perhaps if I explain the computer a little more," Ford said, changing the subject, "you'll know what to expect." "Good idea," said the man from CIA. "We told you that this is the most modern, most complex, and delicate computer in the world. Nothing like it has been attempted before, anywhere." "I know that they don't have anything like it," the CIA man agreed. And you also know, I suppose, that it was built to simulate actual war simulations. We fight wars in this computer, wars with missiles and bombs and gas, real wars, complete down to the tiniest detail. The computer tells us what will actually happen to every missile, every city, every man who dies, how many planes are lost, how many trucks will fail to start on a cold morning, whether a battle is won or lost. General Leroy interrupted. The computer runs these analyses for both sides, so we can see what's happening to them too. The CIA man gestured impatiently. War game simulations aren't new. You've been doing them for years. Yes, but this machine is different, Ford pointed out. It not only gives a much more detailed war game, it's the next logical step in the development of machine-simulated war games. He hesitated dramatically. Well, what is it? We've added a variation of the electroencephalograph. The CIA man stopped walking. The electro what? Electroencephalograph. You know, a recording device that reads the electrical patterns of your brain, like the electrocardiograph. Oh. But you see, we've given the EEG a reverse twist. Instead of using a machine that makes a recording of the brain's electrical wave output, we've developed a device that will take the computer's readout tapes and turn them into electrical patterns that are put into your brain. I don't get it. General Leroy took over. You sit at the machine's control console. A helmet is placed over your head. You set the machine in operation. You see the results. Yes, Ford went on. Instead of reading rows of figures from the computer's printer, you actually see the war being fought, complete visual and auditory hallucinations. You can watch the progress of the battles, and as you change strategy and tactics, you can see the results before your eyes. The idea originally was to make it easier for the general staff to visualize strategic situations, General Leroy said. But everyone who's used the machine has either resigned his commission or gone insane, Ford added. The CIA man cocked an eye at Leroy. You've used the computer? Correct. And you have neither resigned nor cracked up. General Leroy nodded. I called you in. Before the CIA man could comment, Ford said, the computer's right inside this doorway. Let's get this over with while the building is still empty. They stepped in. The physicist and the general showed the CIA man through the room filling rows of massive consoles. It's all transistorized and sub-miniaturized, of course, Ford explained. That's the only way we could build so much detail into the machine and still have it small enough to fit inside a single building. A single building? Oh yes, this is only the control section. Most of this building is taken up by the circuits, the memory banks, and the rest of it. They showed him finally to a small desk, studded with control buttons and dials. The single spotlight above the desk lit it brilliantly, in harsh contrast to the semi-darkness of the rest of the room. Since you've never run the computer before, Ford said, General Leroy will do the controlling. You just sit and watch what happens. The general sat in one of the well-padded chairs and donned a grotesque headgear that was connected to the desk by half a dozen wires. The CIA man took his chair slowly. When they put one of the bulky helmets on him, he looked up at them, squinting a little in the bright light. This isn't going to, well, do me any damage, is it? My goodness, no, Ford said. You mean mentally? No, of course not. You're not on the general staff, so it shouldn't. It won't affect you the way it did the others. Their reaction had nothing to do with the computer per se. Several civilians have used the computer with no ill effects, General Leroy said. Ford has used it many times. The CIA man nodded, and they closed the transparent visor over his face. He sat there and watched General Leroy press a series of buttons and then turn a dial. Can you hear me? The general's voice came muffled through the helmet. Yes, he said. All right, here we go. You're familiar with Situation 121. That's what we're going to be seeing. Situation 121 was a standard war game. The CIA man was well acquainted with it. He watched the general flip a switch, then sit back and fold his arms over his chest. A row of lights on the desk console began blinking on and off. 1, 2, 3, down to the end of the row, then back to the beginning again. On and off, on and off. And then, somehow, he could see it. He was poised incredibly somewhere in space, and he could see it all in a funny, blurry, double-sided, dreamlike way. He seemed to be seeing several pictures and hearing many voices all at once. It was all mixed up, and yet it made a weird kind of sense. For a panicked instant, he wanted to rip the helmet off his head. It's only an illusion, he told himself, forcing calm on his unwilling nerves. Only an illusion. But it seemed strangely real. He was watching the Gulf of Mexico. He could see Florida off to his right, and the arching coast of the southeastern United States. He could even make out the Rio Grande River. Situation 121 started, he remembered, with the discovery of a missile-bearing enemy submarines in the Gulf. Even as he watched the whole area, as though perched on a satellite, he could see, underwater and close up, the menacing, shadowy figure of a submarine gliding through the crystal blue sea. He saw, too, a patrol plane as it spotted the submarine and sent an urgent radio warning. The underwater picture dissolved in a bewildering burst of bubbles. A missile had been launched within seconds. Another burst. This time a nuclear depth charge utterly destroyed the submarine. It was confusing. He was every place at once. The details were overpowering, but the total picture was agonizingly clear. 6 submarines fired missiles from the Gulf of Mexico. 4 were immediately sunk, but too late. New Orleans, St. Louis, and 3 Air Force bases were obliterated by hydrogen fusion warheads. The CIA man was familiar with the opening stages of the war. The first missile fired at the United States was a signal for whole fleets of missiles and bombers to launch themselves at the enemy. It was confusing to see the world at once. At times, he could not tell if the fireball and mushroom cloud was over Chicago or Shanghai, New York or Novosibirsk, Baltimore or Budapest. It did not make much difference, really. They all got in the first few hours of the war, as did London and Moscow, Washington and Peking, Detroit and Delhi, and many, many more. The defensive systems on all sides seemed to operate well, except that there were never enough anti-missiles. Defensive systems were expensive compared to attack rockets. It was cheaper to build a deterrent than to defend against it. The missiles flashed up from submarines and railway cars, from underground silos and stratospheric jets. Secret ones fired off automatically when a certain airbase command post ceased beaming out a restraining radio signal. The defensive systems were simply overloaded, and when the bombs ran out, the missiles carried dust and germs and gas. On and on, for 6 days and 6 firelit nights. Launch, boost, coast, re-enter, death. And now it was over, the CIA man thought. The missiles were all gone. The airplanes were exhausted. The nations that had built the weapons no longer existed. By all the rules he knew of, the war should have been ended. Yet the fighting did not end. The machine knew better. There were still many ways to kill an enemy, time-tested ways. There were armies fighting in 4 continents, armies that had marched over land, or splashed ashore from the sea, or dropped out of the skies. Incredibly, the war went on. When the tanks ran out of gas, and the flamethrowers became useless, and even the prosaic artillery pieces had no more rounds to fire, there were still simple guns, and even simpler bayonets and swords. The proud armies, the descendants of Alexanders and Caesars and Temujins and Wellingtons and Grants and Rommels, relived their evolution in reverse. The war went on. Slowly, inevitably, the armies split apart into smaller and smaller units, until the tortured countryside that so recently had felt the impact of nuclear war once again knew the tread of bands of armed marauders. The tiny savage groups, stranded in alien lands, far from the homes and families that they knew to be destroyed, carried on a mockery of war, lived off the land, fought their own countrymen if the occasion suited, and revived the ancient terror of hand-wielded, personal, one head at a time killing. The CIA man watched the world disintegrate. Death was an individual business now. and none the better for no longer being mass-produced. In agonized fascination, he saw the myriad ways in which a man might die. Murder was only one of them. Radiation, disease, toxic gases that lingered and drifted on the once innocent winds, and finally, the most efficient destroyer of them all, starvation. 3 billion people, give or take a meaningless 100 million, lived on the planet Earth when the war began. Now, with tenuous thread of civilization burned away, most of those who were not killed by the fighting itself succumbed inexorably to starvation. Not everyone died, of course. Life went on. Some were lucky. A long darkness settled on the world. Life went on for a few, a pitiful few, a bitter, hateful, suspicious, savage few. Cities became pest holes. Books became fuel. Knowledge died. Civilization was completely gone from the planet Earth. The helmet was lifted slowly off his head. The CIA man found that he was too weak to raise his arms and help. He was shivering and damp with perspiration. "Now you see," Ford said quietly, "why the military men cracked up when they used the computer. General Leroy even was pale. How can a man with any conscience at all direct a military operation when he knows that that will be the consequence?" The CIA man struck up a cigarette and pulled hard on it. He exhaled sharply. "Are all the war games like that? Every plan?" "Some are worse," Ford said. "We picked an average one for you. Even some of the brushfire games get out of hand and end up like that. So, what do you intend to do? Why did you call me in? What can I do?" "You're with CIA," the general said. "Don't you handle espionage?" "Yes, but what's that got to do with it?" The general looked at him. "It seems to me that the next logical step is to make damn certain that they get the plans to this computer, and fast." End of The Next Logical Step by Ben Bova.
One Martian Afternoon by Tom Leahy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J. Kroom. One Martian Afternoon by Tom Leahy. The clod burst in a cloud of red sand, and the little Martian sand dog ducked quickly into his burrow. Mary Lou threw another at the aperture in the ground, and then ran over, and with the inside of her foot she scraped sand into it until it was filled to the surface. She started to leave, but stopped. The little fellow might choke to death, she thought. It wasn't his fault she had to live on Mars. Satisfied that the future of something was dependent on her whim, she dug sand from the hole. His little yellow eyes peered out at her. "Go on and live," she said magnanimously. She got up and brushed the sand from her knees and dress, and walked slowly down the red road. The noon sun was relentless. Nowhere was there relief from it. Mary Lou squinted and shaded her eyes with her hand. She looked in the sky for one of those infrequent Martian rain clouds, but the deep blue was only occasionally spotted by fragile white puffs. Like the sun, they had no regard for her either. They were too concerned with moving toward the distant mountains, there to cling momentarily to the peaks and then continue on their endless route. Mary Lou dabbed the moisture from her forehead with the hem of her dress. "I know one thing," she mumbled. "When I grow up, I'll get to Earth and never come back to Mars no matter what." She broke into a defiant, cadent step. "And I won't care whether you and Mommy like it or not," she declared aloud, sticking out her chin at an imaginary father before her. Before she realized it, a tiny lime-washed stone house appeared not 100 yards ahead of her. That was the odd thing about the Martian midday. Something small and miles away would suddenly become large and very near as you approached it. The heat waves did it, her father had told her. Really, she replied. And you think you know so doggone much, she had thought. Aunt Twylee! She broke into a run. By the Joshua trees through the stone gateway she ran, and with a leap she lit like a young frog on the porch. Hi, Aunt Twylee, she said breathlessly. An ancient Martian woman sat in a rocking chair, in the shade of the porch. She held a bowl of purple river apples in her lap. Her papyrus-like hands moved quickly as she shaved the skin from one. In a matter of seconds it was peeled. She looked up over her bifocals at the panting Mary Lou. Gracious, child. You shouldn't run like that this time of day, she said. You Earth children aren't used to our Martian heat. It'll make you sick if you run too much. I don't care. I hate Mars. Sometimes I wish I could just get good and sick, so's I'd get to go home. Mary Lou, you are a little tyrant, Aunt Twylee laughed. What you doin', Aunt Twylee? Mary Lou asked, getting up from her frog posture and coming near the old Martian lady's chair. Oh, peeling apples, dear. I'm going to make a cobbler this afternoon. She dropped the last apple peeled into the bowl. There, done. Would you like a little cool apple juice, Mary Lou? Sure, you betcha. Hey, could I watch you make the cobbler, Aunt Twylee? Could I? Mommy can't make it for anything. It tastes like glue. Maybe if I could see how you do it, maybe I could show her. Do you think? Now, Mary Lou, your mother must be a wonderful cook to have raised such a healthy little girl. I'm sure there's nothing she could learn from me, Aunt Twylee said as she arose. Let's go inside and have that apple juice. The kitchen was dark and cool, and filled with the odors of the wonderful edibles the old Martian had created on and in the Earth-made stove. She opened the Earth-made refrigerator that stood in the corner and withdrew an Earth-made bottle filled with Martian apple juice. Here, dear, Aunt Twylee handed her a glass of the icy liquid. Thanks, Mary Lou said, and gulped down half the contents. That tastes dreamy, Aunt Twylee. The little girl watched the old Martian as she lit the oven and gathered the necessary ingredients for the cobbler. As she bent over to get a bowl from the shelf beneath Mary Lou's perch, her hair brushed against the child's knee. Her hair was soft and white as a puppy's, soft and white like the down from a dandelion. She smiled at Mary Lou. She always smiled. Her pencil-thin mouth was a perpetual arc. Mary Lou drained the glass. Aunt Twylee, is it true what my daddy says about the Martians? True? How can I say, dear? I don't know what he said. Well, I mean that when us Earth people came, you Martians did infanticide? Aunt Twylee interrupted, rolling the dough on the board a little flatter, a little faster. Yes, that's it. Killed babies, Mary Lou said, and took an apple from the bowl. My daddy says you were real primitive and killed your babies for some silly religious reason. I think that's awful. How could it be religious? God couldn't like to have little babies killed. She took a bite of the apple. The juice ran from the corners of her mouth. Your daddy is a very intelligent man, Mary Lou, but he's partially wrong. It is true, but not for religious reasons. It was a necessity. You must remember, dear, Mars is very arid, sterile, unable to sustain many living things. It was awful. But it was the only way we knew to control the population. Mary Lou looked down from her button nose as she picked a brown spot from the apple. Humph, I'll tell him he's wrong, she said. He thinks he knows so damn much. Mary Lou, Aunt Twylee exclaimed as she looked over her glasses. A sweet child like you shouldn't use such language. Mary Lou giggled and popped the remaining portion of the apple in her mouth. Do your parents know where you are, child? Aunt Twylee asked. As she took the bowl from Mary Lou's hands, she began dicing apples into a dough-lined casserole. No, they don't, Mary Lou replied. She sprayed the air with little particles of apple as she talked. Everybody's going to the hills to look for the boys. The boys? Aunt Twylee stopped her work and looked at the little girl. Yes, Jimmy and Eddie. And some of the others disappeared from the settlement this morning. The men are afraid they've run off to the hills. And the renegades got 'em. Gracious, Aunt Twylee said. Her brow knitted into a crisscross of wrinkles. Oh, I know those dopes. They're probably down there at the canals fishing or something. Just the same, your mother will be frantic, dear. You should have told her where you were going. I don't care, Mary Lou said, with an unadulterated honesty. She'll be all right when I get home. Aunt Twylee shook her head and clucked her tongue. Can I have another glass, please? The old lady poured the glass full again, and then she sprinkled sugar down the apple cubes in the casserole and covered them with a blanket of dough. She cut an uneven circle of half-moons in it and put it in the oven. They're all ready to bake, Mary Lou, she sighed. It looks real yummy, Aunt Twylee. Well, I certainly hope it turns out good, dear, she said, wiping her forehead with her apron. She looked out the open back door. The landscape was beginning to gray as heavier clouds moved down from the mountains and pressed the afternoon heat closer, more oppressively to the ground. My, it's getting hot. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't get a little rain this afternoon, Mary Lou. Tell me some more about your daddy, dear. We Martians certainly owe a lot to men like your father. That's what he says, too. He says you Martians would have died out in a few years if we hadn't come here. We're so much more civilized? Yeah, he says we're so much more civilized than you, that we saved your lives when we came here with all our modern stuff. Well, that's true enough, dear. Just look at that wonderful earth stove, Aunt Twylee said, and laughed. We wouldn't be able to bake an apple cobbler like that without it, would we? A rumble of thunder shouldered through the crowded, hot air. No, he says you Martians are kinda likable, but you can't be trusted. He's nuts. I like you Martians. Thank you, child, but everyone's entitled to his own opinion. Don't judge your daddy too severely, Aunt Twylee said as she spilled her sugar from the table and put little bits of it on her tongue. He says we bought all these keen things to Mars, and that if you got the chance, you'd kill all of us. Gracious, said Aunt Twylee as she speared scraps of dough with the point of her long paring knife. He's a dope, Mary Lou said. Aunt Twylee opened the oven and peeked in at the cobbler. The aroma of the simmering apples rushed out and filled the room. Could I have some cobbler when it's done? Mary Lou asked, her mouth filling with saliva. I'm afraid not, child. It's getting rather late. The thunder rumbled again, a little closer, a little louder. The old lady washed the blade of the knife in the sink. Tell me more of what your father says, dear, she said as she adjusted the bifocals of her thin nose and ran her thumb along the length of the knife's blade. Oh, nothing more. He just says that you'd kill us if you had the chance. That's the way the inferior races always act, he says. They want to kill the people that help them, 'cause they resent them. Very interesting. Well, isn't that so, Aunt Twylee? The room was filled with blinding blue-white light, and the walls quaked at the sound of a monstrous thunderclap. The old Martian glanced nervously at the clock on the wall. My, it is getting late, she said, as she fondled the knife in her hands. You Martians wouldn't do anything like that, would you? You want the truth, don't you, dear? Aunt Twylee asked, smiling, as she walked to the table where Mary Lou sat. Course I do, Aunt Twylee, she said. Her scream was answered and smothered by the horrendous roar of the thunder and the piercing hiss of the rain that fell in sheets. In great volumes of water it fell, as though the heavens were attempting to wash the sins of man from the universe and into non-existence in the void beyond the void. Mary Lou lay beside the other children. Aunt Twylee smiled at them, closed the bedroom door, and returned to the kitchen. The storm had moved on. The thunder was the faint grumbling of a pacified old man. What water fell was a monotonous trickle from the eaves of the lime-washed stone house. Aunt Twylee washed the blood from the knife and wiped it dry on her apron. She opened the oven and took out the browned cobbler. Sweet apple juice bubbled to the surface through the half-moons and burst into lights of sugary aroma. The sun broke through the thinning edge of the thunderhead. Aunt Twylee brushed a lock of her feathery white hair from her moist cheek. "Gracious," she said, "I must tidy up before the others come." The end. End of One Martian Afternoon by Tom Leahy.
A Toothache on Zenob by Boyd Ellenby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Toothache on Zenob by Boyd Ellenby. Strange to think that from 20-odd light years away, other eyes see our own sun blazing in the middle of a familiar constellation. Pen Khan sat in the signal dome, idly waiting while his friend adjusted the dials of the receiver. The recording tape spilled over the table in loops of aluminium. "Doesn't this job get dull?" he inquired. Nortonal turned the fifth dial a few degrees and glanced upwards. "Depends on your interest. It's true this is just routine space sweep, but noise from space is amazingly variegated. Just one more sec to scan tonight and I'll be through. What's the matter with you, Pen? Your face looks a little lopsided." Pen tried to grin and fingered the slight swelling on his cheek. "My face will never be my fortune, I guess. I don't know what's the matter. Just ache." Even at his best, Pen's family loved to remind him he was an ugly young man, and he had none of the rounded placidity of features which was the ideal of his race. His olive skin stretched too tightly over his cheekbones, and his black eyes peered too immensely from their deep sockets. It helped very little that he happened to be extremely intelligent. Pen covered the aching place with his hand and tried to concentrate on the emerging spills of tape. As a matter of fact, he had been having severe periodic toothaches for 6 months now, but had never spoken of it. Suddenly he bent forward. "Hold it! Just a minute. Let me see that." Nortonal raised one eyebrow. "Don't let it get you, lad. Listening to space is apt to make you jumpy. Your friends over at Atomics wouldn't like that. More than once I've thought I was finding some sort of sense in all this chatter, but it never pans out. It's just noise. There may be other inhabited planets besides Zenob, just as Brknk claims, but if so, they aren't talking." "Stop! Watch the tape," said Pen. Nortonal shrugged his shoulders, but he picked up the tape and watched as it trickled through his fingers. The machine was recording short bursts of energy, separated by distinct pauses. 2 and 2, remarked Pen, are 4. 3 and 3 are 6. 4... I know! I've been to kindergarten too. 4 and 4 are 8. Has your aching face affected your mind? You ought to submit yourself for treatment. He reached to shift the scanner, but Pen grabbed his hand. "Can't you see? Somebody is trying to show us that they know how to add. Someone out in space. Keep watching. I wonder if they use duodecimal system or what. Where is it coming from?" Nortonal dropped his sceptical pose and watched the emerging tape in silence. The growing table of symbols built all the simple additions up to 10 plus 10 by the laborious accumulation of dots. Then it began again, systematically. 1 and 1 are 2, 2 and 2. Pen turned his wondering eyes on his friend. "Is this trick? Joke you rigged up for my benefit?" Nortonal shook his head, and his voice was hardly a whisper. "No, that stuff is really coming through space. Through phase space." Twice more the table of additions appeared. Then after a brief pause came simple multiplications. Hour after hour the signals continued, endlessly repeated, and shortly after midnight the two could recognize the periodic table of chemical elements with atomic weights and numbers of isotopes. "If those numbers which follow atomic weights are abundances," said Pen, "composition of their planet is not quite same as ours. Look how rare 235 is. Where do you suppose this is coming from? You guess, said Naughtinal. He waved his arm towards the transparent dome through which the stars shone, and grinned. From little data I have so far, signals might be coming from somewhere in Weaver, perhaps from the neighbourhood of Topaz, but it's too early to be sure of anything. Suddenly a marked change occurred in the pattern of the signals. The clear symmetry of mathematics ended and was replaced by a formless jumble, but a jumble whose repetition suggested that it, too, contained a pattern if it could once be glimpsed. Meters and meters of tape piled up, and the young men stared at it in frustration. Naughtinal stood up in sudden decision. Brknk is right. There must be intelligent life in another part of galaxy. We need help, Pen. We can't decipher this stuff, and yet it may be key to basic vocabulary. We need mathematicians, linguists, semanticists. I'll put out a call to Director. He lifted a finger to activate the visphone on his wristband, but before touching it, he glanced at his friend in some concern. But you don't look well. Perhaps you ought to go home and get some sleep. Pen shook his head. No, pain will probably be gone by morning, and at time like this sleep would only be gift from evil ones. I'm going to get Brknk. He'll be more use to us than a dozen semanticists. Call him on visphone. You know he can't wear one. He's at cave tonight, holding ceremony. I'll go after him. All right, Pen, but remember, government will probably disapprove of this business. Whatever you do, don't tell your father. Pen grounded his copter at the outskirts of the city, then turned his back to the glowing lights and walked north across the darkened fields towards the cave. The early morning sky blazed with stars, and ahead of him, low on the northern horizon, gleamed the sprawling constellation of Weaver. He had never been able to force his imagination to see many of the constellations in their completeness, and in the patterns of stars which his pastoral ancestors had conceived as Weaver, Sower, Horntooth. He could see only random clusters of suns. He watched it now, as he walked over the rutted earth, and suddenly the pattern took shape, so that he could discern the old lady's shuttle, and at its tip that brilliant yellow star Topaz, which might that very moment be sending its signals through the galaxy. How many planets revolved around Topaz? He stopped, for the field ended in a sharp bluff which descended to a narrow valley. Across the valley's floor was the entrance to the cave. He could see the bobbing lights of candles down there, and hear a muffled chant of many voices. He hoped ceremony would end soon, so that he could consult his friend. Once again he felt impatient that Brknk should have to be met in person, just because, as a healer, he could not wear a visphone into cave. Brknk was really more progressive than many scientists, but the culture of Zenob still had a strongly anti-materialistic, one might say anti-scientific tinge, and no machine of any kind could ever be brought into any of sacred places. Cave had been the chief place for ceremonies of those living in Larsen area for so many thousands of years that even the historians did not know of a time when it was not in use. It was so old, some heretics said, that it had outlived its usefulness, and was not even a safe place to be in. The stars were fading, and the northern sky was paling when the chanting stopped in cave below. People filed out silently, extinguishing their candles as they reached the opening, and last of all came the healer. "Brknk!" Pen called softly. "Up here!" The tall figure paused, then ran lightly up the steps out in the sloping hill. "Has something happened?" "Hurry! My copter is waiting back there, and I'll take you to the signal dome. Then I'll have to go home. If I'm not there for breakfast, my father will begin another lecture on the depravity of youth." Brknk's eyes twinkled. "Premier Khan is pretty conscious of his responsibility to nation, Pen, but perhaps 18 years ought to be more respectful of 50. I am nearly the latter myself, you know. But what has happened?" Pen raised his arm and pointed towards Weaver. "We're getting signals. We think they may come from some planet of Topaz." Brknk clasped his strong hands over his breast. His black hair, curling over a high olive forehead, was held in place by the narrow green band of his calling. Under his little moustache his mouth was firm and serene. His grey eyes were exalted as he stared at the fading yellow star. "At last," he said. The bluish sun of Zenob had risen by the time Pen got home. He sat through the family breakfast with his parents and sister, thankful that his night's absence had apparently not been noticed. Pen's father, old Premier Khan, represented, the old man liked to think, the ideal of Zenobian maturity. The placidity of his mind was reflected in the soft roundness of his unlined face, and his full lips curved at the corners in perpetual contentment. Like most of his countrymen, he had never felt any conflict between his own impulses and the customs of society, and never in his life had he needed the ministrations of a healer. In his usual benevolent mood this morning, Premier Khan entertained his family with his meditations on his favourite theme, the glories of Zenob's history and the perfection of her knowledge. They listened to his remarks in patient silence. As he sipped at the last of his cup of fragrant alkali, he tried to make a kindly remark to his son. "And what progress is your institute making towards practical atomic power, Pen? Foundations of this work were laid down more than 200 years ago, and government would be glad to have demonstration at any time." "We're a little uncertain, sir, when that will be. We want to be sure before our first trial that we have checked against even vaguest possibility of starting widespread chain reaction." The Premier frowned, set down his cup and touched his napkin to his lips. "But how could this occur?" "It is not at all likely, but if, for example, as has been suggested, the crust of our planet should contain large quantities of some heavy element with properties we don't know about, something related to 235 or 238, for instance, and easily fissionable, our very first trial might prove disastrous." "Nonsense, nonsense," said the Premier. "Complete chemistry of our planet was worked out and tabulated more than 300 years ago. There were great chemists in those days, and since then no further research has ever been necessary. There could not possibly be any elements which we don't know about. It is not seemly for you young men to be questioning work of great geniuses of the past." Pen's sister Soma had been silent, as befitted a woman. Now she said, "Father, I have been told that long ago Sakar Talat, after life spent in philosophical research, gave warning to government." "Trouble with you, my dear," and the Premier patted his pretty daughter's arm, "is that you don't realise women usually lack spiritual insight necessary to interpret veiled words of ancients. Of course, I admit our healers can foresee future, but they don't always describe it in unambiguous language. Actually, Sakar issued 2 warnings, but they obviously did not mean what they seemed to at first glance. First was that we are in danger because we only think we have mastered all basic knowledge. Second was that there are undoubtedly other worlds in the universe, and one of them will one day affect destiny of Zenob. Taken at face value, these are obviously both false. As to the first, no new knowledge has been added to our sciences for generations, in spite of the fact that ages ago showed us how to use faculty of precognition. As to second, it is clearly foolish to think Sakar meant other worlds in a physical sense. He must have meant spiritual worlds." He turned again to Pen, who had risen from the table and was waiting politely. "And when can we have that demonstration? Within a month?" "I'll speak to the director today, sir." The throbbing in his cheek was becoming evident again, and he touched his face gently. "What's the matter, Pen?" said his mother. "Nothing. My face hurts little." "Ignore it," his father ordered. "I won't have any maladjustment in Lord Khan's family." He picked up the gold-headed cane, which was his badge of office, and strode out of the room. Pen managed to spend a second night with the sleepless group of experts at the signal dome, but fatigue and the growing pain in his cheek sent him home again just before dawn. Softly he ran up the ramp to the second floor into his bathroom to the medicine chest. In Pen's family, a transient illness was an embarrassment. A persistent illness was a disgrace. It had always been his mother's pride, and his father's boast that in the Khan household the contents of the medicine shelves were never needed, and that the doors of the cupboard remained closed from one year to the next. It was with a sense of guilt, then, that Pen pressed a spot on the green-tiled wall to slide back the cupboard doors and picked up an ivory box from which he took a bolus of pain-killing plant extract. He swallowed the huge pill, then took another, a double dose, this time, for he knew the pain would never yield to anything less. He stood shivering for a few moments, waiting for the drug to take effect. He looked up and realised that his sister was standing at the open door, watching him sympathetically. "Pen," she said, "you're ill. Won't you talk it over with me?" "I would talk it over with the evil ones if I thought it would help this pain. It grows worse and worse." "Have you told father yet? He could arrange for healer." "No," he shouted, "I don't want him to know. He'd only begin lecture on his shame, his grey hairs, how all pain comes from unruly mind. Why don't I put myself in tune with group? Old familiar story. But I know this is something different." "But Pen, you know yourself surely that since you've got into Atomics Institute you have changed. You aren't perfectly adjusted anymore. You worry about things." He touched his swollen face and smiled at her placatingly. "Don't worry, Soma, or you'll get lines in your forehead, and Father would never bear the shame of having two maladjusted children in the family. I'm stronger than you think. Last year, when I passed fire test, I stood flames longer than any of boys in my class, longer even than Naughtinal. But this is different. Trouble with Zenob is that we don't have any biology or any real medicine." "Pen, how can you say such things? Your best friend is healer." "You know, I haven't said anything against healers, but only ailments they can cure are those that originate in mind, and they can't really do anything for purely physical ailments. Brknk has admitted as much to me. He wants to change all that. He thinks time is ripe." "But Pen, our healers can foresee future. You know that Anta Penhab proved that 5 centuries ago." "Ainta was the worst disaster that ever befell Zenob," Pen shouted. He put out his hand to restrain his sister, who was attempting to struggle to her feet in horror. "Oh, Soma, I guess I'm just heretic, but listen to me. Sure, Ainta Pentab proved conclusively that such phenomena as telepathy and precognition are real. And what was the result? Members of cult used it as argument and launched campaign to stop scientific research completely. They nearly succeeded too. Medical research has never been resumed on any large scale, and chemistry and physics only last century." Soma sighed. "You shouldn't get all excited, Pen. Come down into living room and stretch out on couch. I'll rub forehead. You may be ugly old atavism, but you're only brother I have, and I want to keep you." In the big living room, Soma drew the curtains from the lucite walls that looked over the white city. The early sunlight came in, warm and faintly blue, soothing. She put foam pillows under his aching head and drew up a footstool beside him. She stroked his forehead, and he was beginning to doze lightly when a muted chime roused him. He activated his wrist dial to find Naughtinal's grave face looking at him. Pen sat up. "What have you found?" "Something. Can you come here now?" Pen struggled to his feet. "Just give me a minute to clear my head." "Don't go, Pen," Soma cried. "You're not well. It's nearly breakfast time too. Don't go. What will I tell Father?" But the door had closed, and from the window Soma watched Pen's copter rise above the rooftops and glide out of sight. In the signal dome, Pen found the specialists still at work, pale and tense from lack of sleep. Some still conferred over pages of mathematical equations. Some watched the tape, which monotonously continued to record the symbols. Brknk strode forward to meet him. "We've finally found key to vocabulary, Pen, and others are at work now on the main body of message. Signals are undoubtedly coming from one of planets of sun we call Topaz. It has a system of 9 planets, and waves are being sent from third. All my life I've believed that there were other planet systems like ours, and other intelligences in the galaxy, but now that one of them is signalling us, I can hardly make myself believe it." From the top gallery, high in the dome, Naughtinal ran down the spiral ramp. "We're getting it now, Brknk. Planet of Topaz is signalling this entire sector of the galaxy, hoping to find planets with intelligent life on them. They wish to communicate, to exchange information, and they offer to visit any planet which would welcome them." "Then they can travel through space?" "Yes, they say they are only 27 light years away." Brknk's shoulders drooped in disappointment. "But if these signals have been 27 years on way, it would take us another 27 years to answer them. I shall never live to see their visit." "But you don't understand, Brknk. I forgot this isn't your field. These waves are coming through phase space, and they go much faster than speed of light. They reach us almost instantaneously." Pen began to laugh. He felt light-headed, and for some reason amused. "I suppose you all remember my father Jarlu's lecture, in which he demonstrated mathematically that life or intelligence on any planet except Zenob was impossible. He pointed out that unique properties of carbon compounds which we are composed could never be duplicated on another planet, and how remarkable circumstances of our having ice eye, only form of solid water that can float, had allowed life to evolve on Zenob alone. Poor father, this will be hard on him. Of course, you are not going to send answer. Brknk seemed to be in a meditation, but now he spoke in a commanding tone. Of course we must reply. Naughtinol gasped and stepped away. But we haven't right. That would be heresy. I claim right. Centuries ago healers dreamed of this day, and as a healer I dare to claim right. We reply to these signals and tell people of Topaz Planet that intelligent men do exist on our own world. Naughtinol's eyes had become dreamy and speculative. I am not certain that we could reply, even if we dared, he said. He looked uncertainly at the other microwave technicians, to see fear looking from their faces too. At last one spoke. I think we could change over to transmission through the phase space in about half an hour, if we had orders. He hastily turned away, afraid of his own thoughts. Responsibility is mine, said Brknk. I speak with authority of my calling. We will send same set of mathematical tables we have received, and then periodic tables of elements as they exist here. Penn felt confused, battered with warring emotions, and too tired to think or speak. But Naughtinol moved with abrupt decision. If you order it, Brknk, we will try. He turned to his technicians. We'll start work immediately. Nearly an hour passed before the wave modulator was reported ready. In the highest level of the dome, they watched nervously as Naughtinol turned up the power and worried the dials. All set? He said. There was no reply. In a dead silence, he touched the button and started an impulse driving towards the star Topaz. The door behind them opened with a crash, and Premier Khan strode in, his face contorted with an anger he had never shown before in his life. "Despicable traitors!" he shouted. "Turn off that instrument!" White-faced, one of the technicians obeyed, and the power indicators dropped. "Can it be true, what has come to my ears, what I see now with my own eyes, that you would dare to reply to messages that come from foreign planet?" Brknk's commanding figure grew even taller. "Premier, I speak now not as a Brknk man, but as Brknk healer, and I must give you my warning. Zenob cannot escape contacts with other worlds. In my opinion, Zenob has reached fateful turning point in its history. We must face fact that our knowledge of physical science is not adequate. Our fossil fuels are nearly gone, and we must have atomic power. But frankly, our physicists don't know enough to design safe atomic reactors. And at rate science progresses on Zenob, they won't know enough for centuries. All this could be remedied by exchange of information with this other world." As he faced Brknk, the Premier trembled with rage. His usual placid face was contorted. "Brknk, you could be unfrocked for that. Zenob would be better off if healers would confine their opinions and activities to healing and leave politics to those whose business it is. Government will not base its decisions based upon visions of dreamers who have dwelt too long in cave." Penn closed his eyes as a wave of agony broke over him. The voices receded. Dimly he was aware that he was falling. Pain and shouting together faded away into darkness. On Earth, at the listening post on Long Island, Joe Webber sat before his recorder, intent on the noise from space. The chief anthropologist studied the star map on the wall as he asked his question. "Have you got anything at all, Joe?" The technician shook his head. "Nothing but noise. I've only been beaming them for 4 days, and our schedule calls for a week on each sector. I'll keep on as planned, but I'm positive that the star systems in the Lyra sector are not inhabited in any sense we would recognise, or if there is life there, it hasn't developed enough of a science for them to know they're being signalled." The anthropologist sighed. "It may be a hopeless task. It may be several lifetimes before we locate systems similar to ours. I had hoped to find some in my day." "Don't be discouraged, Professor. I'll start hitting Cygnus for you, and maybe we can find something there. Yesterday, for a minute, I thought I had something in Lyra. In the middle of the random noise, suddenly I came across what looked like dot 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 dot. It was clear as crystal and much louder than the noise, but then it lapsed into the usual nonsense. Pure chance at work, of course, but for a minute my hair stood on end. Well, it's all in a day's work. I'll just keep sending our stuff." "Of course," said the anthropologist, "there might be intelligent people in the sector you're working right now, but they might be like the Zuni." "The Zuni?" asked Webber. The Zuni are a large village of American Indians who live in New Mexico, right next to what used to be a big Indian reservation for the Navajos, a typical inward-looking culture. Now the Navajos, although they still keep their own language and religion, are an outward-looking culture, interested in the rest of the world, but the Zuni are not. For them, the boundaries of the world are the walls of the Zuni village. They wouldn't bother to listen to a message from outer space, much less reply. Can't be very bright, said Joe. Some of them have made the highest scores on the Tromovich intelligence test that have ever been recorded. It's not a matter of intelligence, but attitude of the culture. Well, said Joe, let's hope most of the worlds of space have outward-looking cultures. He turned back to his transmitter. Penn found himself lying on a couch. He tried to get up and felt his father's hands at his shoulders restraining him. Don't move, Penn, said his mother. You fainted and they brought you home. She lifted his head and let him sip a cup of hot akali. After a time his father addressed him with usual kindness. We cannot delay any longer, Penn. Your mother and sister and I are all agreed. You must undergo ceremony. What is proper thing to do for you, I don't know, but Brknk believes he can help you. This crisis in our world is making us all ill, and it is no wonder that you, being young, should suffer more acutely than the rest of us. Penn tried to laugh. Would you trust me to Brknk? Yes, I would. Although his views on world affairs are perverse and dangerous, he is a good healer, and he has your best interests at heart. Your son is very ill, Lord Khan. If I am able to help him, would you be willing to consider possibility at least that wisdom of healer is not confined to human body alone? Premier Khan brushed his hand across his eyes. In the last few days he had suddenly become an old man, and his mouth was drawn and tensed. I cannot tell, Brknk. I am tired and confused. I no longer seem to be sure what is true and what is right. Penn opened his eyes to speak to Brknk. Do you think you can cure me by ceremony alone? I have cured people who are much more ill than you are, but your case is serious because you have delayed so long. It may be that we should not rely on ritual alone, and that it would be wiser to use knife. Lord Khan gasped in horror. Never! Have you lost faith in your own art? Of course, none of us likes to use knives, since very few minds are skilled enough to control infection likely to follow. No, first we shall hold ceremony, just as our tradition counsel us, tonight. The muted chime of the visphone interrupted them. The Premier touched his wrist, and the gaunt face of Naughtinal appeared in the dial. Signals have entered new stage, sir. Messages coming at present state that Topaz Planet wishes to visit any planet inhabited by intelligent race. They say they have phase space drive for spaceships, but in all their searching have not found even one inhabited world. They say they want to know that they are not alone in the universe. The Premier's face worked. I cannot say what is right. Later I will decide, after ceremony. Are you ready, Penn? Penn covered his face with his folded arms. All right, he whispered. Sooner, better. Deep in the valley north of the city, Cave yawned. For thousands of years its narrow mouth had been open to the healers and the participants in the ceremonial ritual. The age of Cave was unknown. Some said as old as the planet itself. Great rocks formed the inner walls, which ascended to a low domed ceiling, and occasionally a handful of gravel trickled down the walls to the bottom, where a small stream still worked at hollowing out the stone. At the back of the cave was the hearth, and across the floor were ancient stone benches waiting for the friends and family of the patient, for by tradition only patient and healer approached the hearth itself. The others, whose wills and hearts were to unite for one brief night to heal the sickness, sat apart in a broad circle where they could see the ceremony, and the chant of their voices could float back to the ears of the sufferer. As the sun set, Penn was carried into Cave on a litter. His father and mother, his sister, his father's collaborators in the government, and representatives of the whole community filed down the valley into the entrance where Brknk stood, and each person, clad for this occasion only in a robe of animal fur, as he approached the opening extended his hands to show that he had removed his wristband, and lifted his arms to show that no material product of modern technology had been taken inside to profane Cave. They all respected the ancient proverb, what immortals want new, they make new. Each one lit his candle at Brknk's flame and silently took his place in the circle. Penn had not been inside Cave since his early childhood, but it seemed a familiar place, since its description formed part of many of Zenob's myths, and was part of her history. The age-old figures scratched on the walk and filled in with coloured earths had been made by his remote ancestors at a time when their only weapons were bows and arrows pictured there, and the stone-tipped spears with which they hunted their game. In the flickering light of the fire he could recognise the lithe toda and the great tusked calamat animals which had been extinct for many ages. How vividly old ones had portrayed these animals and the ritual of their hunts. The wood fire which Brknk had kindled with a primitive wooden drill burned on the hearth, and above his head, through a rift in the ceiling, Pen could see a narrow band of sky and a sprinkling of stars. "Keep your head pointed towards the fire," said Brknk, "and lie quiet. Ritual has no value unless we observe it strictly." He gave Pen a warm potion from an earthenware cup, which made him feel sleepy. Brknk began to chant, his bass voice reverberating from wall to wall, each syllable a sonorous musical note, which was answered at intervals by the watching group of well-wishers. A wooden bowl filled with coarsely ground grain was passed from one person to another, and each one placed a few grains on his tongue, some on his forehead, and threw a token pinch of the flour over his left shoulder. An hour passed, 2. The stars above shifted their position, and still Brknk chanted, never hesitating, never stumbling over the archaic words. Midnight passed, and the stars grew pale. Through the roaring in his ears, Pen heard the healer kneel on the rock floor beside him. Then he felt Brknk's strong fingers on his shoulder. "How is it with you, my son?" Pen groaned, unable to speak. The pain was not alleviated. It was greater than ever. The soles of Brknk's sandals scraped as he stood up again. "Bring knife!" he called. In his roaring darkness, Pen stirred. Vaguely he sensed the murmuring of the watchers. Then someone else came near, and Brknk's voice rose again. "Immortals, bless knife!" Fingers pried open his jaw, probed at the misshapen gum, sending fiery flashes of agony into his brain. Then a hard edge of pain struck, cutting, releasing a flood of warm wetness in his mouth. Yet all seemed to be happening far away. He sensed Brknk bending near once more. "Boy is going fast. Infection is deep." Another voice. "Move him to experimental hospital. He would not live to get there." A pause. "Go, bring forceps and bone knives. Hurry." A long roaring darkness, then new movement around where he lay, a sudden voice that he dimly recognised as his father's. "Stop! What is that tool in your hand?" "A new device for extracting teeth," came Brknk's calm, resonant voice, "with which we may save your son's life." Shocked murmurs all over the hall, topped by his father's shout of outrage. "In cave? In hands of healer?" Brknk replied, "What immortals want new, they make new. Here and now, in my hands, they end our years of darkness. Let immortals confound me if I lie." The multitude in the cave roared their approval, and Premier Khan hesitated. He appeared to be struggling within himself. As the echoes died away, a pebble rolled from a ledge, dislodged by the sound, and fell at Brknk's feet. A second pebble fell, and a boulder, which had rested above the hearth for untold centuries, shifted its position. With a shout, Brknk flung himself over Pen's body as the boulder trembled and fell, crushing the life from the bodies of both men. Dust rose and a rumble began near the ceiling. "Run!" cried Premier Khan. "Run for your lives!" As the others ran from the cave, Lord Khan rushed to the huge rock laying upon his son, but he had no hope. Neither Pen nor Brknk could ever move again. A trickle of sand pattered to the floor, and with the last backward glance, Lord Khan ran from the cave. Boulders rained from the ceiling. The Premier had just reached the outside when a huge slab of rock crashed into the floor against the entrance. On the slope nearby, Pen's mother and sister wept silently. Lord Khan stood motionless a long while. At last he spoke. "Cave is sealed," he said. "Let it never be opened again. Immortals have willed that my son should rest here forever with impious Brknk." Turning his face to the sky, he stood. He shook his fist at the bright spark of topaz in the paling north. "So much for new things and foreign stars," he said between his teeth. "This day's evil is enough." They extinguished their candles and went slowly up the valley path towards the city. 28 years later on Earth, an astronomer comparing recent plates taken of the constellation Lyra noticed that Vega, its brightest star, had increased in brightness by a slight amount. The event was not especially remarkable. There are on average 25 novas reported every year in our galaxy, but Vega was one of the stars to be visited during the next decade by one of the survey ships now in mid-voyage. "There's one place they won't have to stop now," he said to a colleague, showing him the plates. "I don't suppose it matters. What's one star, more or less, when they all turn out to be the same? No planets or barren ones, no stopping place for man." "I suppose you're right," said the astronomer, staring glumly at the waste of immensity of the photograph in front of him. End of Toothache on Zenob by Boyd Ellenby. Recording by Andrew Gibson, Suzhou, jellypie.co.uk/audiobooks.
Make Me an Offer by Con Bloomberg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Fellow city managers, only you can help me. Progress has made Go Fight City Hall a battle cry. Make Me an Offer by Con Bloomberg. To all city managers, from Ross Rowe, New York City Manager. Subject, gelatin molds. Well, boys, this is going to be a rather informal communication, because I think there's a serious lesson for you in a situation we had here recently. I might as well be the first to tell you about it. You'll hear about it soon enough anyway. Frankly, I'm hoping you'll have the heart to lend a brother city manager a hand. As you boys know, I was re-elected last April to my post as city manager for another 4 years, and I felt pretty good about it. So good that I was looking around for something to do, which would sort of let the voters of old New York know how I felt about them. Most of you have met my political assistant, Charlie Tite, or rather my ex-political assistant. Charlie was looking around too, and he came up with the idea of covering over Central Park. We have never covered over Central Park with a permaplast roof like the rest of the city, because it is a fairly large area and there wasn't any public demand for it. So, naturally, it rains and snows there, and we spend a lot of dough keeping the grass cut, and what have you. It's a popular spot with a lot of folks. Charlie figured, and I must admit that I agreed with him, that covering over Central Park was quite an idea. Controlled conditions would let the grass grow only so much, and the temperature would remain constant. No rain or snow, except from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., when we would put in a little artificial precipitation to keep the greenery going. Plenty of nice air-conditioned air. Eternal spring. Really up to date. We put it through the computer down at the Civic Machine and figured it would cost only about $2,500 million. It looked real good. You see, we recently got an addition to the Civic Machine, and the manufacturer gave us a deal on a new model projector for the whole city. It makes constant forecasts on practically everything we need, from moment to moment. It doesn't wait for a tech to run the data through it. Saves lots of time because it's directly connected with supply. This projector is so good that we have been able to cut down on expenses about $2,000 million in only 2 years. I figured this would easily pay for the permaplast roof over good old Central Park. To make a long story short, I went before the people on TV and told the whole story. Charlie had the TV techs mock up a scene of what it would look like, and we had models posed in family scenes and the like. Should have gone over like a shot, and it would have, except for this screwball Hattie Dakin. It wasn't an hour after I made my broadcast that my secretary announced this Miss Hattie Dakin She proved to be a young matron type with pretty good legs and a chip on her shoulder. She was against roofing Central Park. Well, you boys know how it goes. Always some crank who doesn't like things changed, and after they have blown off steam, they quiet down, and you can go ahead and do the work. So I let this Hattie Dakin talk on and on until my ears were limp from listening. She said she was against roofing Central Park because it would be just like every other place in the city, weatherproof, air-conditioned, and humidity-controlled. She figured that the children should have some place where they could feel the wind on their faces, and falling of rain and snow, and the smell of air, as it is in nature. She said that was the only way most of our children could ever find the ties with the past that were sacred. She quoted poetry about the wind and the rain in your hair, and on and on and on. Finally, I let her talk off her head of steam, and she got calmed down so that I could tell her, "Thank you, ma'am, for this expression of your opinion. You can rest assured that I will do everything within my power, and the power of the civic machine, to see to it that anything possible is done." Her head came up like a rocket at blastoff. "Hold it," she said. "You can't put me off with that one. That's standard answer number 1 in the city manager's guidebook, and I ain't buying it, Buster. I used to work at the civic machine myself, so I know all the standard answers backward and forward." "Well, I assure you, ma'am," I said. "Don't hand me that stuff again. What I want is for you to call off the civic machine and quit trying to roof the only place where our children can feel the open air and sunshine." "I see. You aren't going to be satisfied with anything else," I said. "That's right." "I'm sorry, but that's impossible. We have programmed the roofing job for next month on the civic machine, and we can't change it now." "That, Mr. Rowe, is a lie," she said, leaning across my desk and sticking a slim white finger under my nose. "I know you can change it in 5 minutes if you want to." "It won't be changed," I said. "Is that your final word?" "Final." "Mr. Rowe," she said, putting her hands on her hips, "I think you'll be sorry." She headed for the door, only to turn around and ask me if my wife was at home. "I suppose she is," I said, "but don't bother her. She takes no interest in civic affairs." I don't have to tell you boys that I dismissed the lady from my mind and went on to more important matters, or so I thought. When I got home that night, I didn't say anything about Hattie Dakin. My wife is inclined to see things differently than I do, and I had a hunch she would side with Hattie. Consequently, rather than get into a discussion, I just let it slide. Not too many of you boys know my wife, but those who do know that she is, like so many other women, not particularly interested in any civic machine, just so she gets what she wants when she dials the home connection to the machine is all she is interested in. That night, though, my wife surprised me by having a burning interest in the civic machine. She wanted to know all about it, how it produces the consumer products, how it gets them to the living area, how it knows what to order, and she especially quizzed me on the new projector. When I asked her why she wanted to know about all that after 15 years of marriage, she just smiled sweetly and said that naturally she was interested in my work. Next day I brought home a sample programming sheet for her to see, and damned if she didn't dismiss it with a sniff as being too complicated and boring. Go figure women out. That night we had 2 molded gelatin dishes, a round kind with the hole in the center. The next night we had the same kind of supper, except that instead of fish and something in gelatin, we had meat and something in gelatin. Same sort of deal for dessert. The next day I got my first tip that something was up when Willie Kipe, a caster for NYC-TV, called me and asked about the protest on the Central Park roofing proposal, saying he got the item from his woman assistant. I said it didn't amount to much, and that the project was going ahead on schedule. I caught Willie's cast that night, and he treated it in a light manner that really made me smile. I should have been crying instead. That night we had some more molded gelatin, only square molds this time. Same thing the next day. I figured it was time to take a stand. A diplomatic one, of course. "Honey," I said as I sat toying with my food, "can't we have different dishes every night? I'm getting tired of all this gelatin junk. How about a steak?" "But, darling, gelatin is good for you. It's simply crammed full of protein, and all the girls at the club are eating lots of gelatin." "But I don't like gelatin that well," I said. "I don't either, but it's good for both of us," she said with her best don't-try-to-argue-mother-knows-best smile. I had a steak that night after she went to bed. The next day I got a call from the head of warehousing division over at Civic, asking me if I had any preference on warehousing molds. What molds? I wanted to know. "Well, let's see," he said. "We've got 3.5 million round gelatin molds with a hole in the center. We've got 5.6 million square gelatin molds, no center hole, and 7.3 million figure-8 gelatin molds. And I understand there's a hell of a lot of deep dish gelatin molds coming up tomorrow from supply at Schenectady." "Why in the hell have we got all those molds?" "I don't know," he said. "Civic Machine ordered them, so I suppose we need them. Where do you want the storing done? Thought we might run up one of those new kiosk warehouses out east, if you have no objection." "Put it anywhere you want," I said, switching off. Before I could get back to work, there was a call from Stats. "Got a little problem down here, Mr. Rowe," said the tech. "Schenectady is sending us a premium billing on the over-order of plastic." "How much is the premium?" "Quite a little, boss. About 1,000 million or thereabouts. I checked with them, and the reason for the extra strong premium is because they had to rebuild the factory. Let's see, which one was that? Oh, yes, cold molding dishes division of the cooking receptacle plant. What do you want me to do? Enter a protest saying we aren't responsible and get over to Fed Court where they can prorate it over the other cities? Nope, I guess you better pay it. The chips were falling into place now, and I didn't like what they were building for me. As soon as I switched off, I put in a call to my head tech at the Civic Machine and asked for a rundown on the food ordered for supper for the past 6 or 8 nights. It took a while, but when I got it back, it was enough to make my hair curl and uncurl in 3/4 time. First thing I did was call my wife and ask her what we were having for dinner that night. "We're having your favorite, steak and kidney pie, dear," she said in that innocent little girl voice that means there's trouble ahead. "No more of those gelatin dishes, sweet?" "No more of that awful gelatin, darling. I'm so tired of it, but I did order a pair of nice shears today. You know, sweetheart, scissors?" "Yes, dear, that's nice," I said, trying to smooth down the hair on the back of my neck, which was standing straight up. "The Civic Machine didn't have any scissors, darling, so I told it to go ahead and get me a pair regardless of the weight. That was all right, wasn't it, dear?" "Fine, dear, fine." "I can't imagine why the Civic Machine should be out of just plain old 6-inch scissors. Can you?" "Just can't imagine, darling. Goodbye." "Goodbye, sweetie." My hand was shaking when I called the tech at the Civic Machine and asked him to check up on the orders of scissors. It took a minute or two. When he came back, his face was puzzled. "Funny thing, boss. There was an order for just under 10 million pairs of scissors. That's more than we have had in the past 7 or 8 years. All ordered last night. There must be a mistake somewhere. I'll run it through again and have a test made of the orders section. Never mind, just do this, I said. Fix up the projector so it doesn't send out any orders for scissors, and cancel any orders that have been placed. I was wringing wet with sweat. It was going to be a close one. Believe me, boys, I didn't waste any time getting on fax and TV, telling everyone that there had been a change in plans due to public demand, and we weren't going to be able to roof over Central Park after all. I suggested that, as long as the administration had cooperated, the people should cooperate on the matter. An hour later, I called the Civic Machine and asked for a check on scissors. The orders had dropped to a mere 5.4 million, way above normal, but the way cancellations were coming in, it was obvious that it would be within reasonable proportions soon. Just in case some of you missed the play-by-play on that, let me sketch it out for you, as I found out later. It seems that this Hattie Dakin had organized a phone campaign on the Let Our Children Enjoy Nature theme, which went over big with women. Every woman called 5 women friends, and these 5 called 5, and so on. You figure it out. With geometrical progression, it didn't take long to get in touch with about 14 or 15 million women. Not as fast as TV, maybe, but a darn sight more efficient and thorough. It was the talk of the women's world, and we men didn't even know about it until the battle was over. This horde of women, led by Hattie Dakin, agreed that they would order the same dish, gelatin in a round mold, on the same night. You know what this can do to a good projector? It just went frantic. Projectors work on the basis of average demand for anything, and with an average demand for round, mold, gelatin foods 2 nights in a row of about 10 to 11 million, it went ahead and ordered a whole conveyor load of mold dishes from Schenectady. The next time it was square molds for 2 nights, and the next it was figure 8 for 2 nights, and then double shot of deep dish. They have a new projector up at Schenectady, same as we have, and it ordered an increase in the size of the mold-making factory based on our demand, which was run in with everyone else's demand. Then, when the demand didn't come through for us and from the other cities in the area, we had to pay a premium for building the new factory. The scissors business would have bankrupted us completely. Think of it, millions of pairs of steel scissors in the year 2006. Think of the premium for increasing the size of factory, prospecting the planets, mining, spaceship freight rates, and so forth. That's why I was glad to give up the Central Park project. Well, to make a long story short, we aren't going near Central Park. And Charlie, who originally thought of the idea, is probably out there wondering why he did it. Now, in closing, I hope all the rest of you who have had a good laugh will sober up and sympathize with me and see what you can do about ordering Jell-O molds from us. We'll ship them out pronto. We have a large supply, and no reasonable offers will be refused. Please, fellas. The end of Make Me an Offer by Con Bloomberg.
Brknk's Bounty by Jerry Soule. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Winston Tharp. Brknk's Bounty by Jerry Soule. I never thought I'd like circus life, but a year of it has changed me. It's in my blood now, and I suppose I'll never give it up, even if they'd let me. This job is better than anything I could get in the newspaper racket. I work all summer, it's true, but I get the winter off, though some of the offers for winter work are mighty tempting. Maybe if I hadn't been kicked off the paper, I'd be city editor now, knocking my brains out. Who knows? But maybe I'd just be a rewrite man, or in the slot writing heads, or copy reading. But the thought of newspaper work after all this appalls me. Turlick, the civilian, should be thanked for the whole thing, I suppose, though it would be a grudging thank you I'd give him, considering all the trouble he caused. Still, I first saw him on a July morning at the beginning of the vacation schedule, when 4 of us on the local side were trying to do 5 people's work. My first inkling anything was wrong came when I returned from the courthouse beat and stuck a sheet of paper in the typewriter to write the probate court notes. I struck the keys. They wouldn't go all the way down. I opened the cover plate, looked in to see what was wrong. I saw nothing, so I tried again. Oscar Phipps, the city editor, was giving me the eye. I figured maybe he was pulling a trick on me, but then I knew he hadn't. He wasn't the type. The backspace, tabular, margin release, shift, and shift lock worked perfectly, but the keys only went down a short way before they stopped. All except one key, the cap D. I hit the cap D. It worked fine the first time, but not the second. I tried all the keys again. This time only the lower I worked. Now I had uppercase D, lowercase I. I went ahead testing. Pretty soon I had dimly. Then came a space. A few letters more, and it was dimly drowse the dreary droves. Phipps had one eyebrow raised. I lifted the cover plate again, quickly. There I saw a fuzzy thing. It whisked out of sight. I snapped the plate down and held it down. The party I had been on the night before hadn't been that good, and I had at least 3 hours' sleep. I tried typing again. I got nothing until I started a new line. Then out came, "Primly prides the privy prose." I banged up the plate, saw a blur of something sinking down between the type bar levers again. Whatever it was, it managed to squeeze itself out of sight in a most amazing way. "Hey," I said, "I know you're down there. What's the big idea?" Fuzzy squeezed his head up from the levers. The head looked like that of a mouse, but it had teeth like a chipmunk and bright little black beads for eyes. They looked right at me.
"You go right ahead,"
he said in a shrill voice.
"This is going to be a great poem. Did you get all that alliteration there in those 2 lines?
Listen, will you get out of there? I've got work to do."
"Yes, I think I've hit it at last. It was that forced-stress iambic that did it. It was iambic, wasn't it?"
"Go away," I said miserably. Fuzzy pulled the rest of himself out of the bars and stood on hind feet. He crossed his forepaws in front of him, vibrated his long, furry tail, and said defiantly,
"No."
"Look," I pleaded, "I'm not Don Marquis, and you're not Archie, and I have work to do. Now will you please get out of this typewriter?" His tiny eyes swiveled upward.
"Who's Don Marquis? And Archie?"
"Go to hell," I said. I slammed the cover down and looked up into the cold eyes of Oscar Phipps, who was standing next to my desk. "Who, may I ask," he said ominously, "do you think you're talking to?" "Take a look." I lifted the plate once again. Fuzzy was there on his back, his legs crossed, his tail twitching. "I don't see anything," Phipps said. "You mean you can't see Fuzzy here?" I pointed to him, the end of my finger an inch from his head.
"Ouch!"
I drew my hand away. "The little devil bit me."
"You're fired, Mr. Weaver," Phipps said in a tired voice. "Fired as of now. I'll arrange for 2 weeks' severance pay, and my advice to you is to stay off the bottle, or see a psychiatrist, or both. Not that it'll do you any good. You never amounted to anything, and you never will."
I would have taken a swipe at Fuzzy, but he had slunk out of sight. During the 2 erratic years I had been on the newspaper, I had passed the city park every morning on my way to work, feeling an envy for those who had nothing better to do than to sit on the benches and contemplate the nature of the universe. Now I took myself there and sat as I had seen others do, hoping to feel a kinship with these unfortunates. But all I did was feel alone, frustrated, and angry at Phipps. Maybe I had been too convivial. Maybe I had enjoyed night life too much. Maybe I hadn't given the paper my all. But I wasn't ready for the booby hatch, even if I had seen a fuzzy little thing that could talk. I drew a copy of Editor and Publisher from my pocket and was scanning the Help Wanted editorial columns when out of the corner of my eye I saw a blob of black moving along the walk. Turning handsprings, balancing himself precariously on the end of his vibrating tail, running and waving his forepaws to get my attention, was Fuzzy. I groaned. "Please, go away." I covered my eyes so I wouldn't have to look at him.
"Why?"
he piped. "Because you're a hallucination."
"I'm not a hallucination,"
he said indignantly.
"I'm real flesh and blood, see?"
He vibrated his tail so fast I could hardly see it. Then it stopped and stood straight out.
"Lovely, isn't it?"
"Look," I said, leaning off the bench to speak to him, "I can prove you're a hallucination."
"You can?"
he quavered.
"How?"
"Because Phipps couldn't see you."
"That's square. Ha! You wouldn't have believed me if you had seen me."
"You mean you—" He disappeared and reappeared like a flashing neon sign.
"There,"
he said triumphantly. "Why didn't you let him see you, then?" I asked, a little angry, but pleased nonetheless with his opinion of Phipps. "Because you didn't, you cost me my job." He waved a forepaw depreciatingly.
"You didn't want to stay on that hick sheet anyway."
"It was a job."
"Now you've got a better one."
"Who's kidding whom?"
"Together, we'll write real literature."
"I don't know anything about literature. My job is writing the news."
"You'll be famous. With my help, of course."
"Not with that dimly drowsed stuff."
"Oh, that."
"Where did you come from, Fuzzy?"
"Do I ask you where you come from?"
"Well, no."
"And my name's not Fuzzy, it's Turlick. Pronounced Turlick and spelled Trlk.
"My name's Larry Weaver, pronounced Larry."
"I know. Look, you got a typewriter?"
"A portable, at the apartment."
"That'll do."
"Aren't you taking things for granted? I haven't said yet whether I like the idea."
"You have any choice?"
I looked at him, a couple of ounces of harmless-looking fur that had already cost me my immediate future in the newspaper business. "I guess not," I said, hoping I could find a way to get rid of him if things didn't work out right. And so began a strange collaboration, with Turlick perched on my shoulder, dictating stories into my ear while I typed them. He had definite ideas about writing, and I let him have his way. After all, I didn't know anything about literature. Sometimes when he'd get stuck, he'd get down and pace the living room rug. Other times he'd massage his tail, which was as long as he, smoothing it with his tongue and meticulously arranging every hair on it.
"It's lovely, don't you think?"
he often asked. And I'd say, "If you spent as much time working on this story as you do admiring your tail, we'd get something done."
"Sorry,"
he'd say, hopping on my shoulder again.
"Where were we?"
I'd read the last page and we'd be off again. One day Turlick crawled on a shelf to watch me shave, whiffed the shaving lotion bottle, became excited, and demanded I put a drop of it in front of him. He lapped it up, sank blissfully back on his tail, and sighed.
"Wonderful,"
he squeaked.
"Simply wonderful."
He hiccuped. I let him sleep it off, but I was always careful with the lotion after that. Days stretched into weeks, my money was running low, and the apartment superintendent was pressuring me for a payment of the month's rent. I kept telling him I'd pay as soon as the first checks came in. But only rejection slips came in, first one, then two, then half a dozen.
"They don't even read them,"
Turlick wailed. "Of course they read them," I said, showing him the sheets. They were wrinkled from handling.
"The post office did that,"
he countered. I showed him coffee spots on one page, cigarette burns on another.
"Well, maybe,"
he said, but I don't think anything would have convinced him. When the last story came back, Turlick was so depressed I felt sorrier for him than I did for myself. It was time. We had been working hard. I got out a bottle. I poured a little lotion for Turlick. The next afternoon we tackled the problem in earnest. We went to the library, got a book on writing, and took it home. After reading it from cover to cover, I said, "Turlick, I think I found the trouble with your stories."
"What is it?"
"You don't write about things you know, things that happen to you, that you have observed." I showed him where it advised this in the book. His eyes brightened. We went right to work. This time the stories glowed, but so did my cheeks. The narratives all involved a man who lived in a hotel room. They recounted the seemingly endless love affairs with his female visitors. "Why, Turlick," I exclaimed. "How come you know about things like this?" He confessed that he had lived with such a man, a freelance writer who never made the grade with his writing, but who had plenty of girlfriends who paid the freight.
"He had a way with women,"
Turlick explained. "He certainly had," I said, reading again the last page he had dictated.
"He finally married an older woman with money. Then he gave up trying to write."
"I don't blame him," I said wistfully.
"I had to find another writer. This time I decided to try a newspaper. That's where I ran into you."
"Don't remind me." Things got better after that. We began to get a few checks from magazines. They were small checks, but they paid a few bills. The big blow fell, however, when Mr. Aldenrud, the superintendent, came roaring upstairs one day, clutching a sheaf of papers. "This stuff," he screamed, waving the sheets before me. "The kids found it on the waste paper. They're selling them a dime a sheet around the neighborhood." "They're worth more than that," I said, regretting that Turlick and I hadn't burned our rough drafts.
"You're going to move,"
Mr. Aldenrud said.
"at the earliest possible instant."
His face was apoplectic.
"I'm giving you notice right now, 30 days.
He turned and went out muttering.
"The idea of anybody committing to paper,"
and slammed the door. 2 days later I was seated at the typewriter, smoking a cigarette and waiting for Turlick as he paced back and forth on the rug, his tiny paws clasped behind his back, talking to himself and working out a story angle at the same time, when suddenly there appeared on the carpet next to him a whole host of creatures just like him. I nearly gulped down my cigarette. Turlick let out a high-pitched screech of joy and ran over to them. They wound their long tails around each other, clasped and unclasped them, twined them together. It seemed a sort of greeting. Meanwhile, they kept up a jabber that sounded like a 33 1/3 RPM record being played 78 RPM. Finally, the biggest one detached himself from the group and gave Turlick a tongue-lashing that would have done justice to a Phipps. Turlick hung his head. Every time he tried to say something, the big one would start in again. At length the leader turned to me.
"My name is Brknk, pronounced Brknk, and spelled Brknk.
"And I'm Larry Weaver," I said, hoping they weren't relatives who were going to stay. "That's pronounced La-ree."
"I know. We're from Sibylla 3. Tourists. We include Earth in our itinerary. It has some of the quaintest customs of all the inhabited planets we visit. We're terribly sorry for all the inconveniences our wayward Turlick here has caused you."
"It was nothing," I said, with a lightness I didn't feel.
"Turlick had threatened to run off many times. He has a craze for self-expression, and your literature fascinates him. He has insatiable thirst."
"I know." He turned to Turlick.
"It's against the rules of the galactic tours to make yourself visible to any of the inhabitants along the way. You know that. And it's a prime offense to interfere with our lives. Do you realize how many rules you've broken? How long we have been looking for you?"
"He did the best he could," I said hopefully. "As a matter of fact, we were having considerable success with a literary project."
"I understand you lost your job because of him. Is that right?"
"Yes, but I encouraged him. I hoped there was some way I could ease the sentence."
"Turlick has committed grievous wrongs, Mr. Weaver. We must make it up to you."
"Oh?" Here was an angle I hadn't expected.
"What can we do for you?"
I considered a moment. "You mean a wish or something?" Brknk laughed.
"Nothing like that. We're not magicians."
"Well, I could stand a little cash."
"I'm sorry,"
he said, and did look pained.
"We can't interfere in business. We don't have any of your currency, and we are forbidden to duplicate or steal it."
He frowned and studied me. Suddenly his face brightened. He bawled orders, and several smaller civilians rushed forward and started scampering all over me. One of them nipped a piece of flesh out of my arm.
"Ouch!"
I yelped, rubbing the spot. "What are you doing?"
"You humans are a proud race,"
Brknk explained.
"I'll give you reason to be prouder than the rest. We'll change your metabolism, your endocrine balance, toughen your muscle fibers 1,000-fold. We'll make you the strongest man on Earth."
"Look," I said, "I don't want to be the strongest man on Earth."
"Well, how about the world's champion boxer? We can speed up your reflexes at least 10 times.
I shook my head. "I don't want that either. Sounds too much like work. Besides, I never liked getting into fights." Brknk scowled, called a huddle. They buzzed at each other, their tails vibrating like mad. One of them finally yipped, and everybody spun around. Brknk beamed.
"We've got it."
"What is it?" A little civilian I hadn't noticed jabbed something in my arm. I winced, and he nearly fell off. He retreated with injured pride.
"Come along, Turlik,"
Brknk said. "What's supposed to happen?" I asked.
"It will be a glorious surprise,"
Brknk assured me.
"You'll never regret it. The only thing I ask is that you never tell anyone about us."
I promised. Turlik looked up at me. I noticed the beginning of tears in his eyes. I reached down and patted him gently on the head. "So long, little fellow," I said. "It's been fun."
"Goodbye,"
he said sorrowfully. They vanished. Nothing happened for several days, so I bought a copy of Editor and Publisher and was writing for my first job when I felt a tender spot on my tailbone. When I examined it, I saw a protuberance there. There was no denying it. The civilians had given me what they treasured most. I was growing a tail, a long, hairy tail. As I say, I have come to like circus life. At first I tried to get doctors to cut it off, but they were too curious for that. Then I thought of jumping in the river or putting a bullet through my head. But after I saw what the scientists were making of it, when I viewed my picture in all the papers, and when I saw the awe with which I was regarded by everyone, I changed my mind. Now I make a cool $25,000 a year, without lifting a finger. Just my tail. I've become rather fond of it. I've even learned how to vibrate it. But I've never told anybody about the civilians. They wouldn't believe it. Not old Phipps, anyway. Someday I'll go and vibrate my tail right in his face. I'd never amount to anything, eh? Let's see him grow a tail. End of Brknk's Bounty by Jerry Soule.
The Hated by Frederik Pohl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Hated by Frederik Pohl. The bar didn't have a name. No name of any kind. Not even an indication that it ever had one. All it said on the outside was "Cafe, eat cocktails," which doesn't make a lot of sense, but it was a bar. It had a big TV set going yatata yatata in 3 glorious colors, and a jukebox that tried to drown out the TV with that lousy music they play. Anyway, it wasn't a kid hangout. I kind of like it, but I wasn't supposed to be there at all. It's in the contract. I was supposed to stay in New York and the New England states. Cafe Eat Cocktails was right across the river. I think the name of the place was Hoboken, but I'm not sure. It all had a kind of dreamy feeling to it. I couldn't even remember going there. I remembered one minute I was downtown New York looking across the river. I did that a lot. And then I was there. I don't remember crossing the river at all. I was drunk, you know. You know how it is. Double bourbons and keep them coming. And after a while the bartender stops bringing me the ginger ale because gradually I forget to mix them. I got pretty loaded long before I left New York. I realized that. I guess I had to get pretty loaded to risk the pension and all. Used to be I didn't drink much. But now I don't know. When I have one drink, I get to thinking about Sam and Wally and Chowderhead and Gilvey and the captain. If I don't drink, I think about them too, and then I take a drink. And that leads to another drink, and it all comes out to the same thing. Well, I guess I said it already. I drink a pretty good amount, but you can't blame me. There was a girl. I always get a girl someplace. Usually they aren't much, and this one wasn't either. I mean, she was probably somebody's mother. She was around 35 and not so bad, though she had a long scar under her ear, down along her throat to the little round spot where her larynx was. It wasn't ugly. She smelt nice, while I could still smell, you know. And she didn't talk much. I liked that. Only, well, did you ever meet somebody with a nervous cough? Like when you say something funny, a little funny, not a big yock, but they don't laugh and don't stop with just smiling, but they sort of cough. She did that. I began to itch. I couldn't help it. I asked her to stop it. She spilt her drink and looked at me almost as though she was scared, and I tried to say it quietly too. "Sorry," she said, a little angry, a little scared. "Sorry, but you don't have to forget it." "Sure, but you asked me to sit down here with you, remember? If you're going to forget it." I nodded at the bartender and held up 2 fingers. "You need another drink," I said. "The thing is," I said, "Gilvy used to do that." "What?" "That cough." She looked puzzled. "You mean like this?" "God damn it, stop it." Even the bartender looked over at me that time. Now she was really mad. But I didn't want her to go away. I said, "Gilvy was a fellow who went to Mars with me. Pat Gilvy." "Oh." She sat down again and leaned across the table low. Mars. The bartender brought our drinks and looked at me suspiciously. I said, "Say, Mac, would you turn down the air conditioning?" "My name isn't Mac." "No." "Have a heart. It's too cold in here." "Sorry." He didn't sound sorry. I was cold. I mean, that kind of weather, it's always cold in those places. You know, around New York in August, it hits 80, 85, 90. All the places have air conditioning, and what they really want is for you to wear a shirt and tie. But I like to walk a lot. You would too, you know. And you can't walk around much in long pants and a suit coat and all that stuff. Not around there. Not in August. And so then, when I went into a bar, it had to have one of those built-in freezers for the used car salesmen with their dates, or maybe their wives, all dressed up. For what? But I froze. "Mars," the girl breathed. "Mars." I began to itch again. "Want to dance?" "They don't have a license," she said. "Byron, I didn't know you'd been to Mars. Please tell me about it." "It was all right," I said. That was a lie. She was interested. She forgot to smile. It made her look nicer. She said, "I knew a man, my brother-in-law. He was my husband's brother. I mean, my ex-husband. I get the idea. He worked for General Atomic in Rockford, Illinois. You know where that is?" "Sure." I couldn't go there, but I knew where Illinois was. He worked on the first Mars ship. 15 years ago, wasn't it? He always wanted to go himself, but he couldn't pass the tests. She stopped and looked at me. I knew what she was thinking, but I didn't always look this way, you know. Not that there's anything wrong with me now. I mean, but I couldn't pass the tests anymore. Nobody can. That's why we're all one-trippers. I said, "The only reason I'm shaking like this is because I'm cold." It wasn't true, of course. It was that cough of Gilvy's. I didn't like to think about Gilvy or Sam or Chowderhead or Wally or the captain. I didn't like to think about any of them. It made me shake. You see, we couldn't kill each other. They wouldn't let us do that. Before we took off, they did something to our minds to make sure. What they did, it doesn't last forever. It lasts for 2 years and then it wears off. That's long enough, you see, because that gets you to Mars and back. And it's plenty long enough in another way, because it's like a straitjacket. You know how to make a baby cry? Hold his hands. It's the most basic thing there is. What they did to us so we couldn't kill each other, it was like being tied up, like having our hands held, so we couldn't get free. Well, but 2 years was long enough, too long. The bartender came over and said, "Pal, I'm sorry. See, I turned the air conditioning down. You all right? You look so..." I said, "Sure, I'm all right." He sounded worried. I hadn't even heard him come back. The girl was looking worried too. I guess because I was shaking so hard I was spilling my drink. I put some money on the table without even counting it. "It's all right," I said. "We were just going." "We were?" She looked confused. But she came along with me. They always do once they found out you've been to Mars. In the next place, she said, between trips to the powder room, "It must take a lot of courage to sign up for something like that. Were you scientifically inclined in school? Don't you have to know an awful lot to be a space flyer? Did you ever see any of those little monkey characters they say live on Mars? I read an article about how they lived in little cities of pup tents or something like that. Only they didn't make them, they grew them. Funny. Ever see those? That trip must have been a real drag, I bet. What is it, 9 months? You couldn't have a baby. Excuse me, say, tell me, all that time, how do you, manage things? I mean, didn't you ever have to go to the, or anything?" "We managed," I said. She giggled, and that reminded her, so she went to the powder room again. I thought about getting up and leaving while she was gone, but what was the use of that? I'd only pick up somebody else. It was nearly midnight. A couple of minutes wouldn't hurt. I reached in my pocket for the little box of pills they gave us. It wasn't refillable, but we get a new prescription in the mail every month, along with the pension check. The label on the box said, "Caution, use only as directed by physician, not to be taken by persons suffering heart condition, digestive upset, or circulatory disease, not to be used in conjunction with alcoholic beverages." I took 3 of them. I don't like to start them before midnight, but anyway, I stopped shaking. I closed my eyes, and then I was on the ship again. The noise in the bar became the noise of the rockets, and the air washers, and the sludge sluices. I began to sweat, although this place was air-conditioned too. I could hear Wally whistling to himself the way he did, the sound muffled by his oxygen mask and drowned in the rocket noise, but still perfectly audible. The tune was "Sophisticated Lady." Sometimes it was "Easy to Love," and sometimes "Chasing Shadows," but mostly "Sophisticated Lady." He was from Juilliard. Somebody sneezed, and it sounded just like Chowderhead sneezing. You know how everybody sneezes according to his own individual style. Chowderhead had a ladylike little sneeze. It went, "Hutter," real quick, all through the mouth, no nose involved. The captain went, "Harash." Wally was, "Ashoo, ashoo, ashoo." Gilvy was, "Hutch, Sam didn't sneeze much, but he sort of coughed and sprayed, and that was worse. Sometimes I used to think about killing Sam by tying him down and having Wally and the captain sneeze him to death. But that was a kind of joke, naturally, when I was feeling good. Or pretty good. Usually I thought about a knife for Sam. For Chowderhead, it was a gun. Right in the belly, 1 shot. For Wally, it was a Tommy gun. Just stitching him up and down, you know, back and forth. The captain I would put in a cage with hungry lions, and Gilvy I'd strangle with my bare hands. That was probably because of the cough, I guess. She was back. "Please tell me about it," she begged. "I'm so curious." I opened my eyes. "You want me to tell you about it?" "Oh, please." "About what it's like to fly to Mars on a rocket?" "Yes." "All right," I said. "It's wonderful what 3 little white pills will do." I wasn't even shaking. "There's 6 men, see, in a space the size of a Buick, and that's all the room there is. 2 of us in the bunks all the time, 4 of us on watch. Maybe you want to stay in the sack an extra 10 minutes, because it's the only place on the ship where you can stretch out, you know, the only place where you can rest without somebody's elbow in your side. But you can't, because by then it's the next man's turn. And maybe you don't have elbows in your side while it's your turn off watch. But in the starboard bunk, there's the air regenerator master valve. I bet I could still show you the bruises right around my kidneys. And in the port bunk, there's the emergency escape hatch handle. That gets you right in the temple if you turn your head too fast. And you can't really sleep. I mean, not soundly, because of the noise. That is, when the rockets are going. When they aren't going, then you're in free fall, and that's bad too, because you dream about falling. But when they're going, I don't know, I think it's worse. It's pretty loud. And even if it weren't for the noise, if you sleep too soundly, you might roll over on your oxygen line. Then you dream about drowning. Ever do that? You're strangling and choking, and you can't get any air. It isn't dangerous, I guess. Anyway, it always woke me up in time. Though I heard about a fellow in a flight 6 years ago. Well, so you've always got this oxygen mask on, all the time, except if you take it off for a second to talk to somebody. You don't do that very often, because what is there to say? Oh, maybe the first couple of weeks, sure, everybody's friends then. You don't even need the mask for that matter. Or not very much. Everybody's still pretty clean. The place smells, oh, let's see, about like the locker room in a gym, you know. You can't stand it. That's if nobody's got space sickness, of course. We were lucky that way. But that's about how it's going to get anyway, you know. Outside the masks, it's soup. It isn't that you smell it so much. You kind of taste it in the back of your mouth, and your eyes sting. That's after the first 2 or 3 months. And later on it gets worse. And with the mask on, of course the oxygen mixture is coming in under pressure. That's funny if you're not used to it. Your lungs have to work a little bit harder to get rid of it, especially when you're asleep. So after a while the muscles get sore. And then they get sorer. And then, well, before we take off, the psych people give us a long doo-dah that keeps us from killing each other. But they can't stop us from thinking about it. And after we're back on Earth, this is what you won't read about in the articles. They keep us apart. You know how they work it. We get a pension, naturally. I mean, there's got to be a pension. Otherwise there isn't enough money in the world to make anybody go. But in the contract it says, to get the pension, we have to stay in our own area. The whole country is marked off. 6 sections. Each has at least one big city in it. I was lucky. I got a lot of them. They try to keep it so every man's hometown is in his own section. But, well, like with us, Chowderhead and the captain both happened to come from Santa Monica. I think it was Chowderhead that got California, Nevada, all that southwest area. It was the luck of the draw. God knows what the captain got. Maybe New Jersey, I said, and took another white pill. We went on to another place, and she said suddenly, I figured something out. The way you keep looking around. What did you figure out? Well, part of it was what you said about the other fellow getting New Jersey. This is New Jersey. You don't belong in this section, right? Right, I said after a minute. So why are you here? I know why. You're here because you're looking for somebody. That's right. She said triumphantly, you want to find that other fellow from your crew. You want to fight him. I couldn't help shaking, white pills or no white pills, but I had to correct her. No, I want to kill him. How do you know he's here? He's got a lot of states to roam around in too, doesn't he? 6. New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, all the way down to Washington. Then how do you know he'll be here? I didn't have to tell her how I knew, but I knew. I wasn't the only one who spent his time at the border of his assigned area, looking across the river or staring across a state line, knowing that somebody was on the other side. I knew. You fight a war, and you don't have to guess that the enemy might have his troops 1,000 miles away from the battle line. You know where his troops will be. You know he wants to fight too. Hutter, Hutter. I spilt my drink. I looked at her. You didn't... She looked frightened. What's the matter? Did you just sneeze? Sneeze? Me? Did I? I said something quick and nasty. I don't know what. No, it hadn't been her. I knew it. It was Chowderhead's sneeze. Chowderhead. Marvin T. Roebuck, his name was. 5 feet 8 inches tall, dark-complected, with a cast in one eye. Spoke with a Midwest kind of accent, even though he came from California. Shriek for shriek, horror for horror, like that. It drove me crazy after a while. Maybe that gives you an idea what he talked about mostly. A skunk, a thoroughgoing, deep-rooted, mother-murdering skunk. I kicked over my chair and roared, Roebuck, where are you, damn you? The bar was all at once silent. Only the jukebox kept going. I know you're here, I screamed. Come out and get it. You louse, I told you I'll get you for calling me a liar the day Wally sneaked a smoke. Silence, everybody looking at me. Then the door of the men's room opened. He came out. He looked lousy, eyes all red-rimmed and his hair falling out. The poor crumb couldn't have been over 29. He shrieked. You! He called me a million names. He said, you thieving rat, I'll teach you to try to cheat me out of my candy ration. He had a knife. I didn't care. I didn't have anything, and that was stupid. But it didn't matter. I got a bottle of beer from the next table and smashed it against the back of a chair. It made a good weapon, you know. I'd take that against a knife any time. I ran toward him, and he came all staggering and lurching toward me, looking crazy and desperate, mumbling and raving. I could hardly hear him because I was talking too. Nobody tried to stop us. Somebody went out the door, and I figured it was to call the cops. But that was all right. Once I took care of Chowderhead, I didn't care what the cops did. I went for the face. He cut me first. I felt the knife slide up along my left arm, but, you know, it didn't even hurt, only kind of stung a little. I didn't care about that. I got him in the face, and the bottle came away. and it was all like grey and white jelly, and then blood began to spring out. He screamed. Oh, that scream! I never heard anything like that scream. It was what I had been waiting all my life for. I kicked him as he staggered back, and he fell, and I was on top of him with the bottle, and I was careful to stay away from the heart or the throat, because that was too quick. But I worked over the face, and I felt his knife get me a couple times more, and I woke up, you know. And there was Dr. Santley over me, with a hypodermic needle that he had just taken out of my arm, and 4 male nurses in fatigues holding me down. And I was drenched with sweat. For a minute, I didn't know where I was. It was a horrible, queasy, falling sensation, as though the bar and the fight and the world were dissolving into smoke around me. Then I knew where I was. It was almost worse. I stopped yelling and just lay there looking up at them. Dr. Santley said, trying to keep his face friendly and non-committal, "You're doing much better, Byron boy. Much better." I didn't say anything. He said, "You worked through the whole thing in 2 hours and 8 minutes. Remember the first time? You were 16 hours killing him. Captain Van Wyk it was that time, remember? Who was it this time?" Chowderhead. I looked at the male nurses. Doubtfully, they let go of my arms and legs. "Chowderhead," said Dr. Santley. "Oh, Roebuck, that boy," he said mournfully. His expression saddened. "He's not coming along nearly as well as you. Nearly. He can't run through a cycle in less than 5 hours. And that's peculiar. It's usually you well, I'd better not say that, shall I? No sense setting up a counter-impression when your pores are all open, so to speak." He smiled at me, but he was a little worried in back of the smile. I sat up. "Anybody got a cigarette?" "Give him a cigarette, Johnson," the doctor ordered the male nurse standing alongside my right foot. Johnson did. I fired up. "You're coming along splendidly," Dr. Santley said. He was one of these psych guys that thinks if you say it's so, it makes it so. You know that kind? "We'll have you down under an hour before the end of the week. That's marvelous progress. Then we can work on the conscious level. You're doing extremely well, whether you know it or not. Why, in 6 months, say in 8 months, because I like to be conservative," he twinkled at me, "we'll have you out of here. You'll be the first of your crew to be discharged. You know that." "That's nice," I said. "The others aren't doing so well?" "No, not at all. Well, most of them. Particularly Dr. Gilvey. The run-throughs leave him in terrible shape. I don't mind admitting I'm worried about him." "That's nice," I said, and this time I meant it. He looked at me thoughtfully, but all he did was say to the male nurses, "He's all right now. Help him off the table." It was hard standing up. I had to hold on to the rail around the table for a minute. I said my set little speech. "Dr. Santley, I want to tell you again how grateful I am for this. I was reconciled to living the rest of my life confined to one part of the country, the way the other crews always did. But this is much better. I appreciate it. I'm sure the others do too." "Of course, boy, of course." He took out a fountain pen and made a note on my chart. I couldn't see what it was, but he looked gratified. "It's no more than you have coming to you, Byron," he said. "I'm grateful that I could be the one to make it come to pass." He glanced conspiratorially at the male nurses. "You know how important this is to me. It's the triumph of a whole new approach to psychic rehabilitation. I mean to say, our heroes of space travel are entitled to freedom when they come back home to Earth, aren't they?" "Definitely," I said. scrubbing some of the sweat off my face onto my sleeve. So we've got to end the system of designated areas. We can't avoid the tensions that accompany space travel, no. But if we can help you eliminate harmful tensions with a few run-throughs, why, it's not too high a price to pay, is it? Not a bit. I mean to say, he said, warming up, you can look forward to the time when you'll be able to mingle with your old friends from the rocket, free and easy, without any need for restraint. That's a lot to look forward to, isn't it? It is, I said. I look forward to it very much, I said. And I know exactly what I'm going to do the first time I meet one. I mean, without any restraints, as you say, I said. And it was true. I did. Only, it wouldn't be a broken beer bottle that I would do it with. I had much more elaborate ideas than that. End of The Hated by Frederick Pohl.
To Be Are Not To Be by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christian Leatherman. To Be Are Not To Be by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. Everything was perfectly swell. There were no prisons, no slums, no insane asylums, no cripples, no poverty, no wars. All diseases were conquered. So was old age. Death, barring accidents, was an adventure for volunteers. The population of the United States was stabilized at 40 million souls. One bright morning in the Chicago Lying-In Hospital, a man named Edward K. Welling, Jr. waited for his wife to give birth. He was the only man waiting. Not many people were born a day anymore. Welling was 56, a mere stripling in a population whose average age was 129. X-rays had revealed that his wife was going to have triplets. The children would be his first. Young Welling was hunched in his chair, his head in his hand. He was so rumpled, so still and colorless as to be virtually invisible. His camouflage was perfect, since the waiting room had a disorderly and demoralized air, too. Chairs and ashtrays had been moved away from the walls. The floor was paved with spattered drop-cloths. The room was being redecorated. It was being redecorated as a memorial to a man who had volunteered to die. A sardonic old man, about 200 years old, sat on a stepladder, painting a mural he did not like. Back in the days when people aged visibly, his age would have been guessed at 35 or so. Aging had touched him that much before the cure for aging was found. The mural he was working on depicted a very neat garden. Men and women in white, doctors and nurses, turned the soil, planted seedlings, sprayed bugs, spread fertilizer. Men and women in purple uniforms pulled up weeds, cut down plants that were old and sickly, raked leaves, carried refuse to trash burners. Never, 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 not even in medieval Holland nor old Japan, had a garden been more formal, been better tended. Every plant had all the loam, light, water, air, and nourishment it could use. A hospital orderly came down the corridor, singing under his breath a popular song. If you don't like my kisses, honey, here's what I will do. I'll go see a girl in purple kisses, sad world toodaloo. If you don't want my lovin', why should I take up all this space? I'll get off this old planet, let some sweet baby have my place. The orderly looked in at the mural and the muralist. Looks so real, he said. I can practically imagine I'm standing in the middle of it. What makes you think you're not in it? Said the painter. He gave a satiric smile. It's called the happy garden of life, you know. That's good a doctor hits, said the orderly. He was referring to one of the male figures in white, whose head was a portrait of Dr. Benjamin Hitz, the hospital's chief obstetrician. Hitz was a blindingly handsome man. Lots of faces still to fill in, said the orderly. He meant that the faces of many of the figures in the mural were still blank. All blanks were to be filled with portraits of important people on either the hospital staff or from the Chicago office of the Federal Bureau of Termination. Must be nice to be able to make pictures that look like something, said the orderly. The painter's face curdled with scorn. You think I'm proud of this daub? He said. You think this is my idea of what life really looks like? What's your idea of what life looks like? Said the orderly. The painter gestured at a foul drop-cloth. There's a good picture of it, he said. Frame that, and you'll have a picture a damn sight more honest than this one. You're a gloomy old duck, aren't you? Said the orderly. Is that a crime? Said the painter. The orderly shrugged. If you don't like it here, Grandpa, he said, and he finished the thought with the trick telephone number that people who didn't want to live anymore were supposed to call. The 0 in the telephone number he pronounced naught. The number was 2BR not 2B. It was the telephone number of an institution whose fanciful sobriquets included Automat, Birdland, Cannery, Catbox, Delouser, Easy Go, Goodbye, Mother, Happy Hooligan, Kiss Me Quick, Lucky Pierre, Sheep Dip, Wearing Blender, Weep No More, and Why Worry? To be or not to be was the telephone number of the municipal gas chambers of the Federal Bureau of Termination. The painter thumbed his nose at the orderly. When I decide it's time to go, he said, it won't be at the Sheep Dip. Do it yourself, eh? Said the orderly. Messy business, Grandpa. Why don't you have a little consideration for the people who have to clean up after you? The painter expressed with an obscenity his lack of concern for the tribulations of his survivors. The world could do with a good deal more mess, if you ask me, he said. The orderly laughed and moved on. Welling, the waiting father, mumbled something without raising his head, and then he fell silent again. A coarse, formidable woman strode into the waiting room on spike heels. Her shoes, stockings, trench coat, bag, and overseas cap were all purple. The purple the painter called the color of grapes on Judgment Day. The medallion on her purple musette bag was the seal of the Service Division of the Federal Bureau of Termination, an eagle perched on a turnstile. The woman had a lot of facial hair, an unmistakable mustache, in fact. A curious thing about gas chamber hostesses was that, no matter how lovely and feminine they were when recruited, they all sprouted mustaches within 5 years or so. Is this where I'm supposed to come? She said to the painter. A lot would depend on what your business was, he said. You aren't about to have a baby, are you? They told me I was supposed to pose for some picture, she said. My name's Leora Duncan. She waited. And you dunk people, he said. What? She said. Skip it, he said. That sure is a beautiful picture, she said. Looks just like heaven or something. Or something, said the painter. He took a list of names from his smock pocket. Duncan, 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 he said, scanning the list. Yes, here you are. You're entitled to be immortalized. See any faceless body here you'd like me to stick your head on? We've got a few choice ones left. She studied the mural bleakly. Gee, she said, they're all the same to me. I don't know anything about art. A body's a body, eh? He said. All righty. As a master of fine art, I recommend this body here. He indicated a faceless figure of a woman who was carrying dried stalks to a trash burner. Well, said Leora Duncan, that's more the disposal people, isn't it? I mean, I'm in service. I don't do any disposing. The painter clapped his hands in mock delight. You say you don't know anything about art, and then you prove in the next breath that you know more about it than I do. Of course the sheave carrier is wrong for a hostess. A snipper, a pruner. That's more your line. He pointed to a figure in purple who was sawing a dead branch from an apple tree. How about her? He said. You like her at all? Gosh, she said, and she blushed and became humble. That puts me right next to Dr. Hitz. That upsets you? He said. Good gravy, no, she said. It's just such an honor. Ah, you admire him, eh? He said. Who doesn't admire him? She said, worshipping the portrait of Hitz. It was the portrait of a tanned, white-haired, omnipotent Zeus, 240 years old. Who doesn't admire him? She said again. He was responsible for setting up the very first gas chamber in Chicago. Nothing would please me more, said the painter, than to put you next to him for all time. Sawing off a limb, that strikes you as appropriate? That is kind of like what I do, she said. She was demure about what she did. What she did was make people comfortable while she killed them. And, while Leora Duncan was posing for her portrait, into the waiting room bounded Dr. Hitz himself. He was 7 feet tall, and he boomed with importance, accomplishments, and the joy of living. "Well, Miss Duncan, he said, and he made a joke. "What are you doing here?" he said. "This isn't where the people leave. This is where they come in." "We're going to be in the same picture together," she said shyly. "Good," said Dr. Hitz heartily. "And, say, isn't that some picture?" "I sure am honored to be in it with you," she said. "Let me tell you," he said, "I'm honored to be in it with you. Without women like you, this wonderful world we've got wouldn't be possible." He saluted her and moved toward the door that led to the delivery rooms. "Guess what was just born," he said. "I can't," she said. "Triplets," he said. "Triplets," she said. She was exclaiming over the legal implications of triplets. The law said that no newborn child could survive unless the parents of the child could find someone who would volunteer to die. Triplets, if they were all to live, called for 3 volunteers. "Do the parents have 3 volunteers?" said Leora Duncan. "Last I heard," said Dr. Hitz, "they had 1, and were trying to scrape another 2 up." "I don't think they made it," she said. "Nobody made 3 appointments with us, nothing but singles going through today, unless somebody called in after I left. What's the name?" "Welling," said the waiting father, sitting up, red-eyed and frowsy. "Edward K. Welling, Jr. is the name of the happy father-to-be." He raised his right hand, looked at a spot on the wall, gave a hoarsely wretched chuckle. "Present," he said. "Oh, Mr. Welling," said Dr. Hitz. "I didn't see you." "The invisible man," said Welling. "They just phoned me that your triplets have been born," said Dr. Hitz. "They're all fine, and so is the mother. I'm on my way in to see them now." "Hooray," said Welling emptily. "You don't sound very happy," said Dr. Hitz. "What man in my shoes wouldn't be happy?" said Welling. He gestured with his hands to symbolize carefree simplicity. "All I have to do is pick out which one of the triplets is going to live, then deliver my maternal grandfather to the happy hooligan, and come back here with a receipt." Dr. Hitz became rather severe with Welling, towered over him. "You don't believe in population control, Mr. Welling?" he said. "I think it's perfectly keen," said Welling tautly. "Would you like to go back to the good old days, when the population of the earth was 20 billion, about to become 40 billion, then 80 billion, then 160 billion? Do you know what a druplet is, Mr. Welling?" said Hitz. "Nope," said Welling sulkily. "A druplet, Mr. Welling, is one of the little knobs, one of the little pulpy grains of a blackberry," said Dr. Hitz. "Without population control, human beings would now be packed on this surface of this old planet like drupelets on a blackberry. Think of it!" Welling continued to stare at the same spot on the wall. "In the year 2000, said Dr. Hitz, "before scientists stepped in and laid down the law, there wasn't even enough drinking water to go around, and nothing to eat but seaweed, and still people insisted on their right to reproduce like jackrabbits, and their right, if possible, to live forever." "I want those kids," said Welling quietly. "I want all 3 of them." "Of course you do," said Dr. Hitz. "That's only human." "I don't want my grandfather to die, either," said Welling. "Nobody's really happy about taking a close relative to the cat box," said Dr. Hitz gently, sympathetically. "I wish people wouldn't call it that," said Leora Duncan. "What?" said Dr. Hitz. "I wish people would call it the cat box, and things like that," she said. "It gives people the wrong impression." "You are absolutely right," said Dr. Hitz. "Forgive me." He corrected himself, gave the municipal gas chambers their official title, a title no one ever used in conversation. "I should have said Ethical Suicide Studios, he said. That sounds so much better, said Leora Duncan. This child of yours, whichever one you decide to keep, Mr. Vellin, said Dr. Hitz, he or she is going to live on a happy, roomy, clean, rich planet, thanks to population control. In a garden like that mural there. He shook his head. 2 centuries ago, when I was a young man, it was a hell that nobody thought could last another 20 years. Now, centuries of peace and plenty stretch before us as far as the imagination cares to travel. He smiled luminously. The smile faded as he saw that Welling had just drawn a revolver. Welling shot Dr. Hitz dead. There's room for one, a great big one, he said, and then he shot Leora Duncan. It's only death, he said to her as she fell. There, room for 2. And then he shot himself, making room for all 3 of his children. Nobody came running, nobody, seemingly, heard the shots. The painter sat on the top of his stepladder, looking down reflectively on the sorry scene. The painter pondered the mournful puzzle of life, demanding to be born, and once born, demanding to be fruitful, to multiply and to live as long as possible, to do all that on a very small planet that would have to last forever. All the answers that the painter could think of were grim. Even grimmer, surely, than a cat box, a happy hooligan, an easy go. He thought of war, he thought of plague, he thought of starvation. He knew that he would never paint again. He let his paintbrush fall to the drop cloths below, and then he decided he had had about enough of life in the happy garden of life, too, and he came slowly down from the ladder. He took Welling's pistol, really intending to shoot himself. But he didn't have the nerve. And then he saw the telephone booth in the corner of the room. He went to it, dialed the well-remembered number, 2BR not 2B. Federal Bureau of Termination, said the very warm voice of a hostess. How soon could I get an appointment? He asked, speaking very carefully. We could probably fit you in late this afternoon, sir, she said. It might even be earlier if we get a cancellation. All right, said the painter. Fit me in, if you please. And he gave her his name, spelling it out. Thank you, sir, said the hostess. Your city thanks you, your country thanks you, your planet thanks you, but the deepest thanks of all is from future generations. The end. End of 2BR Not 2B by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. Recording by Christian Leatherman.
Ignatz by Ron Goulart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. Ignatz by Ron Goulart. Cats. He couldn't stand the things, even when they had once been his best friends. Glenn Whelan stepped back out of the way as the water came hissing up across the quiet night beach. He rolled his pants cuffs a turn higher and looked back at Karen Wiley. And the whole thing is worse. Teachers, you know, look forward to vacations as much as kids. More. But I was almost afraid to come back here. Karen's cigarette glowed red in the darkness. But San Miguel is much brighter and cleaner. They even have a theater that shows nothing but foreign movies, and 3 laundromats. Now the place is building up, Glenn, because of a bunch of oddballs who are tired of all the lunatic outfits in Los Angeles. Whelan moved to the girl's side. Why, even in Pasadena people talk about San Miguel. Karen caught his hand and led him up the beach away from the water. Well, every town is noted for something. Like one's the lettuce capital and another's the wine center. It certainly doesn't hurt San Miguel to be known. Whelan turned from the glare that the city's lights made against the faintly overcast sky. Ever since I was a kid, I've hated cats. They make me feel crawly all over, like persimmons do. Persimmons don't do any such thing, Karen said, tossing her cigarette at the foam below. So I come back to my old hometown, unpack my bags, and walk into my aunt's homey kitchen. And she springs it on me. What? She's one of them now, too. It's not bad enough a bunch of retired dentists from Omaha go along with Balderstone. My aunt now. I'll have a hell of a time forcing down second helpings. I get this crawly feeling. You're as touchy as Pavlov's dog. Everything makes you crawly. Well, look, Karen, you've been up at Cal most of the year. Doesn't the place seem odder to you? Whelan stepped next to a driftwood log. Doesn't it bother you? Karen sat down on the log and put her elbows on her knees. I told you, Glenn. San Miguel looks newer and cleaner. Why, even the slums look better. I think they painted them. The only time we ever had a cat, when I was 11, it made me sneeze. My aunt made me give it away. I wanted to drown it in a gunny sack, but she talked me out of it. Oh, you couldn't have. You're too tender and kindly. She held her hand out and motioned him down beside her. Whelan sat, feeling the sand seep in over the sides of his loafers. Maybe I'll talk to Neff. There should be a law against this kind of thing. Chief Neff. I doubt if he'll do anything. Why? Because he's so active on our Civic Public Relations Committee, and he owns a couple of motels. Whelan absently put his hand on Karen's shoulder. Now somebody must be against this, maybe Dr. Watchers. He was even against free paper towels in the public johns. He passed away, Karen said, moving Whelan's arm around her with her shoulders. I could write to the governor, Whelan said, noticing Karen's soft, dark hair fluttering faintly over the tip of his nose. There must be a law against lycanthropy. Karen shook her head. No, they checked on it. There is in one of the New England states. The dunking stool is the penalty, I think. Why? He said in a loud voice. Why dunking? No, Whelan said, blowing her hair out of his face. Why do people want to turn into cats anyway? My God, it must feel crawly. Well, you know what Mr. Balderstone says. He's a quack. Perhaps, but nevertheless he perfected a method of turning people into cats and back. And that's more than a lot of people have done. He can't be all quack. Karen relaxed and snuggled back against Whelan. Who the hell else would want to discover something like that? You might just as well invent an economical method of canning persimmons. Whelan shuddered. Cats. Karen closed her eyes. Anyway, he says it's a great tension reliever. People get out of themselves, forget their troubles, aggressions. That's very important in times like these when everyone is worrying about blowing up unexpectedly. Whelan tightened his arm around her. Damn, when I think of all those people going out to the old fairgrounds and turning into cats and yowling around it. Makes you crawly? Whelan turned her head up and kissed her. Karen's tongue shot around his and back, and she pulled away. You take everything too seriously. Mr. Balderstone has a way of helping people relax. So what? What's that Latin thing about disputandum and all? Yeah, but a whole town? My town and yours? And it's given over to turning people into cats. My town and yours. You sound like Chief Neff. She kissed him on the cheek. Hey, last summer we didn't spend all this time debating. Whelan smiled quickly. I'm maturing. Once you pass 26, you get wisdom. You'll see. I'll say if they want to be cats, let them. It's very good therapy, and Lord knows we need it. It's not right. Karen sighed. What was that comic strip when we were kids about the cat and the mouse? Cicero's cat? Crazy cat? She nodded. You're like that mouse. Always have to go around throwing bricks at the cats. And it always got him in trouble. Ignatz. That was his name. Ignatz Mouse. That's who you are. Very profound insight. Whelan ran his hand down her back, touching each of the white buttons on her sweater. I'm still going to do something about it. Though she was facing away, Whelan could feel her smile. Glenn, she said. He undid the first small button. Yeah. I went out there last week, and it is quite relaxing. I felt much happier this week. Whelan got to the second button before he realized what she had said. Karen, you're kidding. No, so you see it's nothing so terrible. Whelan stood up. Damn it, damn it. Karen rose, reaching behind her to rebutton her sweater. You're being pretty intolerant. Damn it, the whole town? He backed away, his feet striking deep in the cold sand. Karen shrugged. Don't take it so big. She looked up at him hopefully. Well, you'll at least drive me home. Belatedly, Whelan said, "Sure, come on." Near his car, he said quietly, "I'm really going to get them." It wasn't until the next Wednesday that Whelan had his leaflets ready to hand out. The local printers had, one way and another, refused the job. He'd had to have them done in Santa Monica. The 2 Cub Scouts he'd hired to help him had both come down with something late Tuesday. Whelan stationed himself on Chambers Drive near the 2 largest tourist motels early on the clear June morning. He had handed out 5 of his anti-lycanthropy leaflets when Chief Harold Neff drove up on his official motorcycle. Whelan spotted him a block away by his gold-painted crash helmet. He was the only one on the force. "Hi there, Glenn," said Neff, after he'd parked the cycle in a red zone. "What are you up to?" Whelan frowned at the chief's broad, tan face. "I'm agitating, Hal." Neff rubbed his jaw. "Without a permit, though?" "As a matter of fact, yes." The chief nodded. "You'll have to stop. You can't hand out those things without a permit." Whelan tucked his box of leaflets up under his arm. "Who do I see about a permit?" "Me, Glenn." Chief Neff flipped off his helmet and stroked his crew cut, looking down the street. "Let's go down to the Blue Oasis and have a beer and talk." "Can you drink while on duty?" "Beer?" He took Whelan's arm. "What about your motorcycle?" "Won't come to any harm." In one of the Blue Oasis's dark leather booths, Neff said, "Don't you like the way the old town's blossoming, Glenn?" "Cats make me feel crawly," Whelan said, pushing his schooner back and forth in front of him. "Why, even the slums are a sight to see, and San Miguel's getting to be a well-liked spot, like Capistrano and Disneyland. Being well-liked is good for the town's civic pride." The chief grinned at Whelan. "I think there's something basically wrong with people turning into cats." Whelan made up his mind not to drink the beer. "There might be something wrong in it if people did it out of spite or for mischief, Glenn, but I think most competent authorities will agree that Mr. Balderstone's method has a real, honest-to-gosh therapeutic value." He looked straight at Whelan. "There's a lot of nervous tension these days, Glenn. Even teaching in Pasadena, you must have seen that." "Well, Hal, I'll admit that. I just don't think Balderstone's approach is any solution." Neff laughed. "There's not really much solution to anything." He leaned back into the shadows in the booth corner. "You're as interested in our town as anybody, aren't you, Glenn? Growing up here, playing in the Little League, attending Grover Cleveland High." "Sure, that's why I hate to see it taken over by some crackpot cult." "You're entitled to your opinions, just don't hand them out in the form of leaflets." "About that permit, well, Glenn, you know how tangled in red tape any government gets. It'll take time, even with me, putting the spurs to everybody." "Oh, you're leaving the first part of September?" "Yeah, when school opens." Whelan pushed his glass away and slid out of the booth. "It'll take until early September to get the permit, huh?" "No, with me seeing to it, you should have it by the end of August." He stood and shook hands. Something about shaking hands with Chief Neff unsettled Whelan. Trying not to show it, he walked with Neff out into the light. Whelan was squatting, studying the bottom shelves of his aunt's refrigerator. He looked into an open tin of smoked oysters, then decided against making a sandwich. He opened a can of beer and sat down at the white-topped table. This was the night his aunt went out to Balderstone's. Whelan shivered. They even had special buses running out there. The doorbell rang, or rather chimed a tune that had been a favorite of his aunt's during Prohibition. Karen Wiley was standing on the front porch in a big tan coat. "Hi," she said. "Busy?" "Pretty much." She glanced at his hand. "Can I have a beer?" Whelan moved back so she could enter. After he'd taken her coat and brought her a beer, Karen said, "What are you up to now?" "Well, I sent letters to both our local papers, but they haven't been printed. I suppose you know about my trying to hand out leaflets last week. Then I tried to rent a sound truck, but Neff says I need a permit for that, too." He sat down on his aunt's chintz-covered sofa. "Now I'm doing a mail campaign." "Why don't you give up?" Karen watched him with an anxious expression. "What good are you doing?" "I think that every citizen has a right to act as he chooses. I mean, when an evil exists, it's the individual's right to try to combat it." "With leaflets?" "In any way he can," Whelan said. She smiled. "You just look silly, and you'll annoy people." "Really, Glenn, what's wrong with all this? You're just judging others by your own standards, all this talk about good and evil." I don't think people should turn into cats. And if they have to, I don't think our town should encourage them. He clenched his fists. Why, they've got signs on the road now, telling how far it is to Balderstone's temple, or whatever he calls it. There's certainly nothing unethical in advertising, Glenn. You're not that narrow-minded. Whelan finished his beer and bent the can in half. He was angry enough to do it with one hand. Let's forget it. How have you been? Wonderful. She touched one hand to her temple. Very relaxed. Which is your night in the temple? Karen frowned. Well, I've only dropped out a couple of times. Rubbing his hands slowly together, Whelan said, I'm trying to start an anti-cat league, Karen. Would you join? Karen laughed and stood up. How many members have you got? I just started mailing yesterday. But so far? None. He picked Karen's coat off the chair he draped it on. Thanks for dropping in. Getting into her coat, Karen said, Take it easy, Glenn, will you? I have to do what I think is right. Karen was smiling as he held the door open for her. It was a foggy night, 2 nights after Whelan had picketed the fairgrounds and had been run off by Chief Neff. Whelan had decided to walk down toward the beach after dinner. His aunt wasn't speaking to him, nor was she cooking for him. He got a hamburger to drive in across the road from the long, narrow San Miguel beach, then wandered through the fog toward the last sidewalk before the sand. He heard a car slow behind him, then saw the nose of a Ford convertible slide out of the thickening mist. Eventually he saw Karen, her dark hair in a thin scarf, smiling at him from behind the wheel. You mad? She called. Whelan finished the hamburger and wiped his hands on his pocket handkerchief. More or less. Want to come along for a drive? He came up to the passenger side of the front seat. Why don't you put the top down? I like the way the fog feels. Come on. She stretched across the front seat and opened the door. Someplace in particular? He caught the door as it swung out. Well, yes. Somebody wants to see you. Oh, he got in. You playing messenger now? Don't be nasty. This is for your own good, or I wouldn't be doing it. Okay, I take your word for it. Whelan stretched his legs out as far as they would go and folded his arms. Karen made a U-turn on the smooth street and drove carefully back through the town. Near the fairgrounds, Whelan asked, You're taking me to the meeting with you? Karen shook her head, turning the car sharply up a steep tree-lined street. They stopped in front of a ranch-style bungalow. Here we are, she said, getting out of the car. Whelan followed her up a brick path, his hands in his pockets. The fog was tightening in around them. A short man with a high, lined forehead and cropped gray hair opened the door of the bungalow. Evening, Karen, he said, smiling. Mr. Balderstone? Mr. Whelan, Karen said. Whelan nodded and came into the house after her. Balderstone stopped in front of a deep fireplace. Thought we ought to have a chat. I hear you mentioned me in your service the night I picketed your place, Whelan said. Explain to newcomers that you were the town eccentric. Balderstone's heavy gray eyebrows slanted toward each other. People come to my lectures, don't call them services, to unbend, to relax. Don't like to have somebody shouting at them through a megaphone and waving signs, Whelan. He crossed the room. Drink? Whelan shook his head, glancing at Karen. She had sat in a straight-backed chair and folded her hands. Scotch and soda, she said to Balderstone. After he made the drinks, Balderstone said, Some consider me a benefactor, Whelan. I have invented a somewhat unique thing, applied lycanthropy, though most people think of that as involving only wolves. He gestured, and ice rattled in his glass. Cats have a much higher therapeutic value. It's essential, Whelan, for people to get out of themselves now and then, to find relief from tension so that their lives may be more rewarding and satisfying. He moved closer to Whelan, who was still standing near the door. These are troubled times, Whelan. I've told him that myself, Karen said, trying her scotch. The results of applied lycanthropy have been most positive. Not only have people been helped, but San Miguel has been helped. Don't think other cities wouldn't jump at the chance to have me locate there. He cleared his throat. As a matter of fact, we're considering opening branches. It's my intention to help the entire world. And it's my intention to run you out of town, Whelan said. Balderstone laughed and shook his head. Miss Wiley tells me you're a decent fellow, basically, as are so many before the pressures of everyday life remold them. At any rate, I simply want to point out that many of us are annoyed by you. I don't think you want that. Yes, I do. I'm out to get you. You're getting on my nerves. Balderstone scratched his nose. Leaflets, pamphlets, letters, demonstrations. And now I get word that you've been going around to pet shops and florists trying to buy large quantities of catnip. Nobody has any. Of course not. And I also find that yesterday you visited the Humane Society in Santa Monica and tried to buy several big dogs. The trouble with you, Whelan, you've got no civic pride. Whelan smiled. I'm as proud of San Miguel as anybody. And further, Whelan, you can't stand to see people have a good time. And even worse, you're against scientific progress. I'm sure that had you lived in Austria, at the end of the last century, you would have sent Sigmund Freud crank letters. He wasn't a quack. You annoy me more up close than at a distance. The two of them were drifting closer to each other. Karen jumped up. Mr. Balderstone, perhaps if Glenn attended one of your lectures, he wouldn't be so prejudiced. I don't want him sulking around my talks, but it might convince him. Balderstone squinted one eye. Perhaps. Whelan shook his head. I wouldn't go near one. Oh, that's right, Mr. Balderstone. Cats make him feel crawly. Balderstone stroked his chin. You're in need of help yourself, Whelan. Couldn't he stand backstage? Karen came and took Whelan's arm. I'll stay with you, Glenn. He'd heckle, said Balderstone, checking his watch. But if you're willing to vouch for him. I'm not going near that place, Whelan said, unless it's to burn it down. Balderstone tightened his tie and studied Whelan's face. Destroy city property? Fine citizen you are. Karen tightened her grip on Whelan's arm. Come, Glenn, I know you'll think differently when you see the fine work Mr. Balderstone is doing. Balderstone was half in a closet, selecting an expensive-looking coat. Whelan said quietly to Karen, You're not going to change? Not tonight. Please come, I want you to be convinced. Whelan was aware that wouldn't happen, but he was curious. All right. Everyone was smiling when they started for the fairgrounds. Balderstone's platform was set up at the edge of the field where tents were once pitched. Just to the left of the platform was the old merry-go-round that had become city property after the last carnival had gone broke. Balderstone's narrow stage was backed by canvas flats, and Whelan and Karen stood behind one of these on some machinery crates, watching the audience through a peephole in the canvas. This isn't my idea of backstage, Whelan said, taking his eye from the hole so Karen could peek. All of Mr. Balderstone's money goes into improving his process and things like that. The night was getting colder, and high mist hung over the fairgrounds. Only half of the bench seats were filled, meaning probably about 300 in attendance. When Whelan looked out again, the lights around the field had dimmed, and the two young men with blond curly hair and double-breasted suits had stopped taking donations at the entrance arch. Balderstone left the folding chair he'd been sitting in and walked slowly across the stage planks to the mic. Nothing like a touch of cold to keep people home at nights, he said, acknowledging with a grin the laughter that followed. He smoothed the front of his coat and took a small blue leaflet out of his pocket. Think you'll find copies of this tacked to your seats. If you're a regular, you know the system. If not, best leaf through it. About a third of the heads ducked to look for the leaflet. Balderstone pinched his nose and briefly glanced at the peephole. Karen slipped a leaflet into Whelan's hand. He tossed it aside. You want to look again? No, I know the procedure. You keep watching. You're the one we want to convince. She squeezed his arm gently. Lots of worry these days, Balderstone said. People don't know where their next worry's coming from. Most of their heads, except the ones that were still bent over the leaflet, nodded in agreement. Lots of problems people just can't solve, but they still want to give it a try. Balderstone's voice grew louder. One more chance at bat. That's not the way. Worrying about problems causes fretting. Fretting produces tension. Tense people aren't happy people. Balderstone's hands came up in front of his chest, gradually clenching. If you can't change the world, I'm informing you, you can change yourself, at least for a while. That's important. That's what is called escape. It's good for you. Applied lycanthropy. The lights had been dimming all through his last sentences. A few yards from the merry-go-round, the blond young man had a bonfire going. We're going to lose all those worries. We're not going to fret. Not now, not for a while. Balderstone's voice seemed to have taken on some of the crackle of the fire. Every one of you should have a capsule. Now, who doesn't? A dozen hands went up, and one of the young men ran through the crowd, giving out capsules from an orange cardboard box. Balderstone had stepped out of Whelan's range, but he appeared wheeling something that looked like a giant sun lamp. It was half again as tall as he was. He's got enough quack equipment, Whelan said. Be still, Karen said, her hold tight now on his arm. We're going to change, shouted Balderstone, not using the microphone. When I say swallow, I want you all to swallow those capsules. Then you better get out of your clothes quick, because when I turn on my applied lycanthropy beam, things are going to start happening. He had reached the platform edge and was crouched there, teetering. Now, 1, 2, 3, swallow. Balderstone dived for the beam and clicked it on. Ties and hats shot up into the air. Coat sleeves flapped, became entangled with print dresses and lace slips. Looks like Annapolis on graduation day, Whelan said softly, starting to feel uneasy. The beam was played over the audience, slowly from left to right. All the lights were out, and there was only the dim orange flicker of the bonfire. Relax, relax, Balderstone shouted. Change! He dropped and sat on the stage edge. There was a sputtering howl near the entrance, and a large black cat leaped up, clawing at the air, twisting and falling back. Whelan couldn't breathe, couldn't tell Karen to stop her fingernails from digging into his skin. Great yowling cats were popping up across the field, faster and faster. Whelan noticed his dentist still hadn't gotten his striped shorts off. Then he jerked back against Karen, and they both tumbled off the crates. Run, he said. Karen twisted up and caught him. No, Glenn, wait. Till they change back. You'll see how happy and calm they all are. You'll be convinced. Cats, he said, pulling away. Run! He ran, jumped the fence beyond the rodeo area, and stumbled away into the brush. He got home in under an hour. It was mostly downhill. 2 nights later, Whelan set fire to Balderstone's bungalow while he was away at the lecture. The fire department put out the fire before more than half the house was gone. Early on the following morning, he rented an airplane and had his remaining leaflets dropped over San Miguel. Whelan had decided that if he couldn't do anything positive, he was still going to annoy Balderstone and anybody else who was on his side. No one mentioned his harassing actions to him, not even Chief Neff. Whelan's aunt did indicate that she would never cook another meal or wash another pajama top for him. He moved into a run-down motel near the ocean. He had been there nearly 3 days when, just after sundown, someone knocked on the door. It was Karen, wearing a light cotton dress, her hair pulled back. Are you comfortable, Glenn? He smiled. Yeah, I like this business now. I've been thinking up new activities. Karen frowned around the room. Like to come out for a walk? Where? Oh, along the beach. You can't spend all your life in a damp motel room. It's not damp. That's the fresh sea air you feel. He picked up a windbreaker off the bed and nodded at the door. So let's walk. The night was warm but heavy with fog. Sorry I left you up there the other night, Karen. But you know. Yes, I know. Cats make you feel crawly. She took his hand when they reached the sidewalk and pulled him after her in the direction of the beach. Have you really been doing all those annoying things, Glenn? Who else? You think I've gotten any recruits? The street was quiet. They left the last sidewalk and walked down through scrubby brush to the beach. The water looked blurred as it touched the misty shore. Just me. Karen shivered and stepped away from Whelan. You've made an awful nuisance of yourself, Glenn. I've always been very fond of you, as I'm sure you know, but I'm very sorry. She darted in suddenly and pushed hard. The surprise in the clump of brush behind him sent Whelan over into the sand. When he got to his knees and looked around, he caught a brief flicker of Karen's skirt in the fog. Then she was lost. He stood. He tried to brush himself off, but his hands had started to shake, and he was beginning to feel odd in the stomach. Wind came in then across the water and scattered some of the mist. He saw the cats. Dozens of them, crouched 20 yards away. Their tails were switching, and Whelan became aware of a puzzling, whirring sound. Purring. In another gust, more mist scattered, and Whelan realized that he was cut off from the town by a half-circle of hundreds of cats, and they were contentedly edging down across the sand toward him. Hundreds of damned cats! They made Whelan feel so crawly he couldn't move. But if he didn't move, soon the first of the cats would touch him. That thought made him jump back. The cats moved up. The sand was sucking at his shoes. He could feel the chill of the ocean on the back of his neck. Maybe if he ran straight at them, they'd scatter. But he couldn't do that. They knew that, too. The cats eased a little nearer. Whelan bent and grabbed off his shoes, then his socks. He backed into the cold, wet sand near the water. He got out of his clothes, all except his shorts. He'd have to come ashore someplace. The cats were close now. For a moment, Whelan thought he wouldn't be able to move, but finally he was able to grin and thumb his nose. Then he ran quickly out into the water. It was dark and cold, but he was a fair swimmer. He could make it down the coast a quarter-mile or so. Far enough. As he swam, Whelan made up his mind he'd never come back to his hometown again. Not even for Christmas. End of Ignatz by Ron Goulart. Recording by Chris Pyle.
Out of This World Convention by Forrest J. Ackerman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I was a spy for the FBI, the Fantasy Bureau of Investigation. Learning of a monster meeting of science fiction fan in New York, I teleported myself 3,000 miles from the Pacific coast to check the facts on the monsters. And it was true. The 14th World Sci-Fi Con was tremonstrous. In all seriousness, the New York Con was one of the greatest aggregations of SF enthusiasts I have ever seen. A far cry from the NY Con, the first World SF Con of 17 years before, when the turnout of 125 was considered colossal. Now, more than 1,200 fans, authors, editors, artists, publishers, agents, anthologists, reviewers, and readers of science fiction and fantasy registered for the Labor Day weekend gathering of the clans, a conclave of the slants. From 37 of the 48 states they came, and from Canada, Cuba, England, Germany, India, Israel, and the West Indies. The roll call of celebrities read like the who's who of SF Prodom. Theodore Sturgeon, Isaac Asimov, Fritz Leiber, Willie Ley, Nelson Bond, John W. Campbell Jr., L. Sprague de Camp, James Blish, Judith Merrill, Ted Carnell, editor of New Worlds. Kelly Freese, Edmund Hamilton, Leigh Brackett, Anthony Boucher, William Tenn, James Egan, Frank Belknap Long Jr., and numerous others, including guest of honor Arthur C. Clarke. A standing ovation was given Arthur Clarke before and after his speech at the banquet, a serious address that lasted 45 minutes and covered many philosophical facets of the SF field. Especially rousing hands were given two of the real old-timers present, artist Frank R. Paul, guest of honor of the first convention, and Out of the Ark, the man who was an assistant to Thomas Alva Edison, the pioneer novelist of scientific romances, and the man who discovered the golden atom, Ray Cummings. World-famous cartoonist Al Capp gave a hilarious speech at the banquet Sunday night, other large laughs being garnered on the occasion by Isaac Asimov and Anthony Boucher, Robert Bloch again proving that he has no peer as a master of ceremonies. The Masquerade Ball was filmed for the televising and was a sight for bugging eyes. Extraterrestrial glamour girls came in spectromatic colors. 1. Ruth Landis of Venus, formerly New York, was a verdant beauty, fresh as a breath of chlorophyll, while tall Tam Otteson, a recent import from England, had the judges agreeing that just looking at her was an education. Olga Ley won for the most beautiful costume, and Josh Christoph, a survivor from the first convention of them all, was another prize winner. Monsters, mutants, scientists, spacemen, aliens, and assorted things thronged the ballroom floor as the flashbulbs popped. John Campbell lectured on and demonstrated his controversial psionic Hieronymus machine, and famous fans sprang from their Vood workout. Sam Moskowitz, James Taurasi, Bob Tucker, Julius Unger, Raymond Van Houten, Alan Glasser. David Kyle, E. Evans, James Taurasi, myself, and 2 others were elected directors of the World Science Fiction Society. No account of the New York Con could be complete without a deep bow of appreciation from the altruistic trio of committee men, including one comely woman, who all but destroyed themselves engineering the convention: David A. Kyle, Ruth Landis, and Dick Ellington. By a vote of 3-1, London was selected as the site of the 15th Con, to be held in 57, for an unforgettable experience in the fantastic universe of science fiction enthusiasts. Plan now to attend the Long Con. End of Out of This World Convention by Forrest J. Ackerman.
Heel by Philip Jose Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heel by Philip Jose Farmer. Great cast, stupendous show. If this didn't make history, nothing ever would. Call me Zeus, said the director. Zeus, said his wife, a beautiful woman not over 1,000 years old. What an egomaniac, comparing yourself to a god, even if he is the god of those savages. She gestured at the huge screen on the wall. It showed far below the blue sea, the black ships on the yellow beach, the purple tents of the Greek army, the broad brown plain, and the white towers of Troy. The director glared at her through hexagonal dark glasses and puffed on his cigar until angry green clouds rolled from it. His round, bald head was covered by a cerise beret, his porpoise frame by a canary yellow tunic, and his chubby legs by iridescent green fourplusses. I may not look like a god, but as far as my power over the natives of this planet goes, I could well be their deity, he replied. He spoke sharply to a tall, handsome blond youth, who wore a crooked smile and bright blue and yellow tattoos spiraling around his legs and trunk. Apollo, hand me the script. Surely you're not going to change the script again, said his wife. She rose from her chair, and the scarlet web she was wearing translated the shifting microvoltages on the surface of her skin into musical tones. I never change the script, said the director. I just make the slight revisions required for dramatic effects. I don't care what you do to it, just so you don't allow the Trojans to win. I hate those despicable brutes. Apollo laughed loudly, and he said, ever since she and Athena and Aphrodite thought of that goofy stunt of asking Paris to choose the most beautiful of the 3, and he gave the prize to Aphrodite, Hera's hated the Trojans. Really, Hera, why blame those simple, likable people for the actions of only one of them? I think Paris showed excellent judgment. Aphrodite was so grateful she contrived to get that lovely Helen for Paris, and enough of this private feud, snapped the director. Apollo, I told you once to hand me the script. Achilles at midnight paced back and forth before his tent. Finally, in the agony of his spirit, he called to Thetis. The radio, which had been installed in his shield, unknown to him, transmitted his voice to a cabin in the great spaceship hanging over the Trojan plain. Thetis, hearing it, said to Apollo, Get out of my cabin, you heel, or I'll have you thrown out. Leave, he said. Why? So you can be with your barbarian lover? He is not my lover, she said angrily. But I'd take even a barbarian as a lover before I'd have anything to do with you. Now get out, and don't speak to me again unless it's in the line of business. Any time I speak to you, I mean business, he said, grinning. Get out or I'll tell my father. I hear and obey, but I'll have you one way or another. Thetis shoved him out. Then she quickly put on the suit that could bend light around her to make her invisible and transport her through the air, and do many other things. Out of a port she shot, straight toward the tent of her protégé. She did not decelerate until she saw him standing tall in the moonlight, his hands still raised in entreaty. She landed and cut the power off so he could see her. "Mother, mother," cried Achilles, "how long must I put up with Agamemnon's high-handedness?" Thetis took him by the hand and led him into the tent. "Is Patroclus around?" she asked. "No, he is having some fun with Iphis, that buxom beauty I gave him after I conquered the city of Skyros." "There's a sensible fellow," said Thetis. "Why don't you forget this fuss with King Agamemnon and have fun with some rosy-cheeked darling?" But a painful expression crossed her face as she said it. Achilles did not notice the look. "I am too sick with humiliation and disgust to take pleasure in anything. I am full up to here with being a lion in the fighting, and yet having to give that jackal Agamemnon the lion's share of the loot, just because he has been chosen to be our leader. Am I not a king in Thessaly? I wish. Yes, said Thetis eagerly. Do you want to go home? I should go home. Then the Greeks would wish they'd not allowed Agamemnon to insult the best man among them. Oh, Achilles, say the word and I'll have you across the sea and in your palace in an hour, she said excitedly. She was thinking, the director will be furious if Achilles disappears, but he won't be able to do anything about it, and the script can be revised. Hector or Odysseus or Paris can play the lead role. No, Achilles said. I can't leave my men here. They'd say I had run out on them, that I was a coward, and the Greeks would call me a yellow dog. No, I'll allow no man to say that. Thetis sighed and answered sadly, Very well. What do you want me to do? Go ask Zeus if he will give Agamemnon so much trouble he'll come crawling to me, begging for forgiveness and pleading for my help. Thetis had to smile. The enormous egotism of the beautiful brute, taking it for granted that the Lord of creation would bend the course of events so Achilles could salvage his pride. Yet, she told herself, she need not be surprised. He had taken it calmly enough the night she'd appeared to him and told him that she was a goddess and his true mother. He had always been convinced divine blood ran in his veins. Was he not superior to all men? Was he not Achilles? I will go to Zeus, she said, but what he will do, only he knows. She reached up and pulled his head down to kiss him on the forehead. She did not trust herself to touch the lips of this man, who was far more a man than those he supposed to be gods. The lips she longed for, the lips soon to grow cold. She could not bear to think of it. She flicked the switch to make her invisible, and after leaving the tent, rose toward the ship. As always, it hung at 4,000 feet above the plain, hidden in the inflated plastic folds that simulated a cloud. To the Greeks and Trojans, the cloud was the home of Zeus, anchored there so he could keep a close eye on the struggle below. It was he who would decide whether the walls of Troy would stand or fall. It was to him that both sides prayed. The director was drinking a highball in his office and working out the details of tomorrow's shooting with his cameramen. We'll give that Greek Diomedes a real break. Make him the big hero. Get a lot of close-ups. He has a superb profile and a sort of flair about him. It's all in the script, what aristocrats he kills, how many narrow escapes, and so on. But about noon, just before lunch, we'll wound him. Not too badly, just enough to put him out of action. Then we'll see if we can whip up a big tearjerker between that Trojan and his wife. What's her name? He looked around as if he expected them to feed him the answer, but they were silent. It was not wise to know more than he. He snapped his fingers. Andromache, that's it. What a memory. How do you keep all those barbaric names at your tongue's tip? Photographic. And so on, from the sycophants. Okay, so after Diomedes leaves the scene, you, Apollo, will put on a simulacrum of Helenos, the Trojan prophet. As Helenos, you will introduce Hector to go back to Troy and get his mother, the queen, to pray for victory. We can get some colorful shots of the temple and the local religious rites. Meantime, we'll set up a touching domestic scene between Hector and his wife. Bring in their baby boy. A baby's always good for ohs and ahs. Later, after coffee break, we'll... Apollo drifted through the crowd toward the director's wife. She was sitting on a chair and moodily drinking. However, seeing Apollo, she smiled with green-painted lips and said, "Do sit down, darling. You needn't worry about my husband being angry because you're paying attention to me. He's too busy shining down on his little satellites to notice you." Apollo seated himself in a chair facing her, and moved forward so their knees touched. "What do you want now?" she said. "You only get lovey-dovey when you're trying to get something out of me." "You know I love only you, Hera," he said, grinning, "but I can't meet you as often as I'd like. Old Thunder and Lightning is too suspicious, and I value my job too much to risk it despite my overwhelming passion for you. Get to the point. We're way over our budget and past our deadline. The shooting should have finished 6 months ago. Yet old Fussy Britches keeps on revising the script and adding scene after scene. And that's not all. We're not going home when Troy does fall. The director is planning to make a sequel. I know because he asked me to outline the script for it. He's got the male lead picked out, foxy Grandpa Odysseus." Hera sat upright so violently she sloshed her drink over the edge of her glass. "Why, my brother means to kill Odysseus at the first opportunity. My brother is mad, absolutely mad about Athena, but he can't get to first base with her. She's got eyes only for Odysseus, though how she can take up with one of those stupid primitives I'll never understand." "Athena claims he has an intelligence equal to any of us," said Apollo. "However, it's not her and Thetis I meant to discuss." "Is my stepdaughter interfering again?" "I think so. Just before this conference, I saw her coming out of the director's room, tears streaming from her big cow eyes. I imagine she was begging him again to spare Achilles, or at least to allow the Trojans to win for a while so Agamemnon will give back to Achilles the girl he took from him, that tasty little dish, Briseis." "You ought to know how tasty she is," said Hera bitterly. "I happen to know you drugged Achilles several nights in a row, and then put on his simulacrum." "A handy little invention, that simulacrum," said Apollo. "Put one on and you can look like anybody you want to look like. Your jealousy is showing, Hera. However, that's not the point. If Thetis keeps playing on her father's sympathies like an old flute, this production will last forever. Frankly, I'd like to shake the dust of this crummy planet from my feet, get back to civilization, before it forgets what a great scriptwriter I am." "What do you propose?" "I propose to hurry things up. Eventually Achilles is supposed to quit sulking and take up arms again. So far the director has been indefinite on how we'll get him to do that. Well, we'll help him without his knowing it. We'll fix it so the Trojans will beat the Greeks even worse than the director intends. Hector will almost run back into the sea. Agamemnon will beg Achilles to get back into the ring. He'll give him back the loot he took from him, including Briseis, and he'll offer his own daughter in marriage to Achilles. Achilles will refuse, but we'll have him set up for the next move. Tonight, a technician will implant a post-hypnotic suggestion in Achilles that he send his buddy Patroclus, dressed in Achilles' armor, out to scare the kilts off the Trojans. We'll generate a panic among the Trojans with a subsonic projector. Then we'll arrange it so Hector kills Patroclus. That is the one thing to make Achilles so fighting mad he'll quit sulking. Patroclus? But the director wants to save him for the big scene when Achilles is knocked off. Patroclus is supposed to put Achilles' armor on, storm the Scaean gate, and lead the Greeks right into the city. Accidents will happen, said Apollo. Despite what the barbarians think, we are not gods. Or are we? What do you say to my plan? If the director finds out we've tampered with the script, he'll divorce me. And you'll be blackballed in every studio from one end of the galaxy to the other. Apollo winked and said, I'll leave it to you to make old Stoop think Patroclus' death was his own idea. You have done something like that before, and more than once. She laughed and said, Oh, Apollo, you're such a heel. He rose. Not a heel. Just a great scriptwriter. Our plan will give me a chance to kill Achilles much sooner than the director expects, and it'll all be for the good of the script. That night, 2 technicians went into the Greek camp, one to Achilles' tent and one to Agamemnon's. The technician assigned to the king of Mycenae gave him a whiff of sleep gas and then taped 2 electrodes to the royal forehead. It took a minute to play a recording, and 2 to untape the electrodes and leave. 5 minutes later, the king awoke, shouting that Zeus had sent him a dream in the shape of wise old Nestor. Nestor had told him to rouse the camp and march forth, even if it were only dawn, for today Troy would fall, and his brother Menelaus would get back his wife Helen. Agamemnon, though, who had always been too clever for his own good, told the council of elders that he wanted to test the army before telling them the truth. He would announce that he was tired of this war they could not win, and that he wanted to go home. This news would separate the slackers from the soldiers, his true friends from the false. Unfortunately, when he told this to the assemblage, he found far less men of valor than he had expected. The entire army, with a few exceptions, gave a big hurrah and stampeded toward the ships. They had had a bellyful of this silly war, fighting to win back the beautiful tart Helen for the king's brother, spilling their guts all over foreign plains, while their wives were undoubtedly playing them false with the 4 Fs. The fields were growing weeds, and their children were starving. In vain Agamemnon tried to stop the rush. He even shouted at them what they had only guessed before, that more was at stake than his brother's runaway wife. If Troy was crushed, the Greeks would own the trading and colonizing routes to the rich Black Sea. But no one paid any attention to him. They were too concerned with knocking each other over in their haste to get the ships ready to sail. At this time, the only people from the spaceship on the scene were some cameramen and technicians. They were paralyzed by the unexpectedness of the situation, and they were afraid to use their emotion-stimulating projectors. By the flick of a few switches, the panic could be turned into aggression. But it would have been aggression without a leader. The Greeks, instead of automatically turning to fight the Trojans, would have killed each other, sure that their fellows were trying to stop them from embarking for home. The technicians did not dare to waken the director and acknowledge they could not handle a simple mob scene. But one of them did put a call through to one of the director's daughters, Athena. Athena zipped down to Odysseus and found him standing to one side, looking glum. He had not panicked, but he also was not interfering. Poor fellow, he longed to go home to Penelope. In the beginning of this useless war he had pretended madness to get out of being drafted, but once he had sworn loyalty to the king, he could not abandon him. Athena flicked off her light bender so he could see her. She shouted, "Odysseus, don't just stand there like a lump on a bog. Do something, or all will be lost. The war, the honor of the Greeks, the riches you will get from the loot of Troy. Get going." Odysseus, never at a loss, tore the wand of authority from the king's numbed hand, and began to run through the crowd. Everybody he met he reproached with cowardice, and backed the sting of his words with the hard end of the wand on their backs. Athena signaled to the technicians to project an aggression-stimulating frequency. Now that the Greeks had a leader to channel their courage, they could be diverted back to fighting. There was only one obstacle, Thersites. He was a lame hunchback with the face of a baboon and a disposition to match. Thersites cried out in a hoarse, jeering voice, "Agamemnon, don't you have enough loot? You still want us to die so you may gather more gold and beautiful Trojan women in your greedy arms? You Greeks, you're not men. You're women who will do anything this disgrace to a crown tells you to do. Look what he did to Achilles. Robbed him of Briseis, and in so doing, robbed us of the best warrior we have. If I were Achilles, I'd knock Agamemnon's head off." "We put up with your outrageous abuse long enough," shouted Odysseus. He began thwacking Thersites on the head and the back until blood ran. "Shut up, or I'll kill you." At this the whole army, which hated Thersites, roared with laughter. Odysseus had relieved the tension. Now they were ready to march under Agamemnon's orders. Athena sighed with relief and radioed back to the ship that the director could be awakened. Things were well in hand. And so they were, until a few days later, when Apollo and Hera, waiting until the director had gone to bed early with a hangover from the night before, induced Hector to make a night attack. The fighting went on all night, and at dawn Patroclus ran into Achilles' tent. "Terrible news," he cried. "The Trojans have breached the walls around our ships, and are burning them. Diomedes, Agamemnon, and Odysseus are wounded. If you do not lead your men against Hector, all is lost." "Too bad," said Achilles, but the blood drained from his face. "Don't be so hard-hearted," shouted Patroclus. "If you won't fight, at least allow me to lead the Myrmidons against the enemy. Perhaps we can save the ships and drive Hector off." Achilles shouted back, "Very well. You know I give you my best friend anything you want, but I will not for all the gold in the world serve under a king who robs me of prizes I took with my own sword. However, I will give you my armor, and my men will march behind you." Then, sobbing with rage and frustration, he helped Patroclus dress in his armor. "Do you see this little lever in the back of the shield?" he said. "When an enemy strikes at you, flick it this way. The air in front of you will become hard, and your foe's weapon will bounce off the air. Then, before he recovers from his confusion, flick the lever the other way. The air will soften and allow your spear to pass, and the spear point will shear through his armor as if it were cheese left in the hot sun. It is made of some substance harder than the hardest bronze made by the hand of man. So this is the magic armor your divine mother Thetis gave you, said Patroclus. No wonder. Even without this magic, or force field, as Thetis calls it, I am the best man among Greek or Trojan, said Achilles matter-of-factly. There. Now you are almost as magnificent as I am. Go forth in my armor, Patroclus, and run the Trojans ragged. I will pray to Zeus that you come back safely. There is one thing you must not do, though, no matter how strong the temptation. Do not chase the Trojans too close to the city, even if you are on the heels of Hector himself. Thetis has told me that Zeus does not want Troy to fall yet. If you were to threaten it now, the gods would strike you down. I will remember, said Patroclus. He got into Achilles' chariot and drove off proudly to take his place in front of the Myrmidons. The director was so red in the face he looked as if his head were one huge blood vessel. How in space did the Trojans get so far, he screamed. And what is Patroclus doing in Achilles' armor? There's rank inefficiency here, or else skullduggery. Either one, heads will roll, and I think I know whose. Apollo, Hera, what have you two been up to? Why, husband, said Hera, how can you say I had anything to do with this? You know how I hate the Trojans. As for Apollo, he thinks too much of his job to go against the script. All right, we'll see. We'll get to the bottom of this later. Meanwhile, let's direct the situation so it'll end up conforming to the script. But before the cameramen and technicians could be organized, Patroclus, leading the newly inspired Greeks, slaughtered the Trojans as a lion kills sheep. He could not be stopped, and when he saw Hector running away from him, he forgot his friend's warning and pursued him to the walls of Troy. Follow me, yelled Patroclus to the Greeks. We will break down the gates and take the city within an hour. It was then Apollo projected fury into Hector, so that he turned to battle the man he thought was Achilles, and Apollo, timing to coincide with the instant that Patroclus flicked off his force field, struck him a stunning blow from behind. At the same time, a spear thrown by a Trojan wounded Patroclus in the back. Dazed, hurt, the Greek started back toward his men, but Hector ran up and stabbed him through the belly, finding no resistance to his spear because Patroclus had not turned the force field back on. Patroclus hit the ground with a crash of armor. No, no, you fool, Apollo, shouted the director into the radio. He must not die. We need him later for the script. You utter fool, you bumbled. Thetis, who had been standing behind the director, burst into tears and ran into her cabin. What's the matter with her? Asked the director. You may as well know, darling, said Hera, that your daughter is in love with a barbarian. Thetis, in love with Patroclus? Impossible. Hera laughed and said, Ask her how she feels about the planned death of Achilles. That is whom she is weeping for, not Patroclus. She foresees Achilles' death and his friends, and I imagine she will go to comfort her lover, knowing his grief when he hears that Patroclus is dead. That's ridiculous. If she's in love with Achilles, why would she tell Achilles she is his mother? For the very reason she loves him, but doesn't want him to know. She at least has sense enough to realize no good could come from a match with one of those earth primitives. So she stopped any passes from him with that maternal bit. If there is one thing the Greeks respect, it is the incest taboo. I'll have him knocked off as soon as possible. Thetis might lose her head and tell him the truth. Poor little girl, she's been away from civilization too long. We'll have to wind up this planet and get back to God's planet. Hera watched him go after Thetis and then switched to a private channel. Apollo, the director is very angry with you, but I've thought of a way to smooth his feathers. We'll tell him that killing Patroclus was the only way to get Achilles back into the fight. He'll like that. Achilles can then be slain, and the picture will still be saved. Also, I'll make him think it was his idea. That's great, replied Apollo, his voice shaky with dread of the director. But what can we do to speed up the shooting? Patroclus was supposed to take the city after Achilles was killed. Don't worry, said Athena, who had been standing behind Hera. Odysseus is your man. He's been working on a device to get into the city. Barbarian or not, that fellow is the smartest I've ever met. Too bad he's an Earthman. During the next 24 hours, Thetis wept much, but she was also very busy, working while she cried. She went to Hephaestus, the chief technician, an old man of 5,000 years. He loved Thetis because she had intervened for Hephaestus more than once when her father had been angry with him. Yet he shook his head when she asked him if he could make Achilles another suit of armor, even more invulnerable than the first. Not enough time. Achilles is to be killed tomorrow. No, my father has cooled off a little. He remembered that the script calls for Achilles to kill Hector before he himself dies. Besides, the government anthropologist wants to take films of the funeral games for Patroclus, and he overrules even father, you know. That'll give me a week, said Hephaestus, figuring on his fingers. I can do it, but tell me, child, why all the tears? Is it true what they say, that you love a barbarian, the magnificent red-haired Achilles? I love him, she said, weeping again. Ah, child, you are a mere 100 years or so. When you reach my age, you'll know that there are few things worth tears, and love between man and woman is not one of them. However, I'll make the armor, and its field of force will cover everything around him except an opening to the outside air. Otherwise, he'd suffocate. But what good will all this do? The director will find some means of killing him, and even if Achilles should escape, you'd be no better off. I will, she said. We'll go to Italy, and I'll give him Perpetual. Thetis went to her cabin. Shortly afterward, the doorbell rang. She opened the door and saw Apollo. Smiling, he said, I have something here you might be interested in hearing. He held in his hand a small cartridge. Seeing it, her eyes widened in surprise. Yes, it's a recording, he said, and he pushed past her into the room. Let me put it in your playback. You don't have to, she replied. I presume you had a microphone planted in Hephaestus' cabin? Correct. Won't your father be angry if somebody sends him a note telling him you're planning to ruin the script by running off to Italy with a barbarian? And not only that, but inject Perpetual into the barbarian to increase his lifespan. Personally, if I were your father, I'd let you do it. You'd soon grow sick of your handsome but uncouth booby. Thetis did not answer. I really don't care, he said. In fact, I'll help you. I can arrange it so the arrow that hits Achilles' heel will be a trick one. Its head will just seem to sink into his flesh. Inside it will be a needle that will inject a cataleptic agent. Achilles will seem to be dead, but will actually be in a state of suspended animation. We'll sneak his body at night from the funeral pyre and substitute a corpse. A biotech who owes me a favor will fix up the face of a dead Trojan or Greek to look like Achilles. When this epic is done and we're ready to leave Earth, you can run away. We'll not miss you until we're light years away. And what do you want in return for arranging all this? My thanks? I want you. Thetis flinched. For a moment she stood with her eyes closed and her hands clenched. Then, opening her eyes, she said, All right, I know that is the only way open for me. It's also the only way you could have devised to have me. But I want to tell you that I loathe and despise you, and I'll be hating every atom of your flesh while you're in possession of mine. He chuckled and said, I know it, but your hate will only make me relish you the more. It'll be the sauce on the salad. Oh, you heel, she said in a trembling voice, you dirty, sneaking, miserable, slimy heel. Agreed. He picked up a bottle and poured 2 drinks. Shall we toast to that? Hector's death happened, as planned, and the tear-jerking scene in which his father, King Priam, came to beg his son's body from Achilles. 4 days later, Achilles led the attack on the Scaean gate. It was arranged that Paris could be standing on the wall above the gate. Apollo, invisible behind him, would shoot the arrow that would strike Achilles' foot if Paris's arrow bounced off the force field. Apollo spoke to Thetis, who was standing beside him. You seem very nervous. Don't worry. You'll see your lovely warrior in Italy in a few weeks. And you can explain to him that you aren't his mother, that you had to tell him that to protect him from the god Apollo's jealousy. But now that Zeus has raised him from the dead, you have been given to him as a special favor, and all will end happily. That is, until living with him will become so unbearable, you'll give 1,000 years off your life to leave this planet. Then, of course, it'll be too late. There won't be another ship along for several millennia. Shut up, she said. I know what I'm doing. So do I, he said. Ah, here comes the great hero Achilles chasing a poor Trojan whom he plans to slaughter. We'll see about that. He lifted the air gun, in whose barrel lay the long dart with the trick head. He took careful aim, saying, I'll wait until he goes to throw his spear. His force will be off now. Thetis gave a strangled cry. Achilles, the arrow sticking from the tendon just above the heel. had toppled backward from the chariot onto the plain. Where dust settled on his shining armor, he lay motionless. "Oh, that was an awful fall," she moaned. "Perhaps he broke his neck. I better go down there and see if he's all right." "Don't bother," said Apollo. "He's dead." Thetis looked at him with wide brown eyes set in a gray face. "I put poison on the needle," said Apollo, smiling crookedly at her. "That was my idea. But your father approved of it. He said I'd redeemed my blunder in killing Patroclus by telling him what you planned. Of course, I didn't inform him of the means you took to ensure that I would carry out my bargain with you. I was afraid your father would have been very shocked to hear of your immoral behavior." Thetis choked out, "You unspeakable, vicious, you... "Dry your pretty tears," said Apollo. "It's all for your own good, and for Achilles too. The story of his brief but glorious life will be a legend among his people, and out in the galaxy the movie based on his career will become the most stupendous epic ever seen." Apollo was right. 4,000 years later, it was still a tremendous box office attraction. There was talk that now that Earth was civilized enough to have space travel, it might even be shown there. End of Heel by Philip Jose Farmer. Recording by Chris Pyle.
The Shipshape Miracle by Clifford D. Simic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Skidmore. The Shipshape Miracle by Clifford D. Simic. The castaway was a wanted man, but he didn't know how badly he was wanted. Transcriber's note. This e-text was produced from Worlds of If Science Fiction, January 1963. If Cheviot Sherwood ever had believed in miracles, he believed in them no longer. He had no illusions now. He knew exactly what he faced. His life would come to an end on this uninhabited backwoods planet, and there'd be none to mourn him, none to know. Not, he thought, that there would be any mourners under any circumstance. Although there were those who would be glad to see him, who would come running if they knew where he might be found. These were people, very definitely, that Sherwood had no desire to see. His great, one might say his overwhelming, desire not to see them could account in part for his present situation, since he had taken off from the last planet of record without filing flight plans and lacking clearance. Since no one knew where he might have headed, and since his radio was junk, there was no likelihood at all that anyone would find him, even if they looked, which would be a matter of some doubt. Probably the most that anyone would do would be to send out messages to other planets to place authorities on the alert for him. And since his spaceship, for the lack of a certain valve for which he had no replacement, was not going anywhere, he was stuck here on this planet. If that had been all there had been to it, it might not have been so bad. But there was a final irony that under other circumstances, if it had been happening to someone else, let's say, would have kept Sherwood in stitches of forthright merriment for hours on end at the very thought of it. But since he was the one involved, there was no merriment. For now, when he could gain no benefit, he was potentially rich beyond even his own most greedy and most lurid dreams. On the ridge above the camp he'd get up beside his crippled spaceship lay a strip of clay-cemented conglomerate that fairly reeked with diamonds. They lay scattered on the hillside, washed out by the weather. They were mixed liberally in the gravel of the tiny stream that wended through the valley. They could be picked up by the basket. They were of high quality. There were several the size of human skulls that probably were priceless. Sherwood was of a hardy, rough-and-tumble breed. Once he became convinced of his situation, he made the best of it. He made his camp into a home and laid in supplies, digging roots, gathering nuts, drying fish, and making pemmican. If he was to be cast in the role of a Robinson Crusoe, he proposed to be at least comfortably well fed. In his spare time he gathered diamonds, dumping them in a pile outside his shack, and in the idle afternoons or the long evenings he sat beside his campfire and sorted them out, washing them free of clinging dirt and grading them according to their size and brilliance. The very best of them he put into his sack, designed for easy grabbing if the time should ever come when he might depart the planet. Not that he had any hope this would come about. Even so, he was a man who planned against contingencies. He always tried to have some sort of loophole. Had this not been the case, his career would have ended long before, at any one of a dozen times or places. That it apparently had come to an end now could be attributed to a certain lack of foresight in not carrying a full complement of spare parts, although perhaps this was understandable, since never before in the history of space flight had that particular valve which now spelled out Sherwood's doom ever misbehaved. Perhaps it was well for him that he was not an introspective man. If he had been given to much searching thought, he might have found himself living with his past, and there were places in his past that were far from pretty. He was lucky in many other ways, of course. The planet was not a bad one, a sort of New England planet with a rocky, tumbled terrain, forested by scrubby trees and distinctly terrestrial. He might just as easily have been marooned upon a jungle planet or one of the icy planets or any of another dozen different kinds that were not tolerant of life. So he settled in and made the best of it and didn't even bother to count off the days, for he knew what he was in for. He counted on no miracle. The miracle he had not counted on came late one afternoon as he sat, cross-legged, sorting out his latest haul of priceless diamonds. The great black ship came in from the east across the rolling hills. It whistled down across the ridges and settled to the ground a short distance from Sherwood's crippled ship and his patched-together shack. It was no patrol vessel, although in his position Sherwood would have welcomed even one of these. It was a kind of ship he'd never seen before. It was globular and black, and it had no identifying marks on it. He leaped to his feet and ran toward the ship. He waved his arms in welcome and whooped with his delight. He stopped 100 feet away when he felt the first whiff of the heat that had been picked up by the vessel's hull in its plunge through atmosphere. "Hey in there!" he yelled, and the ship spoke to him. "You need not yell," it told him. "I can hear you very well." "Who are you?" "I am the ship," the voice told him. "Quit fooling around," yelled Sherwood, "and tell me who you are." For the sort of answer it had given was foolishness. Of course it was the ship. It was someone in the ship talking to him through a speaker in the hull. "I have told you," said the ship. "I am the ship." "But there is someone speaking to me." "The ship is speaking to you." "All right, then," said Sherwood. "If you want it that way, it's okay with me. Can you take me out of here? My radio is broken and my ship disabled." "Perhaps I can," said the ship. "Tell me who you are." Sherwood hesitated for a moment, and then he told who he was quite truthfully, for it suddenly had occurred to him that this ship was as much an outlaw as he was himself. It had no markings, and all ships must have markings. "You say you left your last port without proper clearance?" "Yes," said Sherwood. "There were certain circumstances." "And no one knows where you are? No one's looking for you?" "How could they?" Sherwood asked. "Where do you want to go?" "Just anywhere," said Sherwood. "I have no preference." For even if they should land him somewhere where he had no wish to be, he still would have a running chance. On this planet, he had no chance at all. "All right," said the ship. "You can come aboard." A hatch came open in the hull, and a ladder began running out. "Just a second," Sherwood shouted. "I'll be right there." He sprinted to the shack and grabbed his sack of the finest diamonds, then legged it for the ship. He got there almost as soon as the ladder touched the ground. The hull was still crackling with warmth, but Sherwood swarmed up the ladder, paying no attention. He was set for life, he thought, unless... And then the thought struck him that they might take the diamonds from him. They could pretend it was payment for his passage, or they could simply take them without an excuse of any sort at all. But it was too late now. He was almost in the hatch. To drop the sack of diamonds now would do no more than arouse suspicion and would gain him nothing. It came of greediness, he thought. He did not need this many diamonds. Just a half-dozen of the finest dropped into his pockets would have been enough. Enough to buy him another ship so he could return and get a load of them. But he was committed now. There was nothing he could do except to see it through. He reached the hatch and tumbled through it. There was no one waiting. The inner lock stood open, and there was no one there. He stopped to stare at the emptiness, and behind them the retracting ladder rumbled softly, and the hatch hissed to a close. "Hey!" he shouted. "Where is everyone?" "There is no one here," the voice said, "but me." All right, said Sherwood. Where do I go to find you? You have found me, said the ship. You are standing in me. You mean... I told you, said the ship. I said I was the ship. That is what I am. But no one... You do not understand, said the ship. There is no need of anyone. I am myself. I am intelligent. I am part machine, part human. Rather, perhaps, at one time I was. I have thought, in recent years, the two of us have merged so we're neither human nor machine, but something new entirely. You're kidding me, said Sherwood, beginning to get frightened. There can't be such a thing. Consider, said the ship. A certain human who had worked for years to build me, and who, as he finished me, found death was closing in. Let me out, yelled Sherwood. Let me out of here. I don't want to be rescued. I don't want... I'm afraid, Mr. Sherwood, it is rather late for that. We're already out in space. Out in space? We can't be. It isn't possible. Of course it is, the ship told him. You expected thrust. There was no thrust. We simply lifted. No ship, insisted Sherwood, can get off a planet. You are thinking, Mr. Sherwood, of the ships built by human hands, not of a living ship, not of an intelligent machine, not of what becomes possible with the merging of a man and a machine. You mean you built yourself? Of course not. Not to start with. I was built by human hands to start with. But I've redesigned myself and rebuilt myself, not once, but many times. I knew my capabilities. I knew my dreams and wishes. I made myself the kind of thing I was capable of being. Not the halfway, makeshift thing that was the best the human race could do. The man you spoke of, Sherwood said. The one who was about to die. He is part of me, said the ship. If you think of him as a separate entity, he, then, is talking to you. For when I say I mean both of us, for we've become as one. I don't get it, Sherwood told the ship, feeling the panic coming back again. He built me, long ago, as a ship which would respond, not to the pushing of a lever or the pressing of a button, but to the mental commands of the man who drove me. I was to become, in effect, an extension of that man. There was a helmet that the man would wear, and he'd think into the helmet. I understand, said Sherwood. He'd think into the helmet, and I was so programmed that I'd obey his thoughts. I became, in effect, a man, and the man became, in effect, the ship he operated. Nice deal, Sherwood said enthusiastically, never being one upon whom the niceties of certain advantages were ever lost. He finished me, and he was about to die, and it was a pity that such a one should die, one who had worked so hard to do what he had done, who'd given up so much, who never had seen space, who had gone nowhere. No, said Sherwood in revulsion, knowing what was coming. No, he'd not done that. It was a kindness, said the ship. It was what he wanted. He managed it himself. He simply gave up his body. His body was a worthless hulk that was about to die. The modifications to accommodate a human brain rather than a human skull were quite elementary. And he has been happy. We have both of us been happy. Sherwood stood without saying anything. In the silence he was listening for some sound, for any kind of tiny rattle or hum, for anything at all to tell him the ship was operating. But there was no sound and no sense of motion of any sort. Happy, he said. Where would you have found happiness? What's the point of all this? That, the ship said solemnly, is a bit hard to explain. Sherwood stood and thought about it. The endless voyaging through space without a body, with all the desires, all the advantages, all the capabilities of a body gone forever. There is nothing for you to fear, said the ship. You need not concern yourself. We have a cabin for you, just down the corridor, the first door to your left. I thank you, Sherwood said, although he was nervous still. If he had had a choice, he told himself, he'd stayed back on the planet. But since he was here, he'd have to make the best of it. And there were, he admitted to himself, certain advantages and certain possibilities that needed further thought. He went down the corridor and pushed on the door. It opened on the cabin. For a spaceship it looked comfortable enough. A little cramped, of course, but then all cabins were. Space is at a premium on any sort of ship. He went in and placed his sack of diamonds on the bunk that hinged out from the wall. He sat down in the single metal chair that stood beside the bunk. "Are you comfortable, Mr. Sherwood?" "Very comfortable," he said. It was going to be all right, he told himself. A very crazy setup, but it would be all right. Perhaps a little spooky and a bit hard to believe, but probably better, after all, than staying marooned back there on the planet. For this would not last forever, and the planet could have been, most probably would have been, forever. It would take a while to reach another planet, for space was rather sparsely populated in this area. There would be time to think and plan. He might be able to work out something that would be to his great advantage. He leaned back in the chair and stretched out his legs. His brain began to click in a ceaseless scurrying back and forth, nosing from every angle all the possibilities that existed in this setup. It was nice, he thought, this entire operation. The ship, undoubtedly, had figured out some angles for itself which no human yet had thought of. There were a lot of things to do. He'd have to learn the capabilities of the ship and give close study to its personality, seeking out its weak points and its strength. Then he'd have to plan his strategy and be careful not to give away his thinking. He must not move until he was entirely ready. There might be many ways to do it. There might be flattery, or there might be a business proposition, or there might be blackmail. He'd have to think on it and study and follow out the line of action that seemed to be the best. He wondered at the ship's means of operation. Anti-gravity, perhaps, so far considered as a source of power. He got up from the chair and paced 3 paces across the room. Or a fusion chamber, or perhaps some method which had not been, and back, restlessly pondering odds. Yes, he thought, it would be a nice kind of ship to have. More than likely there was nothing in all of space that could touch it in speed and maneuverability. Nothing that could overhaul it should he ever have to run. It could apparently set down anywhere. It was probably self-repairing, for the ship had spoken of redesigning and of rebuilding itself. With the memory of his recent situation still fresh inside his mind, this was comforting. There must be a way to get the ship, he told himself. There had to be a way to get it. It was something that he needed. He could buy another ship, of course. With the diamonds and the sacking, he could buy a fleet of ships, but this was the one he wanted. Maybe it had been pure luck this ship had picked him up, for any other legal ship would probably turn him over to the authorities at its next port of call. But this ship didn't seem to mind who he was or what his record might be. Any other ship that was not entirely legal would have grabbed off, not only the diamonds that he had, but his discovery of the diamond field. But this particular ship had no concern with diamonds. What a setup, he thought. A human brain and a spaceship tied together, so closely tied together that their identities had merged. He shivered at the thought of it, for it was a gruesome thing. Although perhaps it had not meant too much to that old man who was about to die. He had traded an aged and death-marked body for many years of life. Perhaps life as a part of a space-traveling machine was better than no life at all. How many years, he wondered, had it been since that old man had translated himself into something else than human? 100? 500? Perhaps even more than that. In those years, where had he been, and what might he have seen? And most pertinent of all, what thoughts had run through and congealed and formed within his mind? What was life like for him? Not a human sort of life, of course, not a human viewpoint, but something else entirely. Sherwood tried to imagine what it might be like, but gave up in dismay. It would necessarily be a negation of everything he lived for. All the sensual pleasure, all the dreams of gain and glory, all the neat behavior patterns he had set up for himself, all his self-made rules of conduct and conscience. A miracle, he thought. As a matter of fact, there'd been 2 miracles. The first had been when he had been able to set his ship down without a crack-up when the valve had failed. He had come in close above the planet's surface to find a place to land, and suddenly the valve went out and the engine failed, and there he'd been, plunging down above the rough terrain. Then suddenly he had glimpsed a place where a landing might be just barely possible, and had fought the controls madly to hit that certain spot, and finally had hit it. Alive! It had been a miracle that he had made the landing, and the coming of the ship to rescue him had been the second miracle. The monk dropped down flat against the wall, and his sack of diamonds was dumped onto the floor. "Hey, what goes on?" yelled Sherwood. Then he wished he had not yelled, for it was quite clear exactly what had happened. The support that held the bunk had not been snapped properly into place and had given way, letting down the bunk. "Something wrong, Mr. Sherwood?" asked the ship. No, not a thing, said Sherwood. My bunk fell down. I guess it startled me. He bent down to pick up the diamonds. As he did, the chair quietly and efficiently slid back against the wall, folded itself up, and slid into a slight depression that exactly fitted it. Squatted to pick up the diamonds, Sherwood watched the chair in horrified fascination, then swiftly spun around. The bunk, no longer hung against the wall, also had fitted itself into another niche. Cold fear speared into Sherwood. He rose swiftly to his feet, turning like a man at bay. He stood in a bare cubicle. With both the bunk and chair retracted, he stood within 4 bare walls. He sprang toward the door, and there wasn't any door. There was only wall. He staggered back into the center of the cubicle and spun around to view each wall in turn. There was no door in any of the walls. The metal went up from floor to ceiling without a single break. The walls began to move, closing in on him, sliding in, retracting. He watched, incredulous, frozen, thinking that perhaps he'd imagined the moving of the walls, but it was not imagination. Slowly, inexorably, the walls were closing in. Had he put out his arms, he could have touched them on either side of him. "Ship," he said, fighting to keep his voice calm. "Yes, Mr. Sherwood." "You are malfunctioning. The walls are closing in." "No," said the ship. "No malfunction, I assure you. A very proper function. My brain grows tired and feeble. It is not the body only. The brain also has its limits. I suspected that it might, but I could not know. There was a chance, of course, that separated from the poison of a body it might live in its bath of nutrients forever." "No," rasped Sherwood, his breath strangling in his throat. "No, not me." "Who else?" asked the ship. "I have searched for years, and you're the first who fitted." "Fitted!" Sherwood screamed. "Why, of course," the ship said calmly, happily. "A man who would not be missed. No one knowing where you were, no one hunting for you. No one will miss you. I had hunted for someone like you, and had despaired of finding one, for I am humane. I would cause no one grief or sadness." The walls kept closing in. The ship seemed to sigh in metallic contentment. "Believe me, Mr. Sherwood," it said, "finding you was a very miracle." End of The Shipshape Miracle by Clifford D. Simek. Recording by Kristen Skidmore. KristenSkidmore.com.
Spawning Ground by Lester Del Rey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Spawning Ground by Lester Del Rey. They weren't human. They were something more and something less. They were, in short, humanity's hopes for survival. The starship Pandora creaked and groaned as her landing pads settled unevenly in the mucky surface of the ugly world outside. She seemed to be restless to end her fool's errand here, 200 light-years from the waiting hordes on Earth. Straining metal plates twanged and echoed through her hallways. Captain Gwayne cursed and rolled over, reaching for his boots. He was a big, raw-boned man, barely 40, but 10 years of responsibility had pressed down his shoulders and put age-feigning hollows under his reddened eyes. The star lanes between Earth and her potential colonies were rough on the men who traveled them now. He shuffled toward the control room, grumbling at the heavy gravity. Lieutenant Jane Corey looked up, nodding a blonde head at him as he moved toward the ever-waiting pot of murky coffee. "Morning, Bob. You need a shave." "Yeah." He swallowed the hot coffee without tasting it, then ran a hand across the dark stubble on his chin. It could wait. "Anything new during the night?" "About a dozen blobs held something like a convention a little ways north of us. They broke up about an hour ago and streaked off into the clouds." The blobs were a peculiarity of this planet about which nobody knew anything. They looked like overgrown fireballs, but seemed to have an almost sentient curiosity about anything moving on the ground. "And our 2 cadets sneaked out again. Barker followed them but lost them in the murk. I've kept a signal going to guide them back." Gwayne swore softly to himself. Earth couldn't turn out enough starmen in the schools, so promising kids were being shipped out for training as cadets on their 12th birthday. The 2 he'd drawn, Kaufman and Pinelli, seemed to be totally devoid of any sense of caution. Of course, there was no obvious need for caution here. The blobs hadn't seemed dangerous, and the local animals were apparently all herbivorous and harmless. They were ugly enough, looking like insects in spite of their internal skeletons, with anywhere from 4 to 12 legs each on their segmented bodies. None acted like dangerous beasts. But something had happened to the exploration party 15 years back, and to the more recent ship under Hennessy that was sent to check up. He turned to the port to stare out at the planet. The Sol-type sun must be rising, since there was a dim light. But the thick clouds that wrapped the entire surface diffused its rays into a haze. For a change, it wasn't raining, though the ground was covered by thick swirls of fog. In the distance, the tops of shrubs that made a scrub forest glowed yellow-green. Motions around them suggested a herd of feeding animals. Details were impossible to see through the haze. Even the deep gorge where they'd found Hennessy's carefully buried ship was completely hidden by the fog. There were 3 of the blobs dancing about over the grazing animals now, as they often seemed to do. Gawain stared at them for a minute, trying to read sense into the things, if he had time to study them, but there was no time. Earth had ordered him to detour here, after leaving his load of deep sleep-stored colonists on official World 71, to check on any sign of Hennessy. He'd been here a week longer than he should have stayed already. If there was no sign in another day or so of what had happened to the men who'd deserted their ship and its equipment, he'd have to report back. He would have left before, if a recent landslip hadn't exposed enough of the buried ship for his metal locators to spot from the air by luck. It had obviously been hidden deep enough to foil the detectors originally. "Bob!" Jane Corey's voice cut through his pondering. "Bob, there are the kids!" Before he could swing to follow her pointing finger, movement caught his eye. The blobs had left the herd. Now the 3 were streaking at fantastic speed to a spot near the ship, to hover excitedly above something that moved there. He saw the 2 cadets then, heading back to the waiting ship, just beyond the movement he'd seen through the mist. Whatever was making the fog swirl must have reached higher ground. Something began to heave upwards. It was too far to see clearly, but Gawain grabbed the microphone, yelling into the radio toward the cadets. They must have seen whatever it was, just as the call reached them. Young Kaufman grabbed at Pinelli, and they swung around together. Then the mists cleared. Under the dancing blobs, a horde of things were heading for the cadets. Shaggy heads, brute bodies, vaguely manlike. One seemed to be almost 8 feet tall, leading the others directly towards the spacesuited cadets. Some of the horde were carrying spears or sticks. There was a momentary halt, and then the leader lifted one arm, as if motioning the others forward. "Get the jeeps out!" Gawain yelled at Jane. He yanked the door of the little officer's lift open and jabbed the down button. It was agonizingly slow, but faster than climbing down. He ripped the door back at the exit deck. Men were dashing in, stumbling around in confusion, but someone was taking over now, one of the crew women. The jeeps were lining up. One at the front was stuttering into life, and Gawain dashed for it as the exit port slid back. There was no time for suits or helmets. The air on the planet was irritating and vile-smelling, but it could be breathed. He leapt to the seat to see that the driver was Dr. Barker. At a gesture, the jeep rolled down the ramp, grinding its gears into second as it picked up speed. The other 2 followed. There was no sign of the cadets at first. Then Gawain spotted them, surrounded by the menacing horde. Seen from here, the things looked horrible, in a travesty of manhood. The huge leader suddenly waved and pointed toward the jeeps that were racing toward him. He made a fantastic leap backwards. Others swung about, 2 of them grabbing up the cadets. The jeep was doing 20 miles an hour now, but the horde began to increase the distance, in spite of the load of the 2 struggling boys. The creatures dived downward into lower ground, beginning to disappear into the mists. "Follow the blobs!" Gawain yelled. He realized now he'd been a fool to leave his suit. The radio would have let him keep in contact with the kids, but it was too late to go back. The blobs danced after the horde. Barker bounced the jeep downward into a gorge. Somewhere the man had learned to drive superlatively, but he had to slow as the fog thickened lower down. Then it cleared to show the mob of creatures doubling back on their own trail to confuse the pursuers. There was no time to stop. The jeep plowed through them. Gwaine had a glimpse of 5-foot bodies tumbling out of the way. Monstrously coarse faces were half hidden by thick hair. A spear crunched against the windshield from behind, and Gwaine caught it before it could foul the steering wheel. It had a wickedly beautiful point of stone. The creatures vanished as Barker fought to turn to follow them. The other jeeps were coming up by the sound of their motors, but too late to help. They'd have to get to the group with the cadets in a hurry, or the horde would all vanish in the uneven ground, hidden by the fog. A blob dropped down, almost touching Gwaine. He threw up an instinctive hand. There was a tinkling as the creature seemed to pass around it. It lifted a few inches and drifted off. Abruptly, Barker's foot ground at the brake. Gwaine jolted forward against the windshield just as he made out the form of the 8-foot leader. The thing was standing directly ahead of him, a cadet on each shoulder. The wheels locked, and the jeep slid protestingly forward. The creature leaped back. But Gwaine was out of the jeep before it stopped, diving for the figure. It dropped the boys with a surprised grunt. The arms were thin and grotesque below the massively distorted shoulders, but amazingly strong. Gwaine felt them wrench at him as his hands locked on the thick throat. A stench of alien flesh was in his nose as the thing fell backwards. Doc Barker had hit it seconds after the captain's attack. Its head hit the ground with a dull, heavy sound, and it collapsed. Gwaine eased back slowly, but it made no further move, though it was still breathing. Another jeep had drawn up, and men were examining the cadets. Pinelli was either laughing or crying, and Kaufman was trying to break free to kick at the monster. But neither had been harmed. The two were loaded onto a jeep, while men helped Barker and Gwaine stow the bound monster on another before heading back. No sign of skull fracture. My God, what a tough brute. Barker shook his own head as if feeling the shock of the monster's landing. I hope so, Gwaine told him. I want that thing to live, and you're detailed to save it and revive it. Find out if it can make sign language or draw pictures. I want to know what happened to Hennessy and why that ship was buried against detection. This thing may be the answer. Barker nodded grimly. I'll try, though I can't risk drugs on an alien metabolism. He sucked in on the cigarette he'd dug out, then spat sickly. Smoke and this air made a foul combination. Bob, it still makes no sense. We've scoured this planet by infrared, and there was no sign of native villages or culture. We should have found some. Troglodytes, maybe, Gwaine guessed. Anyhow, send for me when you get anything. I've got to get this ship back to Earth. We're overstaying our time here already. The reports from the cadets were satisfactory enough. They'd been picked up and carried, but no harm had been done them. Now they were busy being little heroes. Gwaine sentenced them to quarters as soon as he could, knowing their stories would only get wilder and less informative with retelling. If they could get any story from the captured creature, they might save time and be better off than trying to dig through Hennessy's ship. That was almost certainly sporeless by now. The only possible answer seemed to be that the exploring expedition and Hennessy's rescue group had been overcome by the aliens. It was an answer, but it left a lot of questions. How could the primitives have gotten to the men inside Hennessy's ship? Why was its fuel dumped? Only men would have known how to do that. And who told these creatures that a spaceship's metal finders could be fooled by little more than 100 feet of solid rock? They buried the ship cunningly, and only the accidental slippage had undone their work. Maybe there would never be a full answer, but he had to find something, and find it fast. Earth needed every world she could make remotely habitable, or mankind was probably doomed to extinction. The race had blundered safely through its discovery of atomic weapons into a peace that had lasted 200 years. It had managed to prevent an interplanetary war with the Venus colonists. It had found a drive that led to the stars, and hadn't even found intelligent life there to be dangerous on the few worlds that had cultures of their own. But 40 years ago, observations from beyond the solar system had finally proved that the sun was going to go nova. It wouldn't be much of an explosion as such things go, but it would render the whole solar system uninhabitable for millennia. To survive, man had to colonize. And there were no worlds perfect for him, as Earth had been. The explorers went out in desperation to find what they could. The terraforming teams did what they could. And then the big starships began filling worlds with colonists, carried in deep sleep to conserve space. Almost 80 worlds, the nearest a 4-month journey from Earth and 4 more months back. In another 10 years, the sun would explode, leaving man only on the footholds he was trying to dig among other solar systems. Maybe some of the strange worlds would let men spread his seed again. Maybe none would be spawning grounds for mankind in spite of the efforts. Each was precious as a haven for the race. If this world could be used, it would be nearer than most. If not, as it now seemed, no more time could be wasted here. Primitives could be overcome, maybe. It would be ruthless and unfair to strip them of their world, but the first law was survival. But how could primitives do what these must have done? He studied the spear he had salvaged. It was on a staff made of cemented bits of smaller wood from the scrub growth, skillfully laminated. The point was of delicately chipped flint, done as no human hand had been able to do for centuries. Beautiful primitive work, he muttered. Jane pulled the coffee cup away from her lips and snorted. You can see a lot more of it out there, she suggested. He went to the port and glanced out. About 60 of the things were squatting in the clearing fog, holding lances and staring at the ship. They were perhaps 1,000 yards away, waiting patiently. For what? For the return of their leader? Or for something that would give the ship to them? Gwaine grabbed the phone and called Barker. How's the captive coming? Barker's voice sounded odd. Physically fine, you can see him, but... Gwaine dropped the phone and headed for the little sickbay. He swore at Doc for not calling him at once, and then at himself for not checking up sooner. Then he stopped at the sound of voices. There was the end of a question from Barker, and a thick, harsh, growling sound that lifted the hair along the nape of Gwaine's neck. Barker seemed to understand, and was making a comment as the captain dashed in. The captive was sitting on the bunk, unbound and oddly unmenacing. The thick features were relaxed, and yet somehow intent. He seemed to make some kind of a salute as he saw Gwaine enter, and his eyes burned up unerringly toward the device on the officer's cap. "Haru, cabin," the thing said. "Captain Gwaine, may I present your former friend, Captain Hennessy," Barker said. There was a grin on the doctor's lips, but his face was taut with strain. The creature nodded slowly and drew something from the thick hair on its head. It was the golden comet of a captain. "He never meant to hurt the kids, just to talk to them," Barker cut in quickly. "I've got some of the story. He's changed. He can't talk very well. Says they've had to change the language around to make the sounds fit, and he's forgotten how to use what normal English he can. But it gets easier as you listen. It's Hennessy, all right, I'm certain." Gwaine had his own ideas on that. It was easy for an alien to seize on the gold ornament of a captive Earthman, even to learn a little English, maybe, but Hennessy had been his friend. "How many barmaids in the Cheshire Cat? How many pups did your oldest kid's dog have? How many were brown?" The lips contorted into something vaguely like a smile, and the curiously shaped fingers that could handle no human-designed equipment spread out. 3, 7, 0. The answers were right. By the time the session was over, Gwaine had begun to understand the twisted speech from inhuman vocal cords better, but the story took a long time telling. When it was finished, Gwaine and Barker sat for long minutes in silence. Finally, Gwaine drew a shuddering breath and stood up. "Is it possible, Doc?" "No," Barker said flatly. He spread his hands and grimaced. "No, not by what I know, but it happened. I've looked at a few tissues under the microscope. The changes are there. It's hard to believe about their kids. Adults in 8 years, but they stay shorter. It can't be a hereditary change. The things that affect the body don't change the germplasm. But in this case, what changed Hennessy is real. So maybe the fact that the change is passed on is as real as he claims." Gwaine led the former Hennessy to the exit. The waiting blobs dropped down to touch the monstrous man, then leapt up again. The crowd of monsters began moving forward toward their leader. A few were almost as tall as Hennessy, but most were not more than 5 feet high. The kids of the exploring party. Back in the control room, Gwaine found the emergency release levers, set the combinations, and pressed the studs. There was a hiss and gurgle as the great tanks of fuel discharged their contents out onto the ground where no ingenuity could ever recover it to bring life to the ship again. He'd have to tell the men and women of the crew later, after he'd had time to organize things and present it all in a way they could accept, however much they might hate it at first. But there was no putting off giving the gist of it to Jane. It was the blobs, he summarized. They seem to be amused by men. They don't require anything from us, but they like us around. Hennessy doesn't know why. They can change our cells, adapt us. Before men came, all life here had 12 legs. Now they're changing that, as we've seen. And they don't have to be close to do it. We've all been outside the hull. It doesn't show yet, but we're changed. In another month, Earth food would kill us. We've got to stay here. We'll bury the ships deeper this time, and Earth won't find us. They can't risk trying a colony where 3 ships vanish, so we'll just disappear, and they'll never know. Nobody would know. Their children, odd children who matured in 8 years, would be primitive savages in 3 generations. The Earth tools would be useless, impossible for the hands so radically changed. Nothing from the ship would last. Books could never be read by the new eyes. And in time, Earth wouldn't even be a memory to this world. She was silent a long time, staring out of the port toward what must now be her home. Then she sighed. You'll need practice, but the others don't know you as well as I do, Bob. I guess we can fix it so they'll believe it all. And it's too late now. But we haven't really been changed yet, have we? No, he admitted. Damn his voice. He'd never been good at lying. No, they have to touch us. I've been touched, but the rest could go back. She nodded. He waited for the condemnation, but there was only puzzlement in her face. Why? And then, before he could answer, her own intelligence gave her the same answer he had found for himself. The spawning ground. It was the only thing they could do. Earth needed a place to plant her seed, but no world other than Earth could ever be trusted to preserve that seed for generation after generation. Some worlds already were becoming uncertain. Here, though, the blobs had adapted men to the alien world, instead of men having to adapt the whole planet to their needs. Here, the strange children of man's race could grow, develop, and begin the long trek back to civilization. The gadgets would be lost for a time, but perhaps some of the attitudes of civilized man would remain to make the next rise to culture a better one. We're needed here, he told her, his voice pleading for the understanding he couldn't yet fully give himself. These people need as rich a set of bloodlines as possible to give the new race strength. The 50 men and women on this ship will be needed to start them with a decent chance. We can't go to Earth, where nobody would believe or accept the idea, or even let us come back. We have to stay here. She smiled then, and moved toward him, groping for his strength. Be fruitful, she whispered. Be fruitful and spawn, and replenish an Earth. No, he told her, replenish the stars. But she was no longer listening, and that part of his idea could wait. Someday, though, their children would find a way to the star lanes again, looking for other worlds. With the blobs to help them, they could adapt to most worlds. The unchanged spirit would lead them through all space, and the changing bodies would claim worlds beyond numbering. Someday, the whole universe would be a spawning ground for the children of men. End of Spawning Ground by Lester Del Rey. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
The Flying Tuskers of Brknk by Jack Sharkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Flying Tuskers of Brknk by Jack Sharkey. I have trod many tangled jungles, explored the floors of innumerable oceans, and braved death in so many forms that a man less magnificent than myself would have died of fright. But if there's one event that stands out in my perfect memory that can still raise a goosebump or two on my broad tan shoulders, the event is when I went hunting for the Flying Tuskers of Brknk. There we were, myself and my faithful old purple Andromedan guide, Mimp, out in the vast blue-white desert of Polaris III, looking for the Flying Tuskers. Brknk, the region we trod, was much feared by the Polaris III natives. They were a superstitious bunch anyway, who panicked at the very thought of being trampled or gored, and never ventured into the region of the Tuskers. I, a man of clear head and no nonsense, laughed at their primitive fancies. I set out nonetheless into the desert, with only the barest rudiments necessary for survival. We could get none of the local boys for bearers, so Mip had to carry everything. Naturally, I had to have both hands free to use my Moxley 55, the best ray rifle you can buy anywhere in the colonized universe. Aside from the ray rifle, I carried nothing save a 14-inch carbon steel bolo knife slung to my belt, my ever-present calabash pipe crammed full of steaming yuckweed, expensive to have imported from the Martian canals, but I buy it by the carton, and my trusty F9 Ultraflex binoculars on a short platinum chain. Mimp struggled along behind me as we set off into the desert. Even his mighty plum-hued muscles quivered under the load of our gear, which included an inflatable pseudo-log hut, with fireplace, an optional extra, a double-oven radium-powered cookout stove, and a 7-pound crate of signal flares, just in case we got lost. 3 days we ranged the shifting blue-white sands of Brknk, watching everywhere for signs of the herd we'd heard occurred in that region. Nothing. "Keep a sharp lookout," I snapped at Mimp over my shoulder. Mimp was like a brother, but you have to keep these aliens in their place. "Yes, Buona," said Mimp. He called me Buona always. "Soon we come to waterhole." I didn't ask him how he knew. Andromedans have a knack for geography. In many ways, they're almost as good as an Earthman. "Good," was all I answered. It was short, to the point, and showed who was boss. Onward we trekked, a sunburnt duo casting long bronze shadows across the burning sands of Brknk. A thin plume of yuckweed fumes marked our passage. It was nearly sunset when we spotted the pink glitter of that sickening slop that is the Polaris III excuse for water. I stood watching the sunset, while Mimp unloaded all the gear and began to set up camp. As the last rays faded in the sky, I turned and entered the pseudo-log hut Mimp had inflated. Hard on his lungs, of course, but I hadn't wanted to burden him with the extra weight of a hand pump. I'm a stern man, but I'm fair. He had my slippers laid out beside the armchair by the fire, and a cool mint julep awaiting me on the small teakwood taboret. He was busying himself in the kitchenette, whipping up a quick souffle with one hand and tossing a small salad with the other. "Hurry it up in there," I growled jovially. "Time is money, time is money." A bit of friendly joshing is good for the relationship. Shows Mip I'm tolerant of him sharing the same quarters, without actually making me act like an equal, if you know what I mean. "I hurry, Sahib," said Mip. "Coming up." He always called me Sahib. He rushed across the room and began setting the table, with my pearl-handled silverware. "No, not there," I yawned, picking up my julep and settling back into the armchair. "I think I'd like the table nearer the piano, so you can play Chopin nocturnes while I dine," I added, as a kindly afterthought. "You can reheat your share of the souffle later, after I've gone to bed. Personally, I hate cold souffle." "Yes, Effendi," said Mip. He always called me Effendi. Rapidly, he moved the table over to the Steinway, set out the finished souffle and salad, and then hurried to the piano, and began laboriously plunking out glorious melody. I took a sip of my julep, then spat it out on the carpet. "Mimp!" I roared, incensed. "Did you make this drink with Polaris III water?" Craven and cowering, he fell at my feet, whining for mercy. But I was adamant. You let an alien take an inch, and the next thing, he swiped a parsec. "The knout," I said, keeping my voice emotionless and holding out my hand. "Please, Kimosabe," whimpered Mip. "I dare not use the water in the canteens. You know that Polaris III water is poisonous to us Andromedans, while you Earthmen can tolerate it." "I cannot," I raged. "I was speaking medically," he mewed piteously. "And I aesthetically," I snarled. "The knout now, and be quick about it." He scurried on all fours to the bureau where I kept my odds and ends, and came crawling back with the brutal leather whip. I weighed the infraction, decided that 3 stripes would be lesson enough, and I laid them onto his bare back with a steady hand. "Now," I said, wearied by the effort, "play something gay and lilting." Hastily, he dragged himself to the Steinway and complied. Dinner was really delicious. Next morning, before sunup, we lay in wait for the herd behind a rock beside the waterhole. The sky was growing pale saffron near the horizon, then light yellow, then finally glaring brass as the sun arose. By sun, I mean the star Polaris, of course. Our sun is a star, you know. Or did you? I knew, naturally. Then, afar off, I espied the bulky blobs in the sky that were the flying Tuskers of Brknk. No man had ever hunted one before. I felt pretty proud, let me tell you. Onward they came through the air, their large skin-type gray wings flapping stolidly up and down, about 3 strokes to the mile. Enormous creatures they were, with fiery little eyes and long trailing trunks that had a wicked little hook at the tip. But the thing that really caught one's eye was their tusks. 10 of them, 8 originating in the mouth, and 1 in either foreknee. Each tusk was 7 feet in length, long, white, straight-tapered, and flawless. But not ivory, not on these babies. Pure pearl. That lovely, lustrous, calcareous concretion. Each tusk would bring 50,000 interplanetary credits on the open market. And there were 10 per elephantine beast, and at least 60 of them in the herd. "Look at that, will you?" I cried to Mimp. "Look, feast your ugly eyes on that gleaming fortune swooping down upon us, Mimp." "I look, I feast," he murmured surlily, huddled behind me behind the rock behind the tree. Aliens tend to be cowardly when their lives are in danger. Carefully, I raised the rifle and took a bead on the youngest beast in that descending herd. It's slightly illegal to shoot the fledglings, but after all, I wasn't going to bring him back with me, so no one would know. It's just that I find that when I shoot the eldest in a herd of wildlife, the others miss their protector and flee. But if I shoot one of the babies, the elder ones stay around to protect it, and I get to kill lots more. Nasty, perhaps, but that's the hunting game for you. Anyhow, I took this bead on the beast. I was just in the act of depressing the firing stud when an unwanted lightness in the weapon caught my attention. Irritated, I cracked open the firing chamber. "Mimp," I growled in one of my rare real wraths, "you didn't load the ray rifle. Even a Moxley 55 is no damned good without cartridges." "1,000 pardons, boss," muttered Mimp, inclining his loathsome lavender face in a subservient bow. "I go get." He wriggled away across the sand and into the hut, fortunately not disturbing the herd, which was now kneeling on the slope above the waterhole and inhaling that putrid pink liquid through their trunks. I drooled a bit, seeing the rainbow glint of sunlight on those magnificent tusks. Seconds passed, then minutes. The herd was practically slaked, and still no crawling Mimp reappeared from the hut. Soon they'd fly off and cost me a fortune. I was already pretty much in hock after paying the fare to Polaris 3 from Earth. I'd been able to save a little by listing Mimp as baggage and storing him in the hold for the flight. Angry, irked, and pretty well enraged, I moved swiftly toward the hut on hands and knees, scuttling in the doorway as fast as I could, lest the herd see me and flee or attack. In the parlor, I stood erect and glanced about. There was no one in sight, but the back door was open. "Mimp!" I bellowed, stamping across the carpet. "Where are you, you off-color blemish?" No reply. "This means 6 stripes with the knout," I warned him. Then I heard a faint sound, not unlike that of a 14-inch bolo knife being brought down hard upon the inflating valve of a pseudo-log hut. I felt at my belt. My bolo was missing. "Mimp!" I hollered, much too late. Then the whole damned room, piano, fireplace, carpet, armchair and all, snapped in upon me, and I was wound up with one of those rubberized walls tighter than the center of a golf ball. I think I must have swooned then. Much, much later, by dint of tooth, fingernail, and sheer grit, I had gnawed, clawed, and wrenched my way free of the collapsed hut. A stunning sight met my eyes. All about the waterhole, the flying Tuskers were still kneeling. Every one of them was dead and already beginning to rot. But the infuriating thing was that not one of them had so much as an inch of tusk any more. Every beast had been de-tusked, the priceless pearl shafts lopped off flush with the thick gray hides. Mimp, and with my bolo knife already. At least he'd left me a canteen. I tasted it. Phaw! Pink Polaris 3 slop. The dirty little... But I saved it anyhow. I had a long, lonely walk back to town ahead of me. And there it was that I learned even worse news. Mimp had already sold the tusks and was on his way back to Andromeda, with a fortune in his breech-clout. I swore revenge then and there, but was unable to carry it out since I was short the rocket fare back to Earth and the authorities. It seems that Polaris 3 is a neutral planet. Even the mighty word Earthman carries no weight there. So I had to hock the piano, my precious Moxley 55, and what could be salvaged of the souffle, and even then I was only able to book passage as near Earth as Sirius 2. Luckily, they had a consulate there. I was able to secure a ride home after some weeks' wait. By then, however, it was too late to avenge myself. Mimp, with his stolen fortune, had paid off his planet's debt to Earth. Andromeda 4, his home planet, declared its independence, and the Earth authorities throw up their hands and shrug whenever I hint at extraditing him. Seems he's the new emperor there or something. They can't afford to antagonize him. Damn. However, I suppose you're wondering just why I get goosebumps when I recall the flying Tuskers of Brknk. Well, it wasn't so much the danger from the beasts, nor the hideous heat of that desert, nor my long, painful sojourn beneath the Steinway in the shrunken hut that was so bad. It was those Tuskers. Know how they died? Mimp had poisoned the waterhole. Unsporting and all that, but the thing that nags my brain is, why didn't I think of that? Me, bested by a lousy purple alien. What's the universe coming to? The End of The Flying Tuskers of Brknk by Jack Sharkey.
The Troubadour by Peter Michael Sherman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kelly Taylor. The Troubadour by Peter Michael Sherman. So far as parties go, Jocelyn's were no duller than any others. I went to this one mainly to hear Paul Kutrov and Frank Alva bait each other, which is usually more entertaining than most double features. Kutrov adheres to the onward and upward school of linear progress, while Alva is more or less of a Spinglerian. More when he goes along by himself, less when you try to pin him down on it. And since the subject of tonight's revelations would be the pre-Mohammedan Arab culture, I'd find Alva more inclined to my side of the debate, which is strictly morphological and without any pious theories of progress. I'd completely forgotten that Jocelyn had mentioned something about having a special attraction, a Mr. Thales, who she insisted was a troubadour. I didn't comment, not wanting to spend a day with Jocelyn on the phone exploring the Provence. The night wasn't too warm for August, and there were occasional gusts of air seeping through the layers of tobacco smoke that hover over the assemblage. As usual, It was a heterogeneous crowd, which rapidly formed into numerous islands of discourse. The trade winds carried salient gems of intelligence throughout the entire archipelago at times, and Jocelyn walked upon the water, scurrying from one bay to another, sopping up the overflow of culture. She visited our atoll, where Kutrov's passionate exposition had already raised the mean temperature some degrees, but didn't stay too long. Such debates didn't suggest any course of social or political action, and couldn't be true to any of her causes. My attention was wandering from the Kutrov-Alva variations, for Bill had only been speaking for 10 minutes, and could not be expected to arrive at any point whatsoever for at least another 15. From the east of us came apocalyptic figures of nuclear physics. From the west I heard strains of Mondarian interwoven with Picasso. South of us, a post-mortem on the latest betrayal of this or that aspiration of the people, and to the north we heard the mysteries of atonality. It was a while I was looking around and letting all these things roll over me that I saw the stranger enter. Jocelyn immediately bounced up from a couch, leaving the crucial problem of atmosphere poisoning via fission and or fusion bombs suspended, and made effusive noises. This, then, was the Troubadour, Mr. Phalis. The main attraction was decidedly prepossessing. Tall, peculiarly graceful, both in appearance and manner, dressed with an immaculateness that seemed excessive in this post-Bohemian circle. There was a decidedly musical quality to his speech, as he made polite comments upon being introduced to each of us, with an exactness in sentence structure, word choices, and enunciation that bespoke the foreigner. Jocelyn took him around with an air of conducting a quick tour through a museum, then settled him momentarily with the music group, now in the darkest Schoenberg, only partially illuminated by Wozniak. I watched Phalis long enough to solidify an impression that he was at ease here, but not merely in this particular discussion. It was a case of his being simply at ease, period. Kutrov was watching him too, and I saw now that there would be a most likely permanent digression. Too bad. I'd a feeling that when he came to his point, it would have been a strong one. Hungarian, do you suppose? He asked. Alva examined the evidence. Phalis had high cheekbones, longish eyes with large pupils. He was lean, without giving an impression of thinness. He had not taken off his gloves, and I wondered if he would come forth with a monocle. If he had, it would not have seemed an affectation. I wouldn't say Slavic, Alva said. He started off on ethnology, and we toured the Near East again. I jumped into the break when Kutrov was swallowing beer and Alva lighted a cigarette to observe that Phalis reminded me of those Egyptian portraits, although I couldn't set the period. If those eyes of his don't shine in the dark, I added, they ought to. A brief pause for appreciation, then Jocelyn was calling for all men's attention. She managed to get it in reasonably short order, took a breath, then dived into announcing that our special guest, Mr. Phalis, was going to deliver a song cycle. Phalis arose, bowed slightly, then, nodding to Mark Loring, who brought forth his oboe, "These songs were not conceived or composed in the form I am presenting them," he said, "but I believe that this arrangement I use is an effective one. I call this Song of the Last Men." He nodded again, Loring, and the performance began. His voice was affecting, his artistry unmistakable. and there were overtones in his voice that gave an added eeriness to the weird music itself. The songs told of the feelings, the memories, and despair of a nearly extinct people, one which had achieved a great culture and a worldwide civilization. The singer knows that the civilization has been destroyed, that the people created by this culture and civilization are gone, the few survivors being pitiful fellaheen, unable to rebuild or bring forth a culture of their own. There is despair at the loss of the comfort the civilization they knew brought them, sorrow at their inability to share in its greatness, even in memory, and a resigned certainty that they are the last of the race. They will soon be gone, and no others shall arise after them. There was silence when Phelis finished, then discreet but firm applause, as if the audience felt that giving full rein to their approval would make an imperious racket. Phelis seemed to sense this feeling, and smiled as he bowed. "These are not the songs of your people, are they?" asked Jocelyn. Phelis shook his head. "Oh, no. They are far removed from us. I am merely an explorer of past civilizations and cultures, and I enjoy adapting such masterpieces of the past as I can find. This arrangement was made for you. I shall make a different one for my own people, so that the sonic values of the music and the words agree with one another." Kutrov blinked, then asked him, "Well, can you tell us something more about the people who created this cycle? It has a familiar ring to it, yet I cannot tie it in with any past culture I have heard of." Jocelyn cut in with the regretful announcement that Mr. Phelis had another appointment, and called for a note of thanks to him for coming. More applause, this time unrestrained. Phelis smiled again and swept his eyes around us, as if filled with some amusing secret. Then he said to Kutrov, "You would find them quite understandable." I wandered over to the window in search of air, and noted that someone had indiscreetly left a comfortable chair vacant. I was near the door, so that I could hear Jocelyn say to Phelis, "It was very moving. Why, I could almost feel that you were singing about us." Phelis smiled again. "That is as it should be." "Of course," chimed in Loring, who'd come up to ask Phelis if he could have a copy of the score. "That's the test of an expert performance." The lights were dimmed again by the fog of tobacco smoke, and I could see the street quite clearly by moonlight. I decided I would watch Phelis and see if his eyes did glow in the dark. I saw him go down to the sidewalk with that graceful stride of his, hands in his pockets, but I couldn't see his eyes at all. Then a gust of wind tugged at his hat, and for an instant I thought he'd have to go scrambling after it. But, quick as a rapier thrust, a tail darted out from beneath his dress coat, caught the hat, and set it back on his head. End of The Troubadour by Peter Michael Sherman. One out of 10 by J. Anthony Verlaine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kelly Taylor. 1 out of 10 by J. Anthony Verlaine. I watched Don Phillips, the commercial announcer, out of the corner of my eye. The camera in front of me swung around and lined up on my set. "And now on with the show," Phillips was saying. "And here, ready to test your wits, is your quizzing quiz master, Smiling Jim Parsons." I smiled into the camera and waited while the audience applauded. The camera tally light went on, and the stage manager brought his arm down and pointed at me. "Good afternoon," I said into the camera, "and here we go again with another half hour of fun and prizes on television's newest, most exciting game, Parlor Quiz. In a moment I'll introduce you to our first contestant, but first, here is a special message to you mothers." The baby powder commercial appeared on the monitor, and I walked over to the next set. They had the first contestant lined up for me. I smiled and took her card from the floorman. She was a middle-aged woman with a faded print dress and old-style shoes. I never saw the contestants until we were on air. They were screened before the show by the staff. They usually tried to pick contestants who would make good show material, odd name or occupation, or somebody with 20 kids, something of that nature. I looked at the card for the tip-off. "Mrs. Frida Dunny," the card said. "Ask her where she comes from." I smiled at the contestant again and took her by the hand. The tally light went on again, and I grinned into the camera. "Well, now, we're all set to go, and for our first contestant today is this charming little lady right here beside me, Mrs. Frida Dunny." I looked at the card. "How are you, Mrs. Dunny?" "Fine. I'm just fine." "All set to answer a lot of questions and win a lot of prizes?" "Oh, I'll win all right," said Mrs. Dunny, smiling around at the audience. The audience tittered a bit at that remark. I looked at the card again. "Where are you from, Mrs. Dunny?" "Mars," said Mrs. Dunny. "Mars," I laughed, anticipated the answer. "Mars, Montana? Mars, Peru?" "No, Mars, up there," she said, pointing up into the air. "The planet Mars, the fourth planet out from the sun." My assistant looked unhappy. I smiled again, wondering what the gag was. I decided to play along. "Well, well, well," I said, "all the way from Mars, eh? And how long have you been on Earth, Mrs. Dunny?" "Oh, about 30 or 40 years. I've been here nearly all my life. Came here when I was just a wee bit of a girl." "Well," I said, "you're practically an Earthwoman by now, aren't you?" The audience laughed. "Do you plan on going back some day, or have you made up your mind to stay here on Earth for the rest of your days?" "Oh, I'm just here for the invasion," said Mrs. Dunny. "When that's over, I'll probably go home again." "The invasion?" "Yes, the invasion of Earth. As soon as enough of us are here, we'll get that started." "You mean there are others here, too?" "Oh, yes. There are several million of us here in the United States already, and more on the way." "There are only about 170 million people in the United States, Mrs. Dunny," I said. "If there are several million Martians among us, 1 out of every 100 would have to be a Martian."
1 out of every 10, said Mrs. Dunny. "That's what the boss said just the other day. We're getting pretty close to the number we need to take over Earth."
"What do you need?" I said. 1 to 1? 1 Martian for every Earthman?
"Oh, no," said Mrs. Dunny. 1 Martian is worth 10 Earthmen. The only reason we're waiting is we don't want any trouble."
"You don't look any different from us Earth people, Mrs. Dunny. How does one tell the difference between a Martian and an Earthman when one sees one?"
"Oh, we don't look any different," said Mrs. Dunny. "Some of the kids don't even know they're Martians. Most mothers don't tell their children until they're grown up. And there are other children who never are told because they just don't develop their full powers."
"What powers?"
"Oh, telepathy, thought control, that sort of thing."
"You mean that Martians can read other people's thoughts?"
"Sure. It's no trouble at all. It's really very easy once you get the hang of it."
Can you read my mind? I asked, smiling.
Sure, said Mrs. Dunny, smiling up at me. That's why I said I'd know the answers. I'll be able to read them from your mind when you look at that little sheet of paper.
Now that's hardly sporting, is it, Mrs. Dunny? I said, turning to the camera. The audience laughed. Everybody else has to do it the hard way, and here you are reading it from my mind.
All's fair in love and war, said Mrs. Dunny.
Tell me, Mrs. Dunny, why are you telling me about all this? Isn't it supposed to be a secret?
I have my reasons, said Mrs. Dunny. Nobody believes me anyhow.
Oh, I believe you, Mrs. Dunny, I said gravely. And now let's see how you do on the questions. Are you ready? She nodded. Name the one and only mammal that has the ability to fly, I said, reading from the script.
A bat, she said.
Right. Did you read that from my mind?
Oh, yes, you're coming over very clear, said Mrs. Dunny.
Try this one, I said. A princess is any daughter of a sovereign. What is a princess royal?
The eldest daughter of a sovereign, she said.
Correct. How about this one? Is a Kodiak a kind of simple box camera, a type of double-bowed boat, or a type of Alaskan bear?
A bear, said Mrs. Dunny.
Very good, I said. That was a hard one. I asked her 7 more questions, and she got them all right. None of the other contestants even came close to her score, so I wound up giving her the gas range and a lot of other small prizes. As we were off the air, I followed the audience out into the hall. Mrs. Dunny was walking towards the lobby with an old paper shopping bag under her arm. An attendant was following her with an arm full of prizes. I caught up with her before she reached the door. Mrs. Dunny, I said, and she turned around, I want to talk with you.
Where do I get the gas stove? She said.
Your local dealer will send it to you in a few days. Did you give them your address?
Yes, I gave it to him. My Philadelphia address, that is. I don't remember my address at home anymore.
Come on now, Mrs. Dunny, you don't have to keep up that Mars business now that we're off the air.
It's the truth, and I didn't come here just by accident, said Mrs. Dunny, looking over her shoulder towards the attendant who was still holding the prizes. I came here to see you.
Me?
Mrs. Dunny set the paper bag down on the floor and dug into her pocketbook. She took out a dog-eared piece of white paper and bent it up in her hand. Yes, she said finally, I came to see you, and you didn't follow me out here because you wanted to. I commanded you to come.
Commanded me to come, I spluttered. What for?
To prove something to you. Do you see this piece of paper? She held out the paper in her hand with the blank side toward me. My address is on this paper. I am reading the address. Concentrate on what I'm reading.
I looked at her. I concentrated. Suddenly, I knew. 251 South 8th Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, I said out loud.
You see, it's very easy once you get the hang of it, she said.
I nodded and smiled down at her. Now I understood. I picked up her bag and put my hand on her shoulder. Let's go, I said. We have a lot to talk about. End of 1 out of 10 by J. Anthony Ferlane. Show Business by Boyd Ellenby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Show Business by Boyd Ellenby. Except for old Dworkin, Kotha's bar was deserted when I dropped in shortly after midnight. The ship from Earth was still 2 days away, and the Martian flagship would get in the next morning, with 700 passengers for Earth on it. Dworkin must have been waiting in Luna City for a whole week, at 6,000 credits a day. That's as steep to me as to you, but money seemed to never worry Dworkin. He raised the heavy green lids from his protruding brown eyes as I came in. He waved his tail. "Sit down and join me," he invited in his guttural voice. "It is not good for a man to drink alone, but I have no company in this, by the gods, deserted hole. A man must something be doing, what?" I sat down in the booth across from my Venusian friend and stared at him while he punched a new order into the drink board. "For me, another sticker," he announced. "And for you, the same." Against my better judgment, for I knew I'd have plenty to do with that mob of tourists, the first crowd of the season is always the roughest. Tomorrow, I consented. Dworkin had already consumed 6 of the explosive things, as the empty glasses on the table showed, but he exhibited no effects. I made a mental note, as I'd so often done before, that this time I would not exceed the safe terrestrial limit of 2. "You must be on the money again, drinking imported Stika," I remarked. "What are you doing in Luna City this time?" He merely lifted his heavy eyelids and stared at me without expression. "No, in the money I am not. There are too many chiselers in business. Just when I think I have a good thing, I am swindled. It is always too bad." He snorted through his ugly snout, making the Venusian equivalent of a sigh. I knew there was a story waiting behind that warty skin, but I was not sure if I wanted to hear it. For the next rounds of drinks would be on me, and Stika cost 150 credits a shot. Still, a man on a moon assignment has to amuse himself somehow. So I said, "What's the latest episode in the Dworkin soap opera? What is the merchandise this time? Gems? Pet mercury and fire insects? A new supply of Danhala?" "I do not smuggle drugs. That is a big lie," replied my friend solidly. He knew, of course, that I still suspected him to be the source of that last load of the potent narcotic, although I had no more proof than did the Planetary Bureau of Investigation. He only took a long pull at his drink before he spoke again. "But Dworkin is never down for long. This time it is show business. You remember how I have always been by the theater so fascinated? Well, I decided to open a show here in Luna City. Think of all the travelers, bored stiff by space and the emptiness thereof, who pass through here during the season. Even if only half of them go to my show, it cannot fail." I waited for some mention of free tickets, but none was made. I was about as anxious to see Dworkin's show as I was to walk barefoot across the Mare Ibrium, but I asked with what enthusiasm I could force, "What sort of act are you putting on, girls?" I shuddered as I recalled the pathetic shop-worn chorus girls that Sam Lowe had tried to pass off last year on the gullible tourist of the spaceways. That show had lasted 10 nights, 9 more than it deserved to. There are limits even to the gullibility of earth lubbers. "Yes, girls," said Dworkin, "but not what you are thinking. Martian girls." This was more interesting. Even if the girls were now a little too old for the stage in the Martian capital, they would still get loud cheers on the moon. I knew. I started to say so, but Dworkin interrupted. And not the miserable girls they buy from the slave markets in Behastin. These girls I collected myself from the country along the upper canal. I repressed my impulse to show my curiosity. It could all be perfectly true, and if it were not, the opening night would tell. But it sounded a lot like one of Dworkin's taller tales. I had never been able to disprove any one of them, but I found it a little hard to believe that so many improbable things had ever happened to one man. However, I like being entertained, if it doesn't cost me too much, so I finally said, I suppose you're going to tell me you ventured out into the interior of Mars, carrying a 6-week supply of water and oxygen on your back, and visited the Zeo theaters on the spot. How did you know? That is just what I did, solemnly affirmed my companion. He snorted again, and looked at his glass. It was empty, but he tilted it into his face again in an eloquent gesture. No words were needed. I punched the symbols for Stika into the drink board on my side of the table. Then, after hesitating, I punched the 2N signal. I must remember, though, that this was my second and last. His 8th Stika seemed to instill some animation into Dworkin. I know you feel skepticism after my exploits. You will see tomorrow night that I speak true. Amazing, I said, especially as I just happened to remember that 3 different expeditions from Earth tried to penetrate more than 100 kilometers from Behastin, but either they couldn't carry the water and oxygen that far, or they resorting to breathing Mars air and never came back. And they were Earthmen, not Venusians who were accustomed to 2 atmospheres of carbon dioxide. My friend, you must not reason. It was so, it will always be so. The principle of induction is long exploded. I did indeed breathe Mars airs. Wait, I tell you how. He took another long swig of Stika. What your Earthmen did not realize was that they cannot acclimatate themselves as do we Venetians. You know the character of our planet made adaptability a condition of survival. It is true that our atmosphere is heavy, but on top of our so high mountains the air is thin. We must live everywhere the space is so few. I first adapted myself on Earth to live. I was there a whole year, you will recollect. Then I go further. Your engineers construct air tanks that make the air of mountains thin. So I learned to live in those tanks. Each day I have spent 1, 2, 3 hours in them. I get so I can breathe air at 1/3 the pressure of your already thin atmosphere, and at 1/6 in the tension of oxygen. No, my friend, you could not do this. Your lungs burst. But old Dworkin, he has done it. I take with me only some water, for I know the Martians they not give water. To trade some miniature kerosene lamps. You know they got no fuel oil now, only atomics. But these little lamps, they like for antiques, for sentiment, because their great-grandfathers used them. Well, I walked through Valhalla and did not stop. Too close by capital. Too close contact with men of other planets. I walk also through Bur and Zermatt. I come to a place where they never see a foreigner, named Tahassa, Oh, I tell you, the men of the other planets do not know Mars. How delightful, how unspoiled are the Martians. Once you get away from the people by the tourists, so spoiled. How wonderful. Across the sands to go free as birds. The so friendly greeting of the Martian men and the Martian women. Well, indoors I go to a theater. Such lovely girls, you shall see. But I saw something else. That, my friend, you hardly believe. Dworkin looked down at his empty glass and snorted gently. I took the hint, although for myself I ordered the less lethal Martian Azadnadi. I was already having difficulty believing parts of his narratives. It would be interesting to see if the rest of it were any harder. My companion continued. They not only have the chorus, which you have seen on Earth, imported from Mars, and such a chorus, such girls, but they have something else. You recall your terrestrial history? Once your ancestors had performers on the stage who did funny motions and said amusing remarks the spectators to make laugh. I think you call it vaudeville. Well, on Mars they also have vaudeville. He paused and looked at me from under half-shut eyelids and grinned widely to show his reptilian teeth. I wondered if he'd really found something new. I would even be willing to pay for a glimpse of Martian vaudeville. I wondered if my Martian was too rusty for me to understand the jokes in the spoken lingo. They have not only men and women telling jokes, they have trained animals acting funny, Dworkin went on. This was too much. I suppose the animals talk too, I asked sarcastically. Do they speak Earth or Martian? He regarded me approvingly. My friend, you catch on quick. He raised a paw. Now, don't at conclusions jump. Let me explain. At first, I did not believe it either. They sprung it with no warning. On the stage came a tool. You know him, I think. And the Shaodid. The Shaodid was riding a bicycle. A monocle. One wheel. The Taul moved just as awkward as he always does, and tried to ride a tandem four-wheeled vehicle, which had been especially for him made. In spite of my resolve, I chuckled. The picture of a Taul riding a four-wheeled bicycle, pumping each of his 8 three-legged joints up and down in turn while maintaining his usual supercilious and indifferent facial expression, was irresistibly funny. Wait, said my friend, and raised a paw. You have as yet nothing heard. They make jokes at the same time. The Shuadid asked the Taul, who was that Taula I saw you with up the canal? And the Taul replies, that was no Taula, that was my Shikai. I doubled up laughing. Unless you have visited Mars, this might not strike you as funny, but I collapsed into a heap. I put my head on the table and wept with mirth. It seemed like 5 minutes before I was able to speak. Oh, no! Yes, I tell you, yes, insisted my friend. He even smiled himself. If you don't know the social system of the Martians, there is no point in my trying to explain why the idea of a Taul being out with that neuter of neuters, a Shikai, was so devastatingly funny. But that suddenly was not quite the point. did it happen? I had large doubts. Nobody had ever heard a tool make any sort of sound, and it was generally supposed that they do not have vocal cords. And no, Shiodid, they somewhat resemble a big groundhog and live in burrows along the canals of Mars, had ever been heard to make any noise except a high-pitched whistle when frightened. "Now, just a minute, Dworkin," I said. "I know, my friend, I know. You think it impossible. You think the talking is faked. I thought so too, but wait." It seemed Dworkin had inquired among the audience as to who owned the performing animals. The local Martians were not as impressed as he was with the performance, but they guided him to the proprietor of the Trained Animal Act. He was a young Martian, hawk-nosed, with flashing black eyes, dusky skin, and curly hair. "I say to him, this Martian," Dworkin continued, "if your act on the level is, I buy. I had 3 small diamonds with," he explained. But the Martian, he was hard to deal with. First, he said he would not sell his so valuable and so beloved animals. The only talking animals on Mars, he said. The liar. At long last, I get him to make a price, but on the condition that he bring me the animals around to my inn in the morning for a private audition. "I suppose," I interrupted, "you are beginning to have some doubts as to the Martian's good faith. After all, a talking Tool and a talking Shiodid all at the same time is quite a lot to ask. I would have—" "Please, my friend, please," interrupted my companion. "Do you not think old Dworkin knows these things? Of course he does. I think, the owner, he's pulling a fake, I guess. I know that animals do not really talk. Next morning, I think he no show up. But no, I am mistaken. Promptly at 9 o'clock, he come to my inn with a little dog cart with the animals. He puts them on the stage in the bar of the inn. They act like before. But they didn't talk, of course. Oh, no, my friend. That's where you are wrong. They talk like nobody's business. The jokes are funnier than ever, even dirtier, perhaps. But Dworkin is not fool. He think, aha. I say to the Martian, you fake this, what? The animals not talk? Suppose you have them do the act while you outside stay, what? Then I think I have them. The Martian tear his curly hair, flash his black eyes. He takes insult that I think he has faith. Name of the Martian gods, he cried. But at last he agreed to go away and tell the animals to go ahead. Dworkin, you were a sap to string along with him even that far, I said wearily. I hope you hadn't paid the guy any money. He shook his head. No, my old and blessed, he said. Dworkin no fool is, even on Mars. No money. But wait. The animals go on without the owner. Same stage business, same talk, same jokes. Even funnier yet. What? I stared at Dworkin. He did not smile, but he finished off his 11th shtick. The 5th I had bought him. Listen, I said, are you sitting there telling me that you have a Tool and a Shiodid that can really talk? Listen, my friend, like you, I think something is wrong. I say to Martian owner, my friend, maybe I buy your act if you tell me how it is done. But you know as well as I do that it is impossible to these animals to talk. Tell me what is the trick. Dworkin lifted his glass and shook it, as though he could not believe it was empty. then looked at me questioningly. I shook my head. He snorted, looked melancholy, writhed up from his chair, and reached for his fur cape. "Well, thanks for the drinks," he said. A dark suspicion crept into my mind, but I could not restrain myself. "Wait, Dworkin," I shouted. "You can't just leave me up in the air like that. What happened then?" Dworkin snorted into his green handkerchief. "The Martian admitted it was a fake after all," he said mournfully. "Can you imagine it? What a chiseler! The shield," he said, "can't really talk. The Tool just throws his voice." End of Show Business by Boyd Ellenby.
Zero Hour by Alexander Blade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Harmon Busby. 0 Hour by Alexander Blade. Dad had already gone when Bobby got up. This disappointed Bobby a little, but then he remembered. This was the big day. Naturally, Dad would get over to the project early, and at 4 o'clock, Bobby shivered deliciously at the thought of it. He ate his breakfast in silence with Mom across the table, drinking a cup of coffee and looking at a fashion catalog. He was glad she was occupied because he didn't want to talk. Not today he didn't. Might spill something secret. Might even let out the big secret. That would be terrible. Of course, all things were secret at Buffalo Flats. So secret, top scientists like Dad didn't even discuss them with wives like Mom. And wives like Mom never asked. So it was really something to sit there, eating breakfast, knowing that today, Dad was going to rocket to the moon, and with Mom not even knowing the lunar project was in the works, so naturally not dreaming that he was going with Dad. The thrill was overpowering. Maybe they would have radio communication after they got there, and he would call back and say, "Hello, Mom, guess where I am? On the moon with Dad." And Mom would say, "Why, Bobby, scaring me to death like this. I was looking all over for you." Sounding very angry, but not being really angry after all, because maybe Dad would cut in and say, "Yeah, he's right here with me, dear. What do you think of this boy of ours?" Bobby gulped the last of his cereal so he could go outside and wriggle for joy. As he got up from his chair, Mom said, "And what's your plan for today, young man? Davy Crockett or Buck Rogers?" Bobby had a quick thought, a sudden temptation. Why not give Mom a hint? Why, he could even tell her, and she still wouldn't know. Then, later, after he was gone, she would remember back and say, "That boy, when he tells you something, he really means it." Bobby smiled and said, "I think I'll go to the moon today." Mom smiled too and went back to her fashions. "Well, see to it your fuel mixture is correct." "I'll check it. And, Mom, I might not be home for lunch." "Where will you be?" "Oh, I don't know." "Well, mind your manners and say thank you when you leave." Mrs. Kendall, still smiling, watched Bobby dash out into the yard. Living on a restricted government area had one compensation at least. You didn't have to worry about your children. 4 dozen families, all with offspring, trapped behind 10-foot patrolled fence. Here, nobody worried about their children. They came and went, and at noon a mother fed whatever number happened to be in the house at the time. Mrs. Kendall usually drew 6 or 7. It would be a relief to dodge the chore for one Saturday. Out in the backyard, Bobby fussed around his space rocket a little, tightening a screw here, hammering in a nail there, just until he could slip away without Mom noticing his direction. It wasn't a bad rocket at that, he thought. 6 feet long with 2 seats and a keen instrument panel. But kid stuff, of course. After he found the way in through the sewer, he hadn't paid any more attention to his own ship. He could see Mom through the window, back in her book, so he went casually out through the back gate and turned left, kicking at pebbles as he sauntered along and trying to look as though he had no place to go. Had to be careful. Didn't want to bump into any of the other kids today, either. The way in through the sewer was at a place behind Laboratory B. There was a kind of an alley there that nobody ever walked through, and then this round lid you could lift up and look under, and a ladder you could climb down. Bobby hadn't dared go down at first, but after thinking about it overnight, his curiosity won out, and he went back and ducked down into the lower level. He called it a sewer because of sewers being underground, but this place was clean and had bunches of wires strung in every direction and faint little lights you could see by. Bobby went further and further every trip he took, never telling anybody, because you weren't supposed to talk about things at Buffalo Flats, not even to the other kids. Then he found the big drome where they were building the rocket. It was so sleek and beautiful and shiny that he just stared at it, up through the grating in the floor that was for air circulation or something. He didn't know it was the moon rocket at first, not until he'd gone back several times to peek up at it, and then one day 2 scientists came walking along right in front of his nose. One of them was Dad. Bobby almost called out, but he caught himself and just listened to them talking. This was the first time his conscience bothered him about going underneath the drome. He thought about it a lot, whether it was the right thing to do. And while he was never able to still his conscience completely, he quieted down by saying he really wasn't doing any harm because he'd never told anybody what he saw. He learned the rocket was going to the moon by listening to Dad and the other scientists talk when they thought they were alone. And it was funny, because even there they spoke in low voices and didn't give too much away. He had known now for 3 days that at 4 o'clock the roof would open and the drome would be turned into a blast pit and the rocket would shoot out through space to the moon. That was all he did know for sure. None of the men had said who was going on the first trip to the moon. Nothing had been said on that subject at all, but Bobby knew Dad would go. He would have to. After all, Dad was the second biggest scientist at Buffalo Flats. Second only to Schleimer himself, and Professor Schleimer was very old and certainly wouldn't make the trip. That left Dad. Dad would just have to go in order to run the rocket. There probably wasn't anybody else smart enough in the whole place. The idea of going himself had been born the previous day, when he found a larger grating in the floor near the rocket and realized if he was very careful, he could climb out of the sewer and duck into the rocket when nobody was looking. Once inside, he was pretty sure he'd find a place to hide until blastoff. All the men would probably be strapped in bunks, but if he found a place he could wedge himself in, he didn't think he'd get hurt. Then, halfway to the moon, he would come out and find Dad, and would he be surprised! At first, thinking about it, he'd been scared, but after he realized how proud Dad and Mom would be, he made up his mind. Now, crouched beside the grating near the ship, he waited while 2 men, technicians in white overalls, walked by. One of them said, "Well, whatever happens, she'll make a big splash." You said it. Hope the brains know what they're doing. That made Bobby mad. Who said Dad didn't know what he was doing? Dad was just about the smartest scientist in the world. After the 2 men left, he waited a long time. He heard voices, but no one came in sight. Taking a deep breath, he opened the grating and got out. It was only 4 steps to the open port of the rocket. There was a little ramp they'd use to roll things in, and Bobby's feet touched it but lightly as he jumped into the ship. He found himself in some kind of a storeroom. It would be a good place to hide, all right. It was full of aluminum barrels all the same size. He found a space between 2 rows and sat down and got his breath back. It was very quiet around him. Scary quiet, but he set his lips firmly. He was going to the moon with Dad. John Kendall was a little late that night. He kissed his wife and said, "Well, did you see the big skyrocket?" "How could I miss it, darling? Your supper is in the oven." "I could use a martini first." "Coming right up." While Myra fixed the drink, John lay back in his easy chair and closed his eyes. We'd hoped to stage a little ceremony at the launching, but Washington said no. The Russians? The Eastern Coalition. It was a race. That was why it had to be so secret. Washington said, light the fuse and fire the thing. Is it still hush-hush? No, not between us at least. We fired an explosion rocket at the moon. It will hit in about an hour, and telescopes will show a big purple spot when our explosives go off and throw dye all over the place. Myra handed him a dry martini. I see. Lots of fun, no doubt, but what's the purpose? 4th of July on the moon? Oh, no. If the experiment is a success, the next rocket will carry men instead of a bomb. Myra went to the kitchen to see about supper. John called, "Where's Bobby? In bed, I suppose?" Myra didn't hear, and John set his drink down and moved towards the bedroom. Maybe he was still awake. Bobby rolled over. His eyes popped open. "Dad, I thought you went to—" John Kendall sat down on the edge of the bed and tousled his son's hair. "No, son. It's the old terra firma for me. Did you see the rocket blast?" "Uh-huh. It was really something. It went to the moon, didn't it?" "That's right." Kendall smiled and thought. Try to keep a secret from the kids. It just can't be done. "How's your moon rocket coming along, son?" "Pretty good. Gee, Dad, as long as you didn't go, I'm glad I didn't go either." "You were planning to make the trip also?" "Uh-huh. I got into the rocket and was all set, but I got to thinking about Mom, how one of us should stay and take care of her in case anything happened." "Smart thinking, son. Now you go to sleep. I'll have a little time tomorrow. We'll play some ball." "That will be keen." John Kendall smiled as he left the bedroom. Kids were wonderful. Give them a few old boards and a steering wheel, and they could build a ship to fly to the moon. What a wonderful dream world they lived in. Too bad they had to grow out of it. End of 0 Hour by Alexander Blade. Recording by Harmon Busby.
Beyond Pandora by Robert J. Martin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The ideal way to deal with a pest, any menace, is, of course, to make it useful to you. Beyond Pandora by Robert J. Martin. The doctor's pen paused over the chart on his desk. "This is your 3rd set of teeth, I believe." His patient nodded. "That's right, Doc, but they were pretty slow coming in this time." The doctor looked up quizzically. "Is that the only reason you think you need a booster shot?" "Oh, no, of course not." The man leaned forward and placed one hand, palm up, on the desk. "Last year I had an accident. Stupid. Lost a thumb." He shrugged apologetically. "It took almost 6 months to grow back." Thoughtfully, the doctor leaned back in his chair. I see." As the man before him made an involuntary movement toward his pocket, the doctor smiled. "Go on, smoke if you want to." Picking up the chart, he muttered, 6 months. Much too long. Strange we didn't catch that at the time." He read silently for a few moments, then began to fill out a form clipped to the folder. "Well, I think you probably are due for another booster about now. There'll have to be the usual tests. Not that there's much doubt. We like to be certain." The middle-aged man seemed relieved. Then, on second thought, he hesitated uneasily. "Why? Is there any danger?" Amusement flickered across the doctor's face, turned smoothly into a reassuring half-smile. "Oh, no. There's absolutely no danger involved. None at all. We have tissue regeneration pretty well under control now. Still, I'm sure you understand that accurate records and data are very necessary to further research and progress. Reassured, the patient thawed and became confidential. I see. Well, I suppose it's kind of silly, but I don't much like shots. It's not that they hurt. It's just that I guess I'm old-fashioned. I still feel kind of creepy about the whole business. Slightly embarrassed, he paused and asked defensively, "Is that unusual?" The doctor smiled openly now. "Not at all, not at all. Things have moved pretty fast in the past few years. I suppose it takes people's emotional reaction a while to catch up with developments that, logically, we accept as matter of fact." He pushed his chair back from the desk. "Maybe it's not too hard to understand. Take fire, for example. Man lived in fear of fire for a good many 100,000 years, and rightly so, because he hadn't learned to control it. The principle's the same. First, you learn to protect yourself from a thing, then control it, and eventually, we learn to harness it for a useful purpose." He gestured toward the man's cigarette. "Even so, man still instinctively fears fire, even while he uses it. In the case of tissue regeneration, where the change took place so rapidly in just a generation or so, that instinctive fear is even more understandable, although quite as unjustified, I assure you." The doctor stood up, indicating that the session was ending. While his patient scrambled to his feet, hastily putting out his cigarette, the physician came around the desk. He put his hand on the man's shoulder. "Relax. Take it easy. Nothing to worry about. This is a wonderful age we live in. Barring a really major accident, there's no reason you shouldn't live at least another 75 years. After all, that's a very remarkable, vital complex we have doing your repair work." As they walked to the door, the man shook his head. "Guess you're right, Doc. It's certainly done a good job so far, and I guess you specialists know what you're doing, even if folks don't understand it." At the door he paused and half turned to the doctor. "But, say, something I meant to ask you. This stuff, this vaccine, where did it come from? It seems to me I heard something that, way back before you fellows got it tamed, it was something else. Dangerous. There was another name for it. Do you know what I mean?" The doctor's hand tightened on the doorknob. "Yes, I know," he said grimly, "but not many laymen remember. Just keep in mind what I told you. With any of these things, the pattern is protection, then control, then useful application." He turned his face to the patient. "Back in the days before we put it to work for us, rebuilding tissue, almost ending aging and disease, the active basis for our vaccine caused a whole group of diseases in itself." Returning the man's searching gaze, the doctor opened the door. "We've come a long way since then. You see," he said quietly, "in those days they called it cancer." The end of Beyond Pandora by Robert J. Martin.